afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report London, nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocating down and it just smoke. And when we raise we voice so call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical.
Police, time to go.
Time to go. The people,
Them say no.
we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you no hear us. We are knock on the door.
Police, time to go.
Time to go. From Kingston to Negri, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Police, our time to go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no, not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people COVID empty. Oh, you live so large when we living so scanty. Not with fists, not with fire, but with voice. Them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate. Jamaica speaking and I know too late. Hey!
Police, time to go.
Time to go. The people,
Them say no.
we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door.
Police, time to go.
Time to go. From Kingston to Negri, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, yes, our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. We can't afford feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. 10 years, you say. 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer. You say 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people bare. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends, them build high-rise, road still full of hope. A whose pocket do I feel while the nation lose its soul? Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet, well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in a politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people,
Them say no.
we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Wholeness,
Time to go.
from Kingston to Negri, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, let's have time we go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report London. 10 years, you say. 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people bare. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Your JLP friends them build high rise, road still full of wood. A whose pocket do I feel while the nation lose its soul? Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in a politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go, time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us, we are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go, time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report land and nobody charge. The people pocket small but the scandal them large. Roads crack up parish council bro. Country suffocate done and it just smoke. And when we raise we voice to call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical.
Police, time to go.
Time to go. The people,
Them say no.
we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us, we are not on the door.
Police, time to go.
Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. All less our time to go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no, not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people cupboard empty. How you live so large when we living so scanty? Not with fists, not with fire, but with voice. Them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate. Jamaica speaking and I know too late.
Police, time to go.
Time to go. The people,
Them say no.
we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us, we are not on the door.
Police, time to go.
Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh yes, our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. We can't afford feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. The people don't forget. The people don't forgive. Enough is enough. Jamaicans will live. "10 years, you say."
Psalm 91. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Surely He will save you from the fowler's snare and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with His feathers. Psalm 91. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Surely He will save you from the fowler's snare and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. You will not fear the terror of night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only observe with your eyes and see the punishment of the wicked. If you say, "The Lord is my refuge," and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you. No disaster will come near your tent. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. Because he loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue him. I will protect him, for he acknowledges my name. He will call on me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. Psalm 92. Psalm 37 of David. Do not fret because of those who are evil, or be envious of those who do wrong. For like the grass they will soon wither, like green plants they will soon die away. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and enjoy safe pasture. Take delight in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will do this. He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun. Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. Refrain from anger and turn from wrath. Do not fret, it leads only to evil. For those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land. A little while, and the wicked will be no more. Though you look for them, they will not be found. But the meek will inherit the land, and enjoy peace and prosperity. The wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend the bow, to bring down the poor and needy, to slay those whose ways are upright. But their swords will pierce their own hearts, and their bows will be broken. Better the little that the righteous have, than the wealth of many wicked. For the power of the wicked will be broken, but the Lord upholds the righteous. The blameless spend their days under the Lord's care, and their inheritance will endure forever. In times of disaster they will not wither. In days of famine they will enjoy plenty. But the wicked will perish. Though the Lord's enemies are like the flowers of the field, they will be consumed. They will go up in smoke. The wicked borrow and do not repay, but the righteous give generously. Those the Lord blesses will inherit the land, but those he curses will be destroyed. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand. I was young, and now I am old. Yet I have never seen the righteous forsaken, or their children begging bread. They're always generous, and lend freely. Their children will be a blessing. Turn from evil and do good. Then you will dwell in the land forever. For the Lord loves the just, and will not forsake his faithful ones. Wrongdoers will be completely destroyed. The offspring of the wicked will perish. The righteous will inherit the land and dwell in it forever. The mouths of the righteous utter wisdom, and their tongues speak what is just. The law of their God is in their hearts. Their feet do not slip. The wicked lie in wait for the righteous, intent on putting them to death. But the Lord will not leave them in the power of the wicked, or let them be condemned when brought to trial. Hope in the Lord, and keep his way. He will exalt you to inherit the land. When the wicked are destroyed, you will see it. I have seen a wicked and ruthless man flourishing like a luxuriant native tree. But he soon passed away, and was no more. Though I looked for him, he could not be found. Consider the blameless, observe the upright. A future awaits those who seek peace. But all sinners will be destroyed. There will be no future for the wicked. The salvation of the righteous comes from the Lord. He is their stronghold in time of trouble. The Lord helps them and delivers them. He delivers them from the wicked and saves them, because they take refuge in Him. Psalm 38.
This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The live stream here is kind of different, you know. You notice all the content from the other day. Come across two videos, and what you guys see on the thumbnail is exactly what we come to talk about. You understand? But before we get into the main part, I want to go and splash DJ. Anna Brown, big up yourself. Claudette, big up yourself. Antonio. All of my people on TikTok. Andrea. Who they over here on BOLO TBV. Millicent, big up yourself. The word is love. Let me see who they on TikTok. Remember, forget me to 50k likes if you can. Odin, big up yourself. Odin, text me and make me remind me to send everything. Carly Banks, that stuff. Oh, but me tell you, say, if you want the video, you can go to my TikTok page still. Nerida, Garrett, Joy. If you want the song I'm going to play earlier, you can go to my TikTok page. Mark Byron's, Christopher, Joanne Jolly, Marva, Xavier Lassell, Joanne Cardiff, Baba, God is good, Desmond G, Sean, Vibes with a Z, because I have one X Vibes, you know. Nerms, Nama, big up Queen Candy, big up yourself. Thank you, Queen Candy. Bolo me reach, I'm at kind of chilling with some children and cooking. That's nice. Blessings to you. Thank you for the donation here. Morris, big up. Abraham, big up. Catherine, big up. A. Matthews, big up. User, Black, big up. Above Beyond, P. Brown, Cordell, Muma B, Ewil, David, Gabriel, User, Sean 1, Sophia, I am Raquel, Dennis, Valerine, Lady Andrea, Thomas Viviet, Hawk, T. Glenroy Sr., Lynette White, Dolores Gooden, Patricia, Ruby Perkins, Enright Stewart, Donna Van Vassel, Donna, Isabel Nicely, Vibes with a S, Ivan, and Barrington. All of the names of them on TikTok. I get big enough. But I ask everybody on the live, work together and like up the video. Just don't stop tap up the screen. Everything else will come into play. Alright? But I want to keep tapping and typing. Tap and type. Everything will go good. And remember, guys, subscribe to my YouTube channel and TikTok. The link is in the bio. Okay? You will find, once you find that page, look in the bio of that YouTube page and you see the links for all my other channels. Alright, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Only parting are going, you know. Only parting are going. We just start off with this. Some people might not know. But Desmond McKenzie did run out recently. And I talk about local government. And you know, me I swear be answer, you know. Me I swear be there for answer.
Desmond McKenzie about funding for road repairs. Kingston Mayor Andrew Swaby is challenging the government's claims, accusing Minister of misleading the public. The details in this report.
Speaking at a recent divisional conference on the weekend, Councillor and Kingston Mayor Andrew Swaby criticized local government Minister Desmond McKenzie over the reported $600 million allocation for road repairs. Swaby argued that greater clarity and transparency are needed regarding the allocation, insisting that Jamaicans deserve accurate information about the true purpose and distribution of the funds.
Use big numbers to mess up the people in brain. Don't talk about about 600 million each month, like a one local authority get it. The KSAMC get roughly $85 million a month. And you hear him tell you in his sectoral debate, say, the first 2 months of the hurricane season, that money for road must clean drain.
The mayor went further, challenging the government to explain whether the monthly allocation to the KSAMC is sufficient to repair the roads across the municipality.
I want him to answer me directly. When you answer me, then I will know where you stand. Because the people of Kingston St. Andrew deserve better roads.
He called on the minister to answer the questions directly, citing the poor road conditions and the level of funding required to address it.
They want me to say that the One Road Authority is the answer for all our road problems. I mean, now I'm going to say so. It has the benefits. When I talk about make sure when you build a road, you build it after a certain thing. Yes, it has. But I don't believe that the NWA should be the One Road Authority. It should not be far from the closest organization to you, which is the local authority.
Anthony Atkinson, TVJ News.
So, you know, me notice one trait with these certain members of the Jamaica Labour Party. Them have an accountability problem. From a leader go straight down, but when a leader is who he is, you know, in statutory declaration cannot be declared. And instead of doing the right thing and lead by example and remove himself from office, but fix him in situation and then come back, he might fight the ISP and then run for your office and then something. But what is worse is you, the Jamaican people, facilitate you. I'm not talking about you who watch me. Who the captain let them wear it. All I want to sit down on the yard and sound on our port. Current state of Jamaica, it's on you. All of you that voted for the Jamaica Labour Party, the current state of Jamaica, it's on you. You have nobody else to blame but yourself. Understand? The person that voted for change, voted for the People's National Party. But you guys voted to make Andrew carry down a hell. So hell it shall be. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen, and let's start intervene. Alright? And you know, so we're not put the phone apart. We talk about it all the time, but we're going to get into that even more. Alright? Now, let me scroll here and go to my page. What? Be yourself in the most. Don't do that, you know. Don't do that. Don't do that, mouse. Something wrong with the mouse, man. Something wrong with the computer. The computer's hot. Come like your fan stop work. You know, say the sun. You know, say the extra heat in the atmosphere, and the computer get affected. Mighty God. No, sir. Alright, more gonna check out them clips there. Because I never did see this now. I want to check out them clips here. So the PMP, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. The PMP has been busy, you know, man. Let me see what them say here, sir. It was great to be with the comrades, delegates and supporters at Trenchtown Division Conference, along with Comrade Sarah Marshall. The energy, commitment and determination in Trenchtown are powerful reminders that real change is built community by community. Together we will continue working to build a stronger South St. Andrew and a better Jamaica for all. Alright? So, Comrade Marshall, I think I see that, Comrade Marshall.
I am blessed with two wonderful councillors. Two councillors who work as a team. We work as a team. Yeah, we don't have no issues, personal issues, but our focus is always around how to deal with problems and how to make life better for the people. Comrade Pummels, pick up yourself. Yeah, man. And you know, all I can say is, Comrade Sear and Comrade Bumbles, they've come through the politics, and it has trained them and readied them for the role that they now play as the people's elected representatives in the division of Trenchtown and Admiral Town. I want to big up Comrade Marcia Nita, who was part of the training of Comrade Bumbles. And of course, I have to big up my predecessor, Dr. Omar Davis, who brought me to South St. Andrew. And then going back further, the real general, Trenchtown Rock, Anthony Spalding, we can't forget the man there. And because you see why he was so strong in the corporate era, because of the work that was done then, the firm of certain things, and the work was done so well, that today we're still reaping the benefit of that work that was done back then. So I have a big up the Trenchtown Rock. Yeah, man. Comrades, Comrade Nikisha has given me a nice rundown of some of the issues that we're facing in this country right now. And she says, all I and I have to get up and stand up for our rights. And it's a real thing, because we are faced by the corrupt JLP regime of Andrew Holness. The corrupt JLP regime of Andrew Holness. And it's not easy to dislodge them. We were ahead in the polls for 2 years coming into the last election. Right to the weekend before election, the last poll showed us ahead by 3%. And you see what happened the same way. You see what happened. And you know, I was looking back at it and I said, yeah, between 2020 and 2025, we got nearly 100,000 more votes this time than last time. But after the Dudus situation back in 2011, and that election, Sister P, we were still 60,000 votes less than what we got in 2011, you know. And that made all the difference. I said, them 60,000, they will never come out and vote. I hope them realize what them do to Jamaica by ensuring that this corrupt JLP regime of Andrew Holness is still in power. We can't make that mistake again. We have to do the right thing next time. We have to be serious about it. Because this is not a plaything. And it's not niceness I go get with across the line.
We hear what Martin G said, and a nice list I go get to cross the line. You see, all I want to wear talk about say Mark Bowling sir, you not have no sense. I just make you know that. Most disrespectfully. Yeah, man. I gotta tell you the bitter truth, man. I don't know the sense, man. Mark Bowling is not a soft person. Mark Bowling is a strategic person. Mark Bowling understand the moment. You feel me I deal with? When you see you must not mistake somebody's kindness for weakness. And that is what a lot of you guys do when it comes to Mark Bowling. When you hear what the man said, I open 60,000 people will never vote. When Mama P did, when I run the second time, I open the nose say I only cause this. All of the problems that we are going in our country. When you can't get good health care, no good road, everything, school education terrible. The police them kill off on the picnic, a phone fall. We go as far back as that. Election of consequences. And you think Mark Bowling can't say it directly, but Martin G know what September 3rd. The corrupt JLP Andrew Holness regime. You see how much time him say? He said 3 times. Remember July 27th, ladies and gentlemen. All roads lead to that case there with Mr. Paul Buchanan. And big up Mr. Paul Buchanan anyway, stand up anyway, sit down. I hope God give him strength. I hope him get younger. You understand me I deal with? I hope God give him all that power in his body, mind and soul. to see this thing all the way through and give him favor that the court do the right thing on July 27th and make sure that people rerun over and run around Jonas out of office. You never know? Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. Just stay there.
Something that's so acronym. Every day. Come right gonna run through it real quick. What the government has been trying to use to distract the Jamaican people is this whole long list of acronym. You know what name acronym? So little slogan and little word and letters what they use to describe some gimmicks and cartoon business. So they come up with some word like that and say spark. But S stand for some, P stand for some A. Like we don't understand. So they might try and hide something that's so acronym. Every day they deal with acronym. Every day one minister gives up and talk in the parliament. I want the next acronym. I want to talk to the people in straight. That's why we're talking about why in the parliament now. When we get a chance, because me I said, this is the people's house. And the language we should be allowed to speak in here is the language that most of the people in this country can truly understand. So now use your big words and hide the truth from the youths. Because the truth must come to the surface. Comrades, I'm going to go through 3 of those acronyms that they're using in Parliament to hide the truth from the people of this country. The first acronym I want to talk about is one named SPARK. And I want to know if no spark a dash over here in a South Africa. No spark a dash.
That is funny, honey.
I'm not understand. The sparkling. Comrades, when they decided to run the election last year, they came to the people and called them into rooms just like this and said, pick 10 roads that you want to see developed in your constituency. Election will come and then you trick that. And people feel like finally we're going to get some work power road. Then build up the hopes of the Jamaican people. In my South St. James, we choose 10 roads with Bossy. Because a long time the road to fix in a Southern James. Election run. 1 road out of the 10 them started the work on. Right now, they used to have a little bit of road. Now a pay mud. Because they left the road and then they come back and look on it. Them asked me to find a liaison officer for all of the 10 roads. And every day the liaison officers them call me and say they don't get no call from the Spark program. One next chop the line. Comrades, when you hear from a shout, and we invited them to what is called the PAAC of Parliament. Because that's a one committee in a Parliament where PNP chair. So we can hold them accountable. And the NWA come before the PAAC and we say, one with the Spark program. You know what the head of the Spark program said? He said, well, really and truly, we do things the back and front way. What we should have do is we should have tell you how much money available for each constituency. And then you figure out how much road that the money they can fix.
Hey, me say, people, the man them literally do the thing back way. The Spark program. Fully back way. Done, still? Fully done. One Nikisha Bertrand. You remember good?
And warriors of the Trenchtown Division, the word is love. Even though I have to leave right after I finish speaking, I have to come support my sister. I have to come support that comrade who have been helping me to achieve things at the KCMC. So while I should be somewhere else at 7 o'clock, I have to be here for her. Comrades, we have a record to run on the next time around. And as I mentioned, just one is how we treat our vendors. Comrade Sarah Marshall is the Vice Chair of the Commercial Service Committee that deal with the vendors. And every move I make to the right beside me, I help me. I will start with Crossroad, one we're very close to. We go Papi, and we deal with that. And we clean up downtown and make sure that they are doing in an orderly way. It's not where we want it to be, but we are working on it. And we have done that without running down anybody. We reason with them, we show them how we have to do certain things, and it has been a success so far. So when the JP bloggers put out a video of beating up a mashing of a person's stall, that was done under Delroy Williams' time. That was time. And the last thing I will talk to you about is
So hold on there. You know, Wagwan Lobby Dan, Wagwan. Yes, man, timing is not the right timing. God's timing is the right timing. I fully endorse that message. Jamaica, I wasn't aware that some them not come from my timeline, you know. Me no watch JP vlogger, you know. Once me hear police come out their mouth, don't recommend. I'ma move on. Me not listen to JP vlogger, man. Me tell you all the while, if me hear Jay Burner and Jay Stevens are one of them. Down to Mystic Sensation. If them not tell me what some of them are say, I watch them. I don't hear them. Me not have time for them, brother. But this is interesting. So them have a video with the man in mash up style from in a Delroy Williams time. And them a try to pin that on a good mayor. Me not live in a Kingston, but me rate Mayor Swady. I tell you now already. Me have people work with Mayor Swady. When me know personally. The man is doing a phenomenal job, ladies and gentlemen. A phenomenal job. It's a big, big difference. All the money and money and the accountability between him and Delroy Williams. And night and day, light and darkness. Remember me tell you that. Them time out of order.
our rules. Because they might try box me in a corner, but they can't box me. They want me to say that the One Road Authority is the answer for all our road problems. I mean, now I'm say so. It has benefits. When you talk about make sure when you build your road, you build up to a certain thing, yes, it has. But I don't believe that the NWA should be the One Road Authority. It should not be far from the closest opposite view, which is the local authority. But apart from that, with the best intention in the world, you have to have money to fix the roads. And I see a man where I have some respect for. Now I'm going to lie to you. I have a lot of respect to Desmond McKenzie. But he entered into a fray of discussion which I never expect him to do. Don't use big numbers to mess up people in brain. Don't talk about 600 million each month like a one local authority get it. The KSMC get roughly $85 million a month. And here tell you, in his sectoral debate said, the first 2 months of the hurricane season, that money for road must clean drain. And And you're expecting from Christmas time we use the same PRF with your Christmas work. So how that money can go like it can fix all the road that Kingston and St. Andrew? You understand me? So don't make them mess up your brain. The truth is that when the NWA get any extra work to do, them get separate money for the motion to clean drain. That's so with the local authority. So I am challenging Desmond McKenzie and NJP minister to tell me if the average of 85 million I get each month can solve the problem of roads in Kingston and St. Andrew. I want him to answer me directly. When you answer me, then I will know where you stand. Because the people of Kingston and St. Andrew deserve better roads. And I want to ask him and some of them over there to tell me if bad road alone only in Kingston and St. Andrew. Because they might attack me. And I can take all the attack they want. But just talk the truth because they know me not tell no lie. So comrades, listen to me. We're gone halfway over it, over the mark, our mark. You know that we have to make sure that we do the political work, we do the enumeration, we make sure we set up an organization, and we keep visible and stay on the ground with the people. Because we have to get more than 20 seats the next time around. And the next time around, after that Congress, they won't come with money. But you see when the money do, can't buy way out. But they were successful in some of the consequences. And I'm just saying to you, comrades, don't watch that $5,000. Don't watch that $10,000. Think about your future and your children's future. Comrades, the word is lost. Thank you very much.
I may tell you, you couldn't end the speech with a better statement, my general.
Your member of parliament, our party leader, the one Markiji, big him up. Councillor Bumbles, Councillor Sarah, and comrades are speaking because I have another commitment and I can't miss Sarah stand first. Sarah, one of my favorite comrades. Long before she turned councillor, she's just a hard worker, was always putting interest of her constituents and the people. And if you heard what Christina said, there are many other councillors who can say that. The support she gave them to ensure that they became councillors. Let me big up Christina, Bonnie, who is always here, Waynet, and Audrey Smith-Facey, as I call her. Comrades, South St. Andrew is a special constituency for the People's National Party. And I just wanted to share with you for a couple of minutes before I have to run off. The country is at a critical juncture. You would have heard of what I call this deportee deal that the government has struck with the US government to send people who don't come from Jamaica, not back to the country they come from, but for some reason they're sending them here. The only reason this arrangement is public is because the cleaner found out about it, which means they had no intention of telling us. We don't know what is in this memorandum of understanding because they haven't told us. We don't know what the government has agreed to. We don't know what the Jamaican government gets in return for this agreement. We know nothing, except we know that they have agreed to take people here. We don't know whether these people have committed crimes or not. But we have heard people say that they want to get rid of some despicable people from their country, and they have to find third party countries to send them. Comrades, you cannot do so. You cannot just enter into it. And then we found out by a diplomatic note that a cabinet minister went to the US and proposed this. And then they asked me, a Jamaican cabinet minister went and proposed this. No, can't go so. You can't run so. You can't run for a secret deal. You can't run for an agreement where you are agreed to take people here, but the last Haitian people them who come in 24 hours and send them back. And they run from a country where the face is life or death. So we run the Haitian them, and we take people from country where we never know. We run the Cuban them, who were here to provide eye surgery for people, and health care. I have a constituent who was on the program at St. Joseph, and she come to me and she tell me a $300,000 now for the surgery, where she can get the money from. So you have a government who has turned their backs on our neighbors, but has embraced people from countries that we don't know, on an agreement that we don't know. It can't work, sir. It can't work, sir. You have a government who, after Hurricane Melissa, go around the whole world, tell people to take out a little money out of their pocket and donate it to a fund. In fact, they went as far as to tell people, don't give no other people the money. Send your money only to the government fund. They run advertisement and all of that. And you can imagine, 7 months after they collect $1.4 billion, they only spend less than 2% of the money. People are living on a blue roof. People are living on a car. People business mash up. And you sit down for the money where people do fundraising abroad. People throw partner, put the money in there to help Jamaicans who are most in need, and then sit down for the money. 2% of the money. And then the Prime Minister turned around when people questioned it and said, what is it? Common nonsense. See how we say how people raising ridiculous questions about this deportee deal? It is contempt and arrogance of this government for them to behave so when people have legitimate questions about the affairs of the country. We can't just sit down and take it so. And then for the first time in the history of Jamaica, the Integrity Commission, having started an investigation from 2020. And I want to explain how it is. They don't just come up by you like Nicodemus in the night. There would have been a 5-year investigation. They would give the person an opportunity to answer the questions they have. They would have said, we find X amount of money, please explain how you get it. Provide your documentation. 5 years of back and forth. And that person can't answer. And they decided to recommend charges of illicit enrichment. Let me explain what that means. It means that that person has money that they cannot account for from their lawful earnings. $164 million. And so, having recommended for the first time in the history of Jamaica, any MP or minister to be charged for illicit enrichment, the Prime Minister turned around and said, I have full confidence in that person. What can boast of? Not can boast. So comrades, we have to take a stance, because this government is operating with contempt. And let's hear the mayor. The mayor of KCC, Council for Mayor of We have to take a stance, because it is arrogance and contempt. Contempt because when people ask questions, they are dismissive. Arrogance because the same man in 2015, when Richie Hazard built some shed in a market for people, for vendors, and the Integrity Commission raised some questions about it, said that it not make sit down in the same parliament with Richie Hazard. But now that his minister is recommended for charges of illicit enrichment, he said he have full confidence in that person. But the problem they have, and not just the one they have a problem, the Prime Minister have a problem too, and 10 more of them have a problem too. So the problem is how them deal with one, them have to deal with all. And so, from what we see, them are close ranks around this one. But understand what corruption does. Because sometimes people say, I don't know, and they go hustling now. When you go to your health center, and the toilet paper not there, and you go down a public and you can't get treatment, because the resources are not there, that is corruption. When the road was fixed and the resources are there to fix the road, that is corruption. When you send your people to go school, and the book not there, and the resources not there, that is the cost of corruption. So don't believe it's related to you. Don't believe it don't have an impact on you. When people take the resources that are meant to provide public service, it impacts every single one of us. So we have to take a stance against it. We have to take a stance against it. So I'm saying to the comrades from the great constituency of South, an opportunity will come soon for us to stand up. For us to stand up for what is right for Jamaica. For us to stand up for good governance, for integrity and for accountability. And I know when that time comes, I can count on the comrades of Trenchtown, the comrades of Admiral Town, and the comrades from the great constituency of South St. Andrew to be there, standing on the principles of what makes this country great. So I said to you, be firm, be on principle, and when the time comes, come out in your numbers. One love, comrades, one love.
One Marky G. Big up Nikisha Birchell. Tell her boy. Big up all comrades.
I am this.
Comrade, you like to do it real quick.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. How you doing? Desmond said, if you don't walk in and path, you don't walk in and path. You know, there's certain things you can't say out there. You understand? Desmond McKenzie, go and sit down here. Go and have some time with your grandchildren. And go repent. Go and repent, Desmond McKenzie. Alright? You would advise the Desmond McKenzie to go repent, yeah? Start crawl for your belly, yeah man. Start crawl for your belly, ask God for forgiveness. Yeah man, in a real life, Desmond McKenzie. Then look at tone the way you use the CIA talk about we will not surrender Jamaica to them. Sure. You waste some time for all you. Sorry for you. Judgment you have a reach and another normal. Now Jamaica, I tell you say the accident them are going while you know. Truck turn over upon Edward Siaga Highway, motorists urged to exercise caution. Like what the hell is going on? Me say from Pastor Peter Chambers put out the last video when put out. And me say every word of the man say me remember, you know, man. Me keep going back to the prophetic of that video, you know. Chaka Payne big up. The man said from the light go out. The night when the light go out and the whole place go dark. The man said something spiritual happened that night then. A be a demon living in our country now. Be a dark forces now. And me say every day me I look on the news, me I say accident. Be a fatal accident, multiple accidents all over Jamaica. Wanna check the statistic. Look how much dead body man they find in a June coming to now. Wanna check the statistic. Just check it now, man. When I hear pastor say, yo, Jamaica is marked for death. And if the country and the island repent, things are going to get worse and worse and worse. And him alone, listen to all I prophet them and the apostle them. And people don't understand say spiritual warfare this. Remember, say we have a cult government, you know, man, and be nasty evil things them involved in it. Active fire big up. PA accident. Anyway, this is important. The PMP release. The PMP released one new statement earlier about 2 hours ago. I'm not even get to read it. So make me go over that. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So Brother Bolo TBV, and the PMP has released a very lengthy statement that I want to examine. So we're going to go into it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, silencing opposition MPs threatens Jamaicans' parliamentary democracy. Kingston, Jamaica, July 2nd, 2026. The opposition, the People's National Party, has expressed grave concern about Tuesday's sitting of the House of Representatives, describing it as the latest in troubling pattern of procedural inconsistency, selective enforcement of standing orders, and conduct that undermines parliamentary constitutional role as Jamaica principal forum for accountability, scrutiny, and debate. 3 incidents in particular underscore the opposition's concern. First, the leader of the opposition business, Philip Powell MP, sought recognition to raise a procedural matter regarding the absence of the Integrity Commission's latest report from the order paper after it had been submitted to Parliament. Before he was permitted to identify his issue, the Speaker ruled him out and directed that the matter be raised privately with the leader of government business. The opposition maintains that a speaker cannot properly determine a procedural objection without first hearing what the member seeks to raise. I'm going to read it again. The opposition maintains that a speaker cannot properly determine a procedural objection without first hearing what the member seeks to raise. Westminster parliamentary practice requires that discretion be exercised fairly, impartially, and on an informed basis. Second, during consideration of a motion to approve a report from the Regulations Committee, several opposition members immediately called for a division after the question was put. The Speaker stated that she had not heard the request and proceeded without conducting the division. The opposition has requested a review of Hansard and the official recording, as several members maintain that the request was made clearly and in time. Jamaica, I didn't watch Parliament. There's so much things happening in Parliament the other day. Me tell you that there is a real Jezebel spirit. Third, rather than addressing these legitimate procedural concerns, government members use subsequent Third, rather than addressing these legitimate procedural concerns, government members use the subsequent debate to launch sustained personal attacks against the member of Parliament for South St. James, Nikisha Burchell, who had been among those challenging the handling of proceedings. Member of Parliament are elected to represent the Jamaican people and are entitled within the standing orders to challenge any procedural ruling and use every lawful parliamentary mechanism to protect the right of those they represent. Rather than restraining these personal attacks, the Speaker permitted them to dominate the debate despite having little or no relevance to the matter before the House. Jamaica. Yeah, patch up here. I'm going to check that afterwards. This is the thing. This is why this lady cannot be the Speaker of the House. And she has to be removed and that. She does not know how to be professional. She has taken what Nikisha Burchell has said outside of the Parliament and brought her personal feelings to the Parliament. And equally, the woman that she named Mama Dia, whatever she wanted, Marissa Dalrymple, she take up the argument and I defend it because the People's National Party had said they don't want she to be Speaker of the House. You remember when they decided, when Andrew decided that he never used him powers and make him wife Speaker of the House, although the People's National Party did not want it to be so. Jamaica, you know what's going to be wonderful? And somebody tagged Mark G. You see when the PNP win the election, the next general election, however soon that might be, because it could be very, very soon. Get ready. They hear what you're going to do. You're going to make Nikisha Burchell the Speaker of the House. That's what I must be the first person. I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again. Let them know. The VNR is recommending that Nikisha Burchell be the Speaker of the House when the People's National Party win the next general election. Some of them are going to be locked up, and some of them are going to get forced to resign. But from prison and from being forced to resign, they can sit down in their living room and grimace when they see the Queen of the South as the Speaker of the House. Yes, I'm telling the Marky G, make it happen, my brother. Sir Marky G, the right honorable, please and thank you. That's my recommendation. Let's move on to the next page in this particular release. Can't this have so much something going on? The opposition is particularly concerned by remarks directed at MP Burchell by Desmond McKenzie, who, while pointing across the chamber, warned her that she should not cross this path or else in a parliament this happen. No. We have to take this to the court. We have to take this to the courts. Such language can reasonably be interpreted as, of course, threatening and intimidating. It has no place in Jamaica Parliament and risks further lowering the standards of parliamentary discourse. Nikisha Burchell, make sure that you get your bodyguard them, stay prayed up, you know, your father, pastor, yeah man, make sure they get the full armor of the Lord Jesus Christ, and none of them can touch you. Let's continue. Let me see. Such language can be seen as threatening and intimidation. It has no place in Jamaica Parliament and risks further lowering the standards of parliamentary discourse. Philip Parnell MP said, this is not about personalities. It is about protecting Parliament as an institution. Every member, regardless of political affiliation, has the right to be heard, seek procedural clarification, and expect the standing orders to be applied fairly and consistently. Roshaw MP added, no member of Parliament should face intimidation or selective enforcement of the rules for carrying out their constitutional duty. Our concern is not simply for one member, but for the integrity of Parliament and the rights of every elected representative. Chris Brown MP stated, the singling out of member Burchell by the former speaker, Mrs. Darren Philbert, to my mind, amounts to inciting and represents an unfortunate direct mobilization of possible attacks within a society where violence is often the first choice for conflict resolution. What Miss Darren, whatever she wanted, did in this personal public denunciation was wrong. In fact, goes against the traditions of established proper conduct in the house. Jamaica. When you remember when Darren Vaz, when I up in more when Dr. Alfred Dawes when I said something, what all type of thing I go with this, and this lady, what's she name? Whatever she want name. Come up in the business. Come on, come talk about what? This is the worst conduct in the house. It come like she not have glasses. It come like she not have ears. It come like say she blind and remember them over the Jamaica Labour Party and go one bag of thing in the House of Parliament. And I talk about the worst. Rubbish. Man, I come gun check now with Keisha Burchell and I talk about don't cross Field Park. Would I ask him what that mean? Hey, man, tell us something. Would I go in that place and say, what you mean? We work, yes, sir. What you mean? What you mean by that? What, you're going to touch me? You're going to put your hands on me? Hey, I want you, man. Most order. Would have to clarify that and apologize to. You never know. But get out on a prison for go and check with Keisha Burchell. Out of order. What I'm thinking is, hey, me say them people I really feel like say them a God, you know. Me say God I got chop on the down. You soon know who is God. You continue. We say I said the opposition will continue to resist the oppressive and undemocratic management of the affairs of the House of Representatives, and we will resolutely defend MP Burchell from the type of intimidatory conduct displayed by government members during the sitting. Oh, you mean every man stand up in a PMP out of order? The nerve sting. And I come talk about you come disrespect. You can read, man. You have education. Fully done. Don't make fully done get paid. The matter is not about one member and one political party. It's about preserving the integrity of Jamaica Parliament. Parliamentary rules exist to facilitate debate, protect minority rights, and ensure accountability. Well, see, we are not surprised, you know. This is the same party, you know. We wanted, what the brother name, somebody that right, we beat him wife with the chair. No, George Wright. This is the same party who back up George Wright and say, oh, just black on the eye and vote for Jonas, we vote for him. And I really him not vote. I remember when Warmington go defend him. Hey, I don't know all the time respect Warmington. You may not understand people, you know. Me not have no respect for nobody in Jamaica Labour Party. You one of them has come on the earth, as far as me concerned. Anybody who has support that, me not rate you know. The man beat me wife, the chair, the whole of the turn up there, and the man then come talk about, oh, you know, we should protect women. Want to that the woman there. And the woman over there, I don't rate none of them. It's a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Parliamentary rules exist to facilitate debate, protect minority rights, and ensure accountability. When they are applied inconsistently or in ways that frustrate legitimate scrutiny, confidence in Parliament is diminished. The People's National Party will continue to defend the rights of every elected representative, government and opposition alike, to participate freely, fairly, and without intimidation. Oi! Let me tell you something. The PNP not going nowhere. Want to learn that all labor rights enough to know whether in our parliament and who support the foolishness. We're not going nowhere. We have stand firm and strong for illegal playground and defend the rights. Out of border. I come talk about yo, the man really see that? Don't cross in part X. What the fuck? Hey, not tell you man. Yo, hey, you say, more big up, Dr. Alfred Das and Mr. The leader of the opposition, Sir Mark Jefferson Pudding. Because them claim to say you're soft, you know. But I know me can't see what them talk about. As a matter of fact, let me go to the clip where Mark G said in a parliament concerning this particular situation that they go on. Let me go to that clip there. I'm sure it's on his page. Yesterday in Parliament, I think this is it, yes.
Debate has been used to rehash in a very partisan way some of what happened earlier. What I would say is this. Over the many years, I've been in Parliament for about 20 years.
Opposition leader and leader of government business, I just have a moment because
what we're doing here, we're debating the motion and the standing orders.
Continue, opposition leader.
Yes. So what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is that this debate has been used to cast and recast the narrative of what took place earlier in a particularly jaundiced and very unfair way. The custom, I've been in the Parliament for 20 years, come September. 10 years in the Senate, 10 years in the House. When the leader of government business or the leader of the opposition business seek to speak.
You know what, I want you guys to read body language, you know. Anytime you see Marty G clap your hand, it's serious. Anytime you see him clap your hand, it's serious. Only just notice it right now when we tell you. Just observe. Let's continue.
On an issue, they are allowed to speak. At least they're allowed to be heard. At least they're allowed to be heard as to what the issue is they want to raise. They don't have to come and ask you behind the speaker's chair what it is to clear it in advance. Anything procedurally that they wish to raise, they're allowed to raise on any item on the agenda. So the failure to allow the leader of opposition business to speak on the point he wanted to raise, which was to question why the Integrity Commission's annual report hasn't been tabled today, that was most improper in our view. And that is what elicited the behavior that you saw in protest to the way in which he was being muzzled by not being allowed to ask his question. But you're justifying the bad behavior, aren't you?
And you're having bad behavior now, aren't you? The man is speaking, let him speak. It is not bad behavior, it's called a protest. Your behavior is bad by not allowing the people you're not following the rules. You're being very unprofessional and you're in an emotion. You understand? And behaving like a violator. And if you think, say, oh, because you're a woman, say you behave like a violator. But look, there's the magazine, big up yourself anywhere there. And she me get it from. I don't even know them word, violator. You're behaving like a violator.
And we would like those conventions to be restored.
And that's why they don't like Nikisha Birchett. Allow him to speak a year and a background. That's why they don't like her. Because she's not afraid to tell you that you're out of order. Allow the leader of opposition to speak a rude. Respect goes where it comes from. Not because they don't like what the man is saying. It's the truth. And he never disrespect her. He's speaking about what occurred. When he's done, he can't say anything where you want to say. But you have no discipline. Somebody who have no discipline cannot be no head of nothing. With great power comes great responsibility and discipline.
Because the House will run much better if due respect is paid to the leader of the opposition business and leader of government business as they play their respective roles. And what you did, and to the Speaker, what you did was you allowed the leader of government business to speak extensively on the matter as he saw it, and you didn't even allow the leader of opposition business to respond to what the leader of government business had to say. That is not in keeping with the traditions of this House. That was most improper as well. And as for the member from North Central, I think it is Clarendon, indicating that we're aware of some rule. All I'm aware of is that the Integrity Commission Act says that annual reports are to be tabled in Parliament. And as soon as they should, as soon as they can.
It says as soon as possible. And you're incorrect, leader
of the
opposition.
Why can't it be
you're
tabled?
Incorrect.
The Integrity Commission published its cover letter as it is practice.
You are incorrect.
So that the public knows.
She said that she didn't turn off the mic here, so as far as I'm concerned, that's a bold-faced lie. She turned off this mic. She can't tell me whether she do it accidentally or not. How convenient as soon as she said it's incorrect. And they all over, I look at button them right there, so. And then she has to tell you on a sheet. Come on, Miss Snow, talk to you, baby. Then, come on, man. This is the again.
Turn it off, Angelo.
So, I want the other people at the other end down there, so turn it off. So, I'll never disrespect the leader of opposition, see me.
Yeah, it's true. So,
I didn't press it, leader of opposition.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to hear that. I don't know who did, because I certainly didn't. Madam Speaker.
Hey, Marky G's a man. Hey, man, remind me of my mother. Man. Mother cute the way they do the responsible. I hope so. I know it wasn't me.
The Integrity Commission Act requires their reports to be tabled. And you yourself issued a ruling, as you call it, some time ago, a couple of years ago, I think towards the end of 2023, if my memory serves me correctly, that they would be tabled as quickly as reasonably possible. The annual report came here, the cover letter was published, as is their practice, so that everybody knows that something has come. And we were expecting to see it tabled today, and it wasn't. And the leader of opposition business wanted to ask why, in announcements, it wasn't tabled in light of that fact. He was not allowed even to ask the question. And we object both strongly to the way in which the proceedings of this House are being conducted, because they're being conducted in what appears to be a very partisan way, a manipulative way when it comes to sensitive political issues. And the democracy, this is a democracy that thrives on open discussion, transparency and debate. And here we have a minister, through his loud protestations, attempting to disrupt what I have to say. Yes, and I'd ask that you please desist and let me speak. If you want to speak on the matter, you can do so. Yes, thank you. So the point at the end of the day is this. In our view, these reports must be tabled as soon as possible after they come here. There's a strong public interest in that, because there's a strong public interest in the work of the Integrity Commission being facilitated to reduce corruption and other wrongs against the good governance of the country being perpetrated. And we on this side are going to always be assiduous about that. And when we attempt to do so and we're shut down, it's not a good look. It appears to be an attempt to use up the parliament in a way which is inimical to the interests of good governance and democracy. So, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I think we've rehashed this matter. If others want to speak, of course, it's their right. But that's the point. Those are the points that I wish to make this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Down to Marky G tired of them. Down to Marky G tired of them, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, say man upset bad. We watch body language, you know. Ask Paul where you going with. When you see Mark when you talk on like so, trust me. When he speaks up and matter, he's very upset, ladies and gentlemen. Very upset. And rightfully so. But let me know what you think about that in the comment section. Kim says she wants to. Here we Kim are going with. Call Kim on. Kim on. Oh, she wanna call me. Right, that's how much time she called me. Kim on my phone up and vibrate, you know. I follow one of my carry. Me look reaction.
Let's up everybody in a shot. Let's up make the mark.
Yeah.
One more up on the up. One more up. On the up.
Yeah.
All them the boss. Continue to beat and teach them.
Yeah. What
anyway, my little piece, no one jumping like a piece for Nikisha and the speaker of the house and the world ever come down for now.
Yeah.
Let's we forget, it's not just the opposition had a problem with the speaker of the house, you know. Be sure warming can get into there. When can go on every Wednesday now, and go around 27 million warming can get now. To going EOJ.
So you say getting product?
What? So getting product remember warming can also have a problem with Juliet wellness, you know. A couple times warming can and catch up in there, you know. Don't forget that, you know.
That is true.
And I want to make you look back to the tips. They are running for the algorithm, you know.
Yes.
We are this week.
A digital
We
footprint.
are this week. Yeah, man. We want to look good. Quick, they want to. The one can pick them.
Well, not the student them say, I want to look for them and send them to me, you know. That
man.
Look for them and send them to me.
Yeah, man, the clips them where she and warming can catch up in our house a couple times well. The warming can for y'all said, don't lock off your mic.
Yes.
Don't turn off your mic and all them way. The warming can deal with her way a couple times well in there.
Yeah, definitely.
What people, when I realize the Jamaican people, they remember their shots, so they easily forget.
Yeah.
And now is the time to remind them how to really dirty and nasty and have dirty behavior. If you don't respect nobody,
True.
if you're not simply or some, she not into you.
Yeah, man, it's a power play to suppress the People's National Party. But through 28 of them then know, and some different type of, different breed of politician. Yeah, you know.
Some women, they win, you know, this is what them designed to do, you know. This was already in design, you know, because you remember, so we are saying, they will lose the election, so the 28 of them are going to really stand up in there and have a bigger voice. We are planning them a plan too.
But look
so this was all a plan.
Look what them deal with Mama P. Because when I listen to Isaac Buchanan earlier, and he make a great point for that.
Yeah.
Before them used to be.
Yeah, but they never that way, man. They call her dunce. They call her dunce. They say she never gone to school. Then they put junk up on her. Then they all start or something. Yeah. Then tell her say she and PJ Patterson in a relationship.
My God.
They all start or something.
Wow.
You understand? Let's all start or something. Just like them criticize Nikisha and Peter Bunting now. I see when they used to say, Mama P and PJ. So I hear the story with them and they used to tell like, oh, Mama P and PJ bend the park plane and Mama P tell PJ so she cool. You never hear the line when they tell?
No.
Yeah, things like that she can go with him.
Yes.
You think a little bit? Then in a ball. And when you're in a power, they can't get to teeth.
Right. So
they look power bad. So let that shit we do anything to go in a power. May I tell you that?
Mighty God.
And they check the way this one sell me Keisha. I don't want Keisha take it light. They can report to the police.
Nobody in the PNP now take that light.
Yeah, that's right. I never know she had that thing say to her. I don't want she take it light.
Did I get a restraining order against him too?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Don't come in certain people me. Don't come in certain people me. I don't want the Keisha take that check the light. Because them people they are so dangerous people them.
That is it.
You hear me tell about now? The people there are some dangerous piece of people them. And they will do anything. It's in a home, I tell her that. So did you let she? They must have gone over and I don't know by the cook. They must have gone over because they don't move on bolo. There will be no peace in Babylon.
Yes. All of them are
no peace in Zion.
All of them are
because anywhere you have injustice, you can't have peace.
No.
If there is no justice, there can be no peace.
That is it.
You understand that, and I will leave you with that this evening. There is no justice in there, no peace now going there.
Alright?
You understand? She not everybody equal, man. Because I foolishness with her too. I can't get to watch the parliament in a peace.
I tell you, trust me.
So this grace to a country. And you should have never put you right as my speaker. You cold hard and presumptuous.
But you know better, man. It's the catch with the
they are more hard and presumptuous. But anyway, I just make all of her mind. You say, and I just be teacher and she then a problem. She a warming can catch up in the book. Couple times well too. And she looks at look here. No,
Rhoda can't even talk in our parliament. They was Rhoda stand up and I said nothing.
Yes. If Rhoda ever think she bad, she can watch it. If she ever think she bad. Social media, Rhoda can bring out Munchie. That's how Rhoda can do.
Feel sorry for Rhoda
on social media.
Feel sorry for Rhoda sometime.
Because she's an evil and they're quiet too.
Mighty God.
She's evil and they're quiet too. Because we can understand she has said out Munchie a daytime.
What?
Yeah, that we get to understand.
Oh, goodness.
Get it from good source. So she has said out Munchie. Yes, she. Yeah, she has fear operative. So she's a little big man. She just see her there. She's not easy.
Yes. All right, Mama.
Yeah, one of them.
Yes. All right.
Anyway.
Let's see.
We just been calling for mind about Warmington situation with her because I hear Warmington deal with her up in there.
True, man, and she quiet. She can't say nothing.
Yeah, she Warmington deal with her.
Warmington
she can't say nothing.
Better than that. Since we are talk, and this is all alleged, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know truth is Mrs. Madeline me as a bolo. Me here say such people name then I didn't report them. One of them big people in our parliament. Then me. From here, I don't know truth is not about call them name, I know this say.
Yeah, I'm not calling them name, yeah, I'm calling them name. Certain sources on the discourse program. Keep it confidential.
So we have to hear us who are going.
Yeah.
All right.
So you said we just need to call her name, you know.
Yeah.
Warmington, Warmington, deal with her in there. You know, she get and I want to run and then feel we call that Warmington and go up in there.
Yeah.
Run it.
All right.
So people can't remember the part. Somehow we Jamaica remember it too short.
So man. All right. Big up.
Get something, big up yourself.
Every time. Don't know East Portland represent already, that is Kim on, ladies and gentlemen. from the parish of East Portland. Yeah, they were not the parish, the area of East Portland. Alright? Yeah, man, big up Kimon. Alright, people, so we are getting at the gravy simon. We are getting at the most delicious. These are the best part of the meal of this particular live right now. This next half an hour. Alright? So we are going at it. These are the core of the message to this live stream now. Alright, I never did plan to go a certain place with it, but you know, see, I saw you go sometime, I just the freestyle. So let me just make sure so them thing are ready over here, so. Alright, so we need this. Yeah, man, right here, so. This is it. This is it. Right. 3 video me I go play right now. 3 video. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to lend me on assistance with this video. Welcome to the platform. Whether you're on BOLO TBV, BOLO VNR 2.0, BOLO VNR clips, or BOLO VNR. Wherever you see this video, this is what I want you to do. I want you to share this with every single Jamaican, home and abroad. This message is super important. We are talking about our future, or maybe lack thereof. And not just ours, but our children and our children's children, and for them children and children's children. 4 or 5 generations down the line. And that we are talking about right now. This is critical. We are stage critical, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Good. Let's get into this video right here. So, let me share my screen. Alright. Get ready.
Remember when the Lord spoke and talked about the hedge being removed? You saw how many things happened since then? Real leaders, not just exposures of politicians and church leaders. You see the many big names, and there's still more to come. Well, the Lord says, get ready as you go into July and for the rest of the year. It is going to be a roller coaster ride. Watch and you will see. And when that roller coaster ride starts, many of you are going to remember the days of and nights of prayer when some of you were laughing, when some of you were not paying any attention, saying it's foolishness. Yes. And it is then you're going to want the prayer, when it will be too late. And because many of you were not connected to the prayer, I'm not even going to try to repeat some of the downloads that I got minutes past 12, but I'll just say this. Lord says those who have been traveling with him, those who have been following his leading, those who have been walking in the spirit, even as the roller coaster ride intensifies, you will be safe because you will be safely strapped into your seat. You will not fall out. You will be cushioned and you will protect it. You will be protected. While others will be screaming and wanting to jump out and jump off and take desperate measures, you will be as cool and calm as cucumber, cool as a cucumber. Those who are in the Lord, walking in the Spirit, he will give you that shalom, even when there's the shaking and the roller coaster effect taking place all around you. You will be calm and collected. So remember roller coaster. When the things start happening, remember roller coaster. Those of you who have gone on roller coaster, especially as children, just remember that.
Do you know Jesus loves you? When he says that, I have no explanation as to describe that it was his word transfer life into my heart that was dead when my mom died. Wow. His word brought life into my heart. And I was like, my first question to him was like, how can Jesus love someone like me? I'm like, okay, what do I need to do? I was pretending I was stupid, right? Because I could hear, do not sell your soul. So I knew that he was after my soul then. And that's where, as a young man, Few days before that, I was in sexual immorality. All of a sudden, as a young man, I started to believe in the spiritual realm, that this is a reality.
Oh,
that was
my
no longer a
gosh.
game. That was something real in front of my eyes. And I'm like, okay, what do I need to do to enter the elite? And he said, everything costs something. If you agree, I'm going to give you a date and time. We're going to go and we will initiate you. There is different type of way you can join. You can either sign with your own blood, and with your own blood, you're going to have a specific year that you're going to die. So let's say you become a pro for 20 years, and after 20 years, you will die. And if you don't want to die, you can give your sister or a relative to extend the pact. And I was like, bro.
He said all of this.
Of course, face to face. He said all of this, and I asked him, but how will I kill? You go to prison. He said, young man, the hospital, we control. We control, we rule this world. Any person that disappeared, we control. So do not be afraid. And I'm like, what does it mean by they control? Now, with many years past, because this is over 10 years story I'm telling you right now. With many years, I understand what it means that they control. You understand?
Yes.
And he was like, and I said, okay. How will my sister die if I give her? He said, it will be probably a cancer or car crash. It will depend on the circumstances of her life, how disobedient she is to God. Sure. So that means when you walk in disobedience, doors are open for them to enter. So you will see sometime God will ask you to walk in obedience and you are being disobedient. The Bible says that the salary of sin is death.
Ladies and gentlemen, somebody came to this young man, an agent of the devil, came to this young man and asked him to sell his soul. When you hear what the man said? The man said, for instance, you become great in whatever profession, because you must be a footballer, right? So you become great in your profession, and if you're 20 years and then after 20 years you die, but if you don't want to die, you can sacrifice your sister. I give him all our details, and he must say, we control the hospitals, we control everything. And he said, so how will my sister die? And he said, well, depending upon her disobedience to God, you know, she can die by cancer, she can die by this. So don't you find that very interesting? That the devil knows that once you're obedient to God, he can't touch you. That's confirmation. Once you are obedient to God, the devil can't touch you. Well, let's continue. I just wanted to point that out.
You know, and they're just waiting because you see in 2 Peter that your enemy, the devil, is prowling like a lion ready to devour. Right? So when he was saying that to me, I was so young and I was like, not even Christian, I was still Muslim. But it's the voice of my mother that say, do not sell your soul. And I look at him and I say, listen, I stayed polite because, you know, as an African man, I was like, maybe this guy can kill me or something, you know?
Yes.
I said, listen, thank you very much for the offer, but I'd rather die the way I am. I don't want to do any of this. And he started to be hungry now. That's where his energy changed. His physically changed. Like his energy was like trying to dominate me. Like, you will never be the player you want to be. You will never reach the level you want to reach. Every president of clubs, every superstar that you worship are part of it. You can't without us. And I was like, what? As a young man, that's my dream, to become someone that collapsed, brother. It collapsed on the ground because I worked hard in Thailand. I worked hard in the academy to become the next Jerry and Ray, because my dream was to become the next Jerry and Ray, to make my mother proud. Like I always said, Mom, I will make you proud. But now today I know that making my mother proud is to serve God.
Woo! Man, listen, boy, I listened to this today. I said, man, this is my show today, baby. This is what I want to share with y'all. Heard what the man said? Making his mom proud, making his parents proud is to serve God. But you know, all of me can relate to what I'm saying, because You know, you want to make your mother proud, you want to make your parents proud, right? And you want to do certain things, and you want to accumulate certain level of wealth. And the devil can use that against you and lure you into certain things when you start to get frustrated with it, whatever path, whatever righteous path you take, a right way to earn the money, and it now work out. You decide to know you want to go accelerate things and go against God's will and go against God's purpose for yourself. And then you get involved and do all type of things because you just want to do this for your mother, you want to do this for your father, you want to do this for your parents. Sometimes I can't even a woman in your life too. As a man, you understand what I say? And then you just go lose yourself. Right? But the man say, in mother will pass, our advice say to him, say, do not sell your soul. As soon as you tell the man, say, yo, respectfully, I'm not gonna go that path. You start to get angry. But it gets even worse. Listen to this, it gets worse.
Come on. Do you know the counterfeit? The enemy is a liar, you know. But then I refused that. But when I went back.
And the other thing, he was Muslim. That's another key thing. He was Muslim. No longer anymore. Let's continue.
Back home, I couldn't sleep for at least 4 months with the light off because I would see him in the corner. I went to my teammate and asked my teammate, have you ever heard about this journalist? He said, bro, we never heard of him. Now, fast track, many years back now in 2016, in Switzerland, where I was questioning Islam, fast tracking that, when I was questioning Islam, I made this prayer. I was in Thailand. I've seen these people asking me to sell my soul. There is over 3,000 religions, but there is one God. We live in a messed up world. I say, the closest I did get is Islam. But Isa, even in Islam, Isa, you seems to be God. So Isa, if you are God, reveal yourself to me. Brother, the next day, as I finished training in the street of Geneva, August 2016, a pastor from England speaking French on the street, Pastor Anthony Cooper, stopped me on the street and he said, young man, do you know Jesus loves you?
So, the day before, he asked God to reveal himself to him. Right? And at that time, he was Muslim. But a Christian pastor from England that spoke French came to him and said, young man, do you know that Jesus loves you? Listen up.
When he says that, I have no explanation as to describe that it was his word transfer life into my heart that was dead when my mom died. Wow. His word brought life into my heart. And I was like, my first question to him was like, how can Jesus love someone like me? Because I know what I'm doing at night. How can he love me? It's not possible. Hypocrite, doing all sorts of evil things. How? Sexual immorality. How? And he said he simply loves you because that's what the Bible said, that he loved you before even you knew him. And I was like, whoa. And he said, you know, let's meet and talk. And then immediately from that street, we enter his church, started to ask him about Jesus. I told him about the Surat like I'm talking to you now. And he was explaining who is Jesus. But this pastor was sad because few weeks before meeting me on the street, he lost his job. So I'm telling someone tonight, you may have lost something, but give thanks to God because everything does good for those who love God. So that pastor lost his job. He was sad. But he lost his job because there was a young footballer that he needed to meet every day after training to preach the gospel.
Oh my God.
Imagine he would stay at work. He would not be able to preach the gospel to me after training. So after every training, bro, I take my car, drive straight to the church. after training straight to the church. He will pump me with the Bible. And that's why I say, listen, Jesus is not Isa, is Yeshua HaMashiach, my savior. I will accept him in my life. I gave my life to Jesus and I say radically, Lord Jesus, I will walk with you. And that's how I left Islam.
And whether you believe it or not, this is happening rapidly all over the world right now. A lot of people, as great as a lot of the disciplines and principles are in Islam, they are finding Christ. Bible tells you, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. The world will not divide. The world will not divide. And that last part, the man losing job, because his purpose that God had for him was to preach the gospel to this young man and others. It is hard for some people, and I can understand, to come to the realization that all of these things that you pumped in your head that you need to do or you want to achieve, and those goals that you set for your life, those are not even second or third. Them they are last. God purpose them from 1 to 10. Top priority. God purpose for you when He want you to do with your life. They from 1 to 10. Everything else after that. But from 1 to 10, top 10, God purpose for your life. You see me? So everything, and go back to the other day when Pastor Peter Chambers gave me the word. I put it on my channel. Enough people don't really watch this, but we don't worry about that. And he said to me, say, Bolo, God is going to pay your bills. Don't worry about nothing. You understand? Give your life to the Lord and find a purpose. There's a reason. You have a God-given talent. And he say, among other things. I know me come across this video and it just make me reflect on so many things. You understand? So, there's more.
Wake up. Churches across Jamaica, wake up. It is not God's plan for Jamaica to bow to the beast system. Understand that. While many nations across the world will bow to the beast system, Jamaica will not bow. The church must lead the way in cleaning up our acts so that the church can hold the leaders accountable. If the churches, it doesn't have to be all, but if churches, enough churches look the bank and say, listen, we are not going to give up the use of cash. And effective immediately, we are going to stop doing business with you too. What do you think could happen? Do you think that if the churches in Jamaica, and when I say churches, I'm not talking about all, because there are a number of so-called churches that are not churches, okay? So I'm not talking about those. But those who are rightly aligned. And we come together and we say, listen, banks, this is what we will accept and this is what we won't. The banks have to fall in line. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Many of the banks, the employees, including managers, supervisors, line workers, are members of churches, and a number of them are born again believers in Christ. So it's not just about money, but if they withdraw their support, we don't have any banks. The banks can't function. Do you understand the power that the Church of the Living God has in Jamaica? But what they have done is to target specific leaders who are licky, greedy, wanga gut and wanga belly. And they target them. They make special provisions for them. I remember going to a particular gathering, and I won't be too specific because I don't necessarily want to embarrass them. Went to a particular gathering by a particular denomination, and their booklet for their convention, their booklet, can you imagine? Has on the booklet itself one of the sponsors, NIDS. Huh? The NIDS that was sponsored, a part sponsored by them. Can you imagine? Church. You tell me now. Right? You tell me now. What kind of church is that? You want to tell me nobody in that denomination don't know where this NIC thing is heading? Are you going to take money from them? Say your sponsor booklet?
So, you see, again, the prophecy of the church themselves, you know, and them using the church to advance these things, these agenda like elites and other things. Want to see how it work now? Let's continue.
And of course, the trade-off is that you have to carry the information and encourage the congregants with hundreds of people who gather in at the center, hundreds of them, because they buy these booklets and they read them. And if the church is endorsing it, what do you think the people is going to think? What do you think they are going to think? That is something good. They're going to think that people like me now are idiot. They were fool. We are troublemaker. When the bishops and all, you know, sign off on it. Friends, wake up. Churches across Jamaica, wake up. It is not God's plan for Jamaica to bow to the beast system. Understand that. While many nations across the world will bow to the beast system, Jamaica will not bow. However, if we allow the beast to cajole, to influence, to condition the minds of our people, especially our young people, what will actually happen is that a whole generation of us will be enslaved, but God will still deliver the nation. However, those of us who are alive today and others who are up and coming will not see the better days, will not enjoy the freedoms and the positions, the provisions rather, that God would have planned for us. So we would die off, as it were, and God would raise up a new generation who will do his will. God would raise up a new generation who will do his will, and they will benefit. If that's what you want, then fine. Wake up. However, those of us who are alive today and others who are up and coming will not see the better days, will not enjoy the freedoms and the positions, the provisions rather, that God would have planned for us. So we would die off, as it were, and God would raise up a new generation who will do his will. God would raise up a new generation.
Jamaica, want to hear that? The direction of Jamaica are going on. Generations of slavery. You know, I've been saying this. I've been saying this. I've been warning people. Look at the signs. Look at the signs, ladies and gentlemen. Why you think them so, you know, casually unalive in the system of Jamaica? Because them only need a few of us. Why you think them are intimidate? When them have them this plantation, them just need a few servants that is subservient and obedient. You understand? So we are called for the church then to do the right thing, you know. Now is the time to advance righteousness. Yeah, the body will pass away, but The spirit will last forever, and if you do right by God, you know you're good. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, get this video out. It's very important. But TikTok, come over to YouTube. The link is in the bio. BOLO TBV. Thursday marathon starting now. Alright? That is it. Thank you for all the love and support, TikTok. Word is love. Saturday no normal enough. Now, I know so many people don't think it's going to happen, but they can't say they never get warning. They can't say they never get warning, Saturday. That's the greatest thing. Nobody can say, boy, the watchman saw and the watchman didn't want. You understand? So, what we are doing is to enough really them enough for we. And for me, I'm selfish. But just want to say God, I just want to put it on the record book. You know, that the boy, I did my best to make sure that I share these material. You understand? Never keep them to myself. I endorsed these messages to the fullest. And yeah, I hope that the people really take it to heart. Take it to heart, ladies and gentlemen. Take it to heart. It's not for fear, it's for you to be prepared. So as a nation, we need to be prepared. But it first starts with personal preparation. If everybody personally prepares, God wants us to, then the nation will be good. The nation will be fine. Right? But if you don't take a stance now, the process is going to take longer to fix. And that is generations. Yes? And that is what it's all about. Must be wondering why I'm off camera, because I'm going to go to the agenda of the evening. It's Thursday, no man. I could not. This is Throwback Thursday, you know what I mean? But now I go throw back too far still. Because there are more that content today from June where enough people now watch. But now throw back too far. Trust me. Let me start off right as
I just built a budgeting app.
What? How?
Base 44. Look, it pulls our expenses into one place and breaks down spending by team.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
You know that you can build an app in minutes with Base 44. Now watch what happens when you don't stop there. 1. Design matters.
You may go ahead, Member Jess.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to speak from
Permission granted.
Permission to speak from a seat that is not my
I said
own.
permission granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise to make my maiden contribution to this sectoral debate, I must start by thanking God for his guidance and grace. I wish to thank the Leader of the Opposition, Mark Golding, for the confidence he has placed in me to shadow the critical portfolio of justice. even though I must confess that at first I wasn't sure if it was a promotion or punishment. Either way, I promise to defend justice fiercely. I come to this role in my 15th year as a senior attorney with diverse experience and perspectives. I wish to thank my incredible hardworking team on the ground, led by my councillors, Councillor Everton Fisher, Caretaker Maurice Nemard, but particularly, Madam Speaker, Councillors Champion Myers and Donovan Pagan, who have been my shield and my protector. I wish to thank my phenomenal family in Northeastern St. Elizabeth. Thank you for saying yes to chess and a young fresh face. I promise to represent your voices stridently, even if some of the phone calls I receive are about asking me to personally help you to find a wife, or to personally reimburse you for the damage done to your vehicle by the potholes along Santa Cruz. To my friends and long-suffering family, thank you for putting up with my long days and late nights on the political battlefield. You are my representation is not mine alone. It belongs to the people of Northeastern St. Elizabeth and to every Jamaican demanding a fair, transparent, and accessible justice system. I am deeply honored to speak on their behalf today. But we cannot speak about a fair and accessible justice system when the physical infrastructure of our courts is an absolute disgrace. 7 months after Hurricane Melissa, the justice system in St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland isn't recovering. It is battering for life. So today, I must speak on behalf of the judges, the court staff, the attorneys, and the thousands of ordinary Jamaicans who are being forced to search for justice in ruins. Madam Speaker, let us look at the proud parish of St. Elizabeth, from which I now hail. The historic Black River Courthouse was battered by Hurricane Melissa. And what was this ministry's brilliant emergency plan? To cram the displaced staff into the Santa Cruz Courthouse, which was never designed to carry this capacity. Go to Santa Cruz right now, Madam Speaker. The conditions are utterly degrading. In January of this year, court staff were driven to fury because they were being forced to work in a building with no running water, no water for sanitation, no water for dignity. How can this administration boast of a modern justice system when our court workers cannot even wash their hands? Under this government, Madam Speaker, the wheels of justice aren't just turning slowly. They are grinding to a dirty halt. But the lack of water isn't even the worst part. The security infrastructure under this administration has completely collapsed. Just months ago in Santa Cruz, it was reported in the news that a member of the public barged straight into the court office and grabbed a box of legal files. It took the court staff themselves, who are ordinary workers, not trained security personnel, to physically fight off the intruder and knock the files from his hands. This happened at the Santa Cruz courthouse in January of this year. But let us move on down the road, Madam Speaker, to Westmoreland. The Westmoreland Parish Court is out of commission. Initially, the minister boldly declared in November 2025 that the resources were available and that they were looking to secure a contractor under emergency procurement to restore the courthouse in the shortest possible time. But a few moments later, what do we hear, Madam Speaker? Now the minister says it will be too costly to repair. A total shameless flip-flop. Madam Speaker, the minister's assurances carry no weight. First, the money was there to do the repair. Now, the building cannot be repaired. This isn't governance. It is pure double talk designed to hide delay and incompetence. They are talking in circles to hide the fact that they are dropping the ball and the people need justice. Emotional damage. In light of the fact that the Westmoreland Parish Court is compromised, ordinary citizens are now forced to cross parish lines into Hanover to access the circuit court all the way in Lucy. Madam Speaker, think of the staggering economic punishment. Madam Speaker, think of the staggering economic punishment this inflicts on the people of Westmoreland. Madam Speaker, I see that those on the government aisle do not wish for me to speak the truth today, but we are going to talk about justice. Think of the astronomical expense for jurors, for litigants, for lawyers who must find transportation and meals just to travel back and forth to Lucy day after day because there is no court in Westmoreland to accommodate circuit. Madam Speaker, this government has turned the right to a fair trial into an endurance trek. Madam Speaker, they can howl all they want, but until they fix the justice crisis in the West, we will speak about this in the halls of this parliament. This ministry has turned the right to a fair trial into an endurance trek. This is not administering justice. This is navigating an obstacle course. The Minister of Justice speaks about first-class justice system and modernization of the justice system, but I challenge the Minister today. Leave your air-conditioned office in Kingston. Come down to Santa Cruz. Come down to Westmoreland. Work in a court where there is no running water. Pay the taxi fare from Lucy. Pay the taxi fare from Savlamar to Lucy and tell the people why they should tolerate this injustice. For the late great Roger Clark's legacy. Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, there is no context in the world that would make the words unreliable partner sound good when they come from the head of the judiciary. Those words aren't opposition talking points. That is a direct, unprecedented indictment from Chief Justice Brian Sykes. When the highest judge in the land publicly states that the judiciary cannot be trusted to provide basic functional infrastructure, that is a vote of no confidence. Hurricane Melissa was an act of nature, but this delay in restoring our courts is an act of sheer incompetence. We are not blaming the minister for the hurricane. We are blaming the minister for the total absence of a recovery plan. It does not take 7 months to connect a water tank so that court workers can wash their hands. It doesn't take 7 months to post 1 or 2 police officers outside a courthouse to secure court files. Madam Speaker, if the Chief Justice of Jamaica can find the resources to fix the court infrastructure, what is the minister doing with his? And if he has none, is it that logistics has prevented the good Prime Minister from directing some of the barely touched disaster recovery funds to restore access to justice in these hurricane-affected parishes? I put it to you, Madam Speaker, justice under this government is a disaster in need of recovery. I urge the minister to commission and fund an emergency infrastructural and security audit of all rural courthouses across Jamaica. We demand immediate police security deployment to the Santa Cruz courthouse. We demand clear timelines and urgent allocations for the construction of the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parish courts so the people can access justice. Madam Speaker, I turn very quickly to an issue that I dub the legal aid injustice. Too many ordinary Jamaicans are being completely locked out of the courts because this administration refuses to expand the categories of cases covered by legal aid. The legal aid framework is rigidly structured to primarily cover criminal matters. But what does the data actually say? The data shows that the vast majority of citizens requesting legal aid are begging for help with civil matters over criminal matters. According to the Legal Aid Council, 90% of legal requests received from members of the public are for civil matters, particularly divorces tied to incidents of domestic abuse. Madam Speaker, access to justice cannot be a half measure. When a government limits legal aid to a narrow band of cases, it effectively closes the doors of the court to the poor. We see the consequences every single day in our courts. Unrepresented litigants struggling to understand complex legal rules, overwhelmed judges trying to balance the scales, and ultimately a breakdown of public trust in the rule of law. According to the Chief Justice's Civil Division Statistics Report, over 16,000 new civil cases are filed in the parish court every single year. But the report also shows that in up to 70% of those civil cases, at least one party is completely without a lawyer, forced to face a judge completely on their own. Madam Speaker, it is a David versus Goliath battle where the state refuses to give David a sling, not even a stone. makes this absolutely worse, Madam Speaker, is that it has absolutely nothing to do with lack of resources. During the recent Standing Finance Committee right here at Gordon House, the Minister of Justice openly admitted on the record that the money is there. He proudly declared that the ministry satisfied all claims by attorney and has the fiscal space. Therefore, let us call it what it really is, a total lack of political will and complete indifference to the plight of the poor. The money is there. The budget has the space. The minister confessed that the funds exist. Yet this administration chooses to let those funds sit idle while poor Jamaicans are crushed by legal fees or forced to forfeit their rights because they cannot afford an attorney.
Embarrassing.
The people do not want any more excuses, Madam Speaker. We do not want public relations mobile units that can only give legal advice but leave citizens defenseless when a civil trial actually starts. We demand that the government stop hoarding these resources, listen to the data from its own agencies, and immediately amend the regulations to expand legal aid categories to cover civil matters. Stop locking the poor out of justice. Madam Speaker, I move to address a deep inequity in our community justice system. The total lack of financial support, stipend, or expense coverage for Jamaica's justices of the peace. The Ministry of Justice expects over 7,000 JPs to render strictly voluntary service. They are forbidden. The Ministry of Justice expects over 12,000 JPs to render strictly voluntary service. They are forbidden from accepting any payment or reward, yet the state relies on them to process bail, to visit lockups, to conduct mediation. Active JPs must currently pay for their own stationery, printer, ink, travel costs to courts and prisons out of their own pockets, and even fund their expenses to serve in court as lay magistrates. Madam Speaker, this is not sustainable voluntarism. It is institutional exploitation. Madam Speaker, I do not yield. I do not yield, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice continues
Member Jess? Member Jess? Member Jess? Please sit. Please sit. And member, in order not to interrupt you, I'll ask the assistant clerk to add your additional time at the end, so the mic will, the monitor will go off when you're finished.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice continues to flatly reject proposals for a stipend for JPs. He calls it a pure voluntary post, ignoring that the cost of paper, gas, and electricity makes it a luxury only the rich can afford. True justice cannot run on charity alone. The opposition demands a modernized framework for our JPs. Madam Speaker, this administration is completely out of step with global trends. There is clear established international precedent for the financial facilitation of JPs, proving that voluntarism does not require a person to compromise their own livelihood. The opposition urges the ministry to look across the globe and recognize how modern democracies practice or protect their JPs. In the UK, in Australia, in Canada, In those jurisdictions, JPs are also volunteers, but they receive a loss of earnings allowance and travel expenses. They do not pay out of pocket to serve the Crown. The state actively reimburses them for the costs incurred while delivering justice. The opposition is not calling for a lavish salary. We're calling for an enforceable, transparent stipend modeled after international best practices. It is time to treat Jamaica's JPs with the global standard of dignity they deserve. We pay notaries public to notarize documents, and we pay judges to hear cases. Why shouldn't we offer our JPs a stipend to cover out-of-pocket expenses? Madam Speaker, the primary duty of this House is to pass laws that deliver justice, not absurdity. I turn now to address a glaring crisis in our judicial system. The Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act requires urgent common sense amendments. I would be the first to join any sensible effort to be tough on crime because it is a monster that must be tamed and eliminated. That said, it befuddles me as to why we would seek to use a hammer to hit a mosquito. This administration passed a law so poorly thought out that it has ceased to protect the public and has instead made criminals out of non-violent Jamaicans, including relatives. Just weeks ago, Madam Speaker, a music producer was slapped with a mandatory minimum 15-year sentence, not for a real weapon, but for imitation firearms used as props in music videos. Not a single bullet could ever leave those plastic barrels. Yet this government used a 15-year sledgehammer to crush a creative professional who posed no threat to public safety. A prominent defense attorney recently lamented the sheer absurdity of this regime by revealing that the state actually wasted time and precious resources conducting ballistic tests on a cardboard cutout of a gun. Cardboard, Madam Speaker. Under this government, a cardboard cutout is being taken to a government lab to test if it can fire a bullet. Government forensic experts are performing ballistics. Emotional damage.
Embarrassing. We need some milk.
Madam Speaker, this Parliament must act without delay. We must urgently amend this law to restore full, unrestricted sentencing discretion to our judges. And we must make these amendments retroactive, so those currently suffering under this legislative failure can have their sentences reviewed. Madam Speaker, if we needed any further proof that the administration of firearms in this country is broken from the top down, we need look no further than the Integrity Commission's own Report 37 of 2026. That report tabled yesterday found that the Firearm Licensing Authority, under the watch of its Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Shane Dallin, presided over a vault where ammunition belonging to private citizens went.
Breaking news, Jamaica, breaking news. Honestly, me stop this, we must know it's serious. Antigua to publish white paper on relocation of third country deportees. Mighty God, make we listen to this.
July 2nd, 2026. Antigua to publish white paper on relocation of third country deportees from U.S. Updated 4 hours ago. St. John's, Antigua, CMC, the Antigua and Barbuda government says it will publish a white paper on proposals regarding third country nationals being relocated to the island from the United States. The Gaston Brown administration said that the white paper sets out the background to the discussions, the issues involved for Antigua and Barbuda, the government's assessment of the proposals received. and the principles and conditions under which any cooperation could responsibly be considered. The government has determined that the matter engages important questions of sovereignty, legal responsibility, public finance, national security, social stability, and Antigua and Barbuda's international obligations. It has therefore concluded that the issue should be addressed in a clear, orderly, and transparent manner. The government said that the white paper explains that Antigua and Barbuda has approached the matter in a spirit of friendship and cooperation, while making clear that, as a small state with limited resources and limited absorptive capacity, it cannot responsibly accept open-ended obligations involving persons who are not its nationals and whose removal is sought by another country. The government further said that the white paper will be laid before Parliament for debate at a special session to be convened for that purpose during the week of July 13th, adding, "This will afford members of Parliament the opportunity to consider the matter fully and to express their views on an issue of national importance." In taking this step, the government reaffirms its commitment to transparency, accountability, and informed national discussion. Parliamentary consideration will ensure that Antigua and Barbuda's position is examined in the nation's highest representative forum. Last month, the Antigua and Barbuda cabinet endorsed the recommendations and negotiating position outlined by Prime Minister Brown regarding ongoing discussions with Washington on accepting a limited number of non-criminal third country nationals and refugees. In supporting the Prime Minister's position, the cabinet noted the long-standing and mutually beneficial relationship between the two countries, adding that the United States remains one of the country's most important strategic partners, with cooperation spanning trade, investment, tourism, security, education, and development assistance. A statement issued after the cabinet meeting said Brown had informed ministers that negotiations with United States officials had resumed following the submission of Antigua and Barbuda's counterproposals and that constructive dialogue continues between the two countries. The statement quoted Brown as emphasizing that the government must retain the sovereign right to determine who may enter and reside within the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, this particular article, it literally exposes the government. I'm talking about literally. Let's read that again. Let us read that again, ladies and gentlemen. Lord have mercy. Breaking news. Breaking news. Wow, man, this is crazy. Antigua published this. Like and share the video, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news, breaking news.
Antigua to publish white paper on relocation of third country deportees from U.S. Update. St. John's, Antigua, CMC. The Antigua and Barbuda government says it will publish a white paper on proposals regarding third country nationals being relocated to the island from the United States. The Gaston Brown administration said that the white paper sets out the background to the discussions, the issues involved for Antigua and Barbuda, the government's assessment of the proposals received, and the principles and conditions under which any cooperation could responsibly be considered. The government has determined that the matter engages important questions of sovereignty, legal responsibility, public finance, national security, social stability, and Antigua and Barbuda's international obligations. It has therefore concluded that the issue should be addressed in a clear, orderly, and transparent manner. The government said that the white paper explains that Antigua and Barbuda has approached the matter in a spirit of friendship and cooperation, while making clear that, as a small state with limited resources and limited absorptive capacity, it cannot responsibly accept open-ended obligations involving persons who are not its nationals and whose removal is sought by another country. The government further said that the white paper will be laid before Parliament for debate at a special session to be convened for that purpose during the week of July 13th, adding, "This will afford members of Parliament the opportunity to consider the matter fully and to express their views on an issue of national importance." In taking this step, the government reaffirms its commitment to transparency, accountability, and informed national discussion. Parliamentary consideration will ensure that Antigua and Barbuda's position is examined in the nation's highest representative forum. Last month, the Antigua and Barbuda cabinet endorsed the recommendations and negotiating position outlined by Prime Minister Brown regarding ongoing discussions with Washington on accepting a limited number of non-criminal third country nationals and refugees. In supporting the Prime Minister's position, the cabinet noted the long-standing and mutually beneficial relationship between the two countries, adding that the United States remains one of the country's most important strategic partners, with cooperation spanning trade, investment, tourism, security, education, and development assistance. A statement issued after the cabinet meeting said Brown had informed ministers that negotiations with United States officials had resumed following the submission of Antigua and Barbuda's counterproposals and that constructive dialogue continues between the two countries. The statement quoted Brown as emphasizing that the government must retain the sovereign right to determine who may enter and reside within the country.
You know, it's sad, that we don't have leaders like this running the country presently. Did you guys listen to that very carefully and realize how important the relationship between Antigua and Barbuda and the USA is? But even so, the sovereignty of the country is what took precedence, and the capacity of the country to take on these nationals. And the man them say, listen, we can't do it, We can't do it. But here is Andrew Holness government taking on this thing, right? 100%. And when people out here asking critical questions, them acting as if something is wrong with us, ladies and gentlemen. The devil is a liar. The devil is an absolute liar. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. Mighty God. People, when you hear them something there, I tell you, boy. I tell you.
Missing.
Embarrassing.
A Commission's own report 37 of 2026. That report tabled yesterday found that the Firearm Licensing Authority, under the watch of its Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Shane Dallin, presided over a vault where ammunition belonging to private citizens went missing. A computer system that was deliberately manipulated to destroy the livelihood of a licensed dealer using the identity of a and the server whose catastrophic failure conveniently erased the very evidence that would have identified who gave the order. Madam Speaker, a man who runs an authority where the dead are used to falsify records, where vault doors cannot account for what is inside them, and where evidence disappears without consequence, has no business holding public office. The People's National Party therefore calls unequivocally and without reservation for Mr. Shane Dallin to resign immediately. The People's National Party therefore calls unequivocally and without reservation for Mr. Shane Dallin to tender his immediate resignation. The people of Jamaica deserve leadership that upholds the law, not leadership that the Integrity Commission itself has found wanting. Madam Justice, Madam Speaker, the people need justice. But Madam Speaker, justice is not about a sentence handed down in a courtroom. Justice is a lived experience. This administration likes to paint a beautiful picture of justice, but my job today is not to admire the paintwork. it is to open the hood and examine the engine. The engine of justice is making a rattling sound sparked by an alarming rise in police fatal killings. And let me be very, very clear. I will forever defend the police's right to defend themselves when faced with deadly force from criminal elements. But the latest Indicom data shows that 133 persons have already been shot and killed by members of the security forces since the start of this year alone. Madam Speaker, the engine of justice is rattling. This rattling requires us to confront the dangerous rhetoric coming from the very top of our justice system. Instead of demanding accountability, the Minister of Justice recently responded to these tragedies by declaring that the law allows police to use reasonable force, including deadly force, to stop a fleeing suspect. To tell a grieving, terrified nation that running away gives the state a legal right to execute you on the streets is a grave mistake. The engines of justice demand protection of the right to due process. The engines of justice demand a fair trial. The engines of justice demand the presumption of innocence. Running away must never become an automatic death sentence. Nor can we allow the ministry to rewrite the law to justify street-side executions. Madam Speaker, equally troubling is the police commissioner's dismissive response. Madam Speaker, might I have your protection? Madam Speaker, equally troubling is the police commissioner's dismissive response, defending police failures as being viewed through the lens of hindsight. But when lives are lost, evaluating police actions is not an exercise in hindsight. It is a demand for foresight. It is a demand for training. It is a demand for the use of body-worn cameras, and it is a demand for basic human rights. When the police commissioner, in the wake of public outcry, tells rank-and-file officers not to become paralyzed by criticism, he is building a wall of institutional arrogance. He is telling his men that they are above the law, above the people, above accountability.
You, just you, building your app on Base 44.
Madam Speaker, the people need justice. Following the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, our people were promised relief. Donors sacrificed and gave generously to help families rebuild. Over 1.44 billion in cash donations poured into government hands. Yet according to the Auditor General's report, this administration only spent a measly, insulting 1.8% of those funds. While many Jamaicans are still sleeping under tarpaulins, while schools remain damaged, while small business owners are struggling to rebuild, millions of dollars sit idle in government hands. Only 1.8% has trickled down to poor Jamaicans who lost everything. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister refused to admit his failure by stating that they wanted to get the perishables out first. Is this a confession, Madam Speaker? Is this a confession that this government does not know how to multitask?
Emotional damage.
What Minister's explanation for unused relief monies from Beryl 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, the people need justice. I turn very quickly to the $1 billion solidarity program that was announced to rescue our Jamaican people. Yet, the Ministry of Labour just issued a press release claiming that $533 million was returned to the consolidated fund. They tell us that nobody pocketed the money. They tell us that returning $533 million to the consolidated fund was simply a legal requirement under standard financial regulations because the fiscal year ended. In other words, Madam Speaker, the ministry's best excuse is literally, we didn't steal it. We were just too slow to spend it. But Madam Speaker, to the grandmother in my constituency who went to bed hungry last night, waiting for that $20,000 grant that the government promised, this rebuttal is a distinction without a difference. Whether it is called pocketing, reallocating, or returning to the consolidated fund, the bottom line is that the money did not reach the people, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, when 75% of the persons targeted to benefit from that $20,000 grant did not get access to those funds, that is not justice. That is the government acting as both the giver and the ultimate taker, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, justice means different things for different people. Justice is a smooth road for the people of northeastern St. Elizabeth who just want to reach home safely. Neglected roads are not just an inconvenience, they are a denial of justice. The continued neglect of our critical crossings is unacceptable. Windsor Bridge is on the verge of collapse and Grosman Bridge is a ticking time bomb. This is not just a failure of engineering. This is a failure of infrastructural justice. The urgent repair of these bridges is a matter of life and death, and the people of northeastern St. Elizabeth need justice. The absolute peak of injustice, the ultimate betrayal of public trust, is the scandalous execution of the Spark program in northeastern St. Elizabeth. The former Member of Parliament handpicked 10 roads for repair. All 10 roads were picked from one single division, and it happens to be the one JLP controlled division. Meanwhile, the three PNP controlled divisions have been complete.
Attack them top our speech. What am I do? Hey, when nobody ramp with Zulita just today, we not gonna face them flames. We want justice. Justice we want.
The three PNP-controlled divisions in northeastern St. Elizabeth have been completely left off the Spark program. Not one single road was selected from the Braze River Division. Not one single road was selected from Silo Division. Not one single road was selected from Balaclava Division. Not one. The three divisions represented by the People's National Party have been completely starved of resources on the Spark. They have received 0 road allocations on the Spark. This is not justice. This is political victimization. This is the weaponization of public funds. This is the weaponization of It is corrupt, it is malicious, it is a dangerous denial of justice to the thousands of people in northeastern St. Elizabeth, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, we envision a justice system where if you run in fear from a system that terrorizes you, you are not executed on the streets. We see at Jamaica where top-paying jobs in multi-billion-dollar state agencies are distributed by merit and not by DNA. True justice cannot exist when the hiring process somehow conveniently narrows down to a branch on the family tree. Justice belongs equally to the farmer in Monique, the vendor in Santa Cruz, the fisherman in Black River, and the child growing up in every district across this country. Under the leadership of Mark Golding, that is the Jamaica we seek to build, and that is the fight we will wage from the halls of this parliament to the streets. Madam Speaker, even the late great Bustamante would agree that this administration is not practicing equal rights and justice. I rest my case.
Yes, see how they fast to turn off the mic. Wanna see how they fast to turn off the mic? Because they know Madam Speaker, look how they fast to turn off the mic. Big up Sulita Jess. Burn a fire upon them. Spirit of Mama Portia.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from St. Elizabeth Northeastern for presenting. You are okay to go, Miss Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and feeling certain that I will not be treated as liberally with time as the Minister of Local Government. Let me move quickly to thank my leader and colleagues, family and friends, personal support team, councillors and constituency executive, and last but not least, the proud citizens of Southern Manchester who allow me to stand here today. I rise today to address a portfolio that goes to the very heart of Jamaica's economic future, yet one that receives far less attention than it deserves. In budget and sectoral debates, in corporate boardrooms and public policy discussions, we regularly hear the words productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness invoked as though they are interchangeable concepts. For clarity, let me define what each means today for the purposes of my presentation. Productivity is the rate at which an economy converts labor, capital, technology, and knowledge into output. Efficiency refers to the extent to which waste is eliminated from that process. And competitiveness is the ability of firms, industries, and countries to succeed against rivals in attracting investment, creating jobs, and winning export markets. Jamaica's central economic challenge today is no longer macroeconomic stability. Through years of sacrifice by taxpayers, public sector workers, pensioners, and businesses, Jamaica succeeded in restoring a measure of fiscal discipline and financial stability. Debt to GDP ratios have fallen significantly. Inflation has, generally speaking, remained within the target range. International reserves have strengthened. These achievements were important and necessary. That's why the PNP administration, led by the most Honorable Portia Simpson-Miller, started the process of economic reform. And we did most of the heavy lifting in achieving the successes of the last 14 years. But stability was never intended to be the destination. It was the foundation upon which growth productivity, and the elusive prosperity could be built. Unfortunately, that transformation has not occurred. If you look at the chart on the screen, it's real GDP growth since 1980. Jamaica's long-term economic growth remains among the weakest in the developing world. Real GDP growth has averaged approximately 1% per annum over several decades. Labor productivity has declined. Foreign direct investment inflows have fallen sharply from their previous highs. Gross fixed capital formation has weakened. Real wages remain under pressure. For too many of our brightest and best, for too long, too many of our brightest and best have had to leave our shores in search of opportunities elsewhere. In short, we have stabilized the economy without transforming it. The IMF, the World Bank, and the OECD have all reached broadly similar conclusions regarding the drivers of sustained economic growth. Countries that prosper over long periods do so because they continuously improve productivity, strengthen institutions, invest in human capital, encourage innovation, and create an environment in which businesses can compete and grow. Countries that fail to improve productivity eventually encounter a ceiling beyond which growth becomes difficult. Wages stagnate and economic opportunities diminish. That is precisely where Jamaica is today. My colleague MP from Manchester, Minister Marks, in her sectoral presentation, cited increased numbers of online transactions, electronic payments, and digital government services as evidence of progress. And while these developments are welcome, I would say, Minister, activity should not be confused with productivity. Yes. Many Jamaican businesses continue to encounter duplicated reporting requirements, fragmented government systems, and lengthy approval processes. Only last week, we heard that more than 70% of transactions in Jamaica are still cash-based, something you would appreciate. Jamdex adoption, Jamdex, the central bank digital currency, Jamdex adoption remains negligible despite significant effort by Bank of Jamaica. Interbank payment systems continue to operate within constraints that reflected all manual processing days at banks. The BOJ's RTGS, which stands for real-time gross settlement, operates from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., 25% of the day. Automated clearinghouse, which is the bank clearing system, is still next day payment. This is not appropriate for the needs of a modern 24/7 economy. So my point is straightforward. Technology is an enabler, not a substitute for reform. Moving bureaucracy from a counter to a screen is still bureaucracy. It's just digital bureaucracy. Productivity gains arise when processes are fundamentally redesigned. Responsibilities are clarified. Duplication is eliminated and institutions become more responsive. Technology can facilitate that transformation, but it cannot replace it. If there's one statistic that should concern every member of this House, it is the performance of Jamaica's labor productivity over the last quarter century. That blue line that's trending from left to right and goes almost to the horizontal axis is Jamaica's labor productivity measured by real GDP per worker over the last 25 years. An entire generation has grown up in an environment of declining productivity. During the same period, labor productivity in the United States increased by approximately 50%.
Think big. Charge fast. Polynovel MBS 240, the all-in-one mobile
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy has won once again. The FLA report was tabled moments ago in Parliament. The long submitted Integrity Commission report into alleged corruption and irregularities at the Firearm License Authority, FLA, was tabled in Parliament moments ago. It's expected to be released to the media shortly. The report, formally titled Investigation into Alleged Allegations of Corruption, Abuse of Office, and Other Acts of Impropriety at the Firearm License Authority, has been submitted to Parliament proceeding officers on March 30th, but remain untabled amid legal proceedings brought by FLA. Last Friday, the Supreme Court dismissed an application by the FLA seeking disclosure of the unpublished report. Parliament had previously said it would not be released. They would not release the document until the FLA court case against the IC was resolved. The FLA is challenging the Integrity Commission investigative process in court. The issue was brought to light in the Sunday Greener reported May 17th. Integrity Commission report, FLA tabled into Parliament. Jamaica, this is a win for democracy. This is a win for democracy. You heard what I said? This is a win for democracy, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say big up to the Integrity Commission. They like the People's National Party. They don't lose cases in court. And I'm going to tell you why. Because they follow the law, ladies and gentlemen. They follow the law. They know the law. They observe the law. Unlike some people we know on the other side of the aisle that continuously violates the law, violates the highest laws of the land. Alright? So breaking news, my people. The FLA report has been tabled. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Democracy has won. And I want to say this. All of you out there that don't realize the power of the man called Mark Golding when it comes to the legalities of things. You better start put some respect for Mark Golding name. Due process, ladies and gentlemen. Due process. Barking and shouting and blocking the road is not always the way. There's a time and a place for everything. Big up Marky G. One Mark Golding, never two. And I have no apology because you see, a lot of you guys out there, man, you guys, you guys really don't rate Mark Golding, and I tell you, man, you guys don't respect the man. A lot of you guys out there, you say that you're comrades, but I'm going to tell you right now, you're not comrades at all. And I have no apology for that man who want to vex, and who want to bust, them can bust. Yeah, man? Yes, Bolo TBV said that. I'm calling you out. You guys must know the quality that your leader is, Mr. Mark Jefferson Golding. You understand? You see what he did? He went and he got legal advice. Pressure them put on the JLP, Pressure them put on the JLP. And then we did our job as well. Because mainstream media was the sellout them. They never want to talk. They never want to have the conversation. The sellout them. Yes, the sellouts. Queen Candy, big up yourself. Like and share the video, ladies and gentlemen. Don't keep it to yourself. Breaking news. The FLA report has been tabled. Big up Mark Jefferson Golden. One Marky G, never two. One. Just one and never two. Say it with me. One Marky G. Big up Marky G. You know, if you just do the right thing. Oh my God, what is that? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. I really do hope that now, persons appreciate more the quality leadership that we have in the People's National Party, and stop going around acting as if you guys know all the processes of everything. You understand? One Marky G. Yes. I need that. So, we'll go into the details of the report at some juncture. I'm sure it's gonna be juicy. Hey, I wonder if we can get the report now. Let's see if we can get the report now. I'm gonna link some people. Hold on there. Right, listen to this.
First phase of 16% public transport fare increase takes effect today. Updated 7 hours ago, 1 minute read. Public transport fares begin rising today, with the first 8% of a planned 16% increase in public passenger vehicle (PPV) fares taking effect under a phased implementation, says Transport Minister Daryl Vaz. The remaining 8% increase will be applied in July. The increase, long sought by PPV operators, has been outstanding since April 2024. Vaz announced Tuesday that Cabinet approved the adjustment following discussions with stakeholders in the transport sector. The government has decided to pursue a phased implementation of the increase based on consideration for the inflationary impact a full implementation of the 16% would have had in June, he said. He noted that the arrangement seeks to balance the financial pressures facing PPV operators with the need to minimize the immediate impact on commuters. PPV operators have been lobbying for a fare increase for months, citing higher fuel prices, increased maintenance costs, and other operational challenges affecting the sector.
All right, so as far as me understand, there's going to be an 8% increase on the taxi fare, right? Currently, in most places, like $150 for short distance, right? So when you multiply 1.5% by 8, well, 1.5 by 8, because that would be 1% of $150. So multiply 1.5 by 8, you get $12. Add that to the 150. Of course, that's $162. So $162 on your fare, ladies and gentlemen. If you think this increase is not significant, I want you to check it out over time. And say the driver then probably gonna put you at 170. You understand? Or 165. I'm gonna think they might give about the $5. So let us leave it at 160 for now, ladies and gentlemen. It depends on how much time you have to travel on a daily. This is just for the shortest fare. Other fares, obviously, the increase would amount to more in terms of the final figure, but you guys get the gist. Yes, $3,000. It's a 150, 10 trips. That will be 10 trips. 150, 10, 20 trips. That 20 trips now would cost you $3,220. That costs you some money. That add. Plus gas prices. I mean, you already have more bills of add on 8%. And this is for the consumer, then persons will have to take taxi. It's gonna be more difficult for you, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? It is what it is. Well, let us hear what Mr. Michael Phillips has to say, man, about this particular move. Of course, we are here to learn, aren't we? Let's read.
June 2nd, 2026. Opposition blasts unusual implementation of public transport fare increase. Opposition spokesman on transport, Michael Phillips, says the government is resorting to gimmicks in the way it is implementing public transport fare increases, arguing that the approach is unusual and exposes absence of a transport policy. He was reacting to Transport Minister Daryl Vaza's announcement Tuesday of the phased implementation of a 16% hike in fares for public passenger vehicle, PPV, operators, following Cabinet's approval. The first 8% took effect today, with the remaining 8% to be applied in July. Phillips described the move as highly unusual and extremely disrespectful to commuters who depend on public transport daily. How does the government implement a new fare without notice to public passengers? The opposition spokesman questioned in a statement. He also questioned the timing of notification to the Transport Authority and publication of a revised fare table. Without a transport policy, the government was writing the script as it went along, resulting in commuters, including children, being asked to pay one fare to go to work and school and a higher fare to return home, Phillips' statement said. The opposition spokesman referenced proposals he made during his recent sectoral presentation, in which he suggested that responsibility for fare setting be assigned to the Office of Utilities Regulation. He said he intends to seek legal advice on what he described as an unusual implementation strategy by the government. Phillips also raised
emotional damage.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
No, man. If somebody tell me say People's National Party now works wrong, the man I go seek legal advice. If one of the things say Mr. Phillips has strong on a boy, the People's National Party I turn it up, man. I would love to hear how the legal advice going on, because Daryl Vaz is somebody when all the good antecedents and when I really know. You know, say he's a man who just do things film way. You understand? And and he will do it again because he feel like setting a fee himself. But when it comes to the law, he's not a guy who really observe the law as an MP. You understand? We see the Auditor General report and you see him a buck shuffle and go and say he no want to admit say he was wrong. Right? So them have a you know what I mean? Them have a thing about them how them operate. Not true Jamaica? Yes. I saw them stay. Let's continue.
Think big. Charge fast. Polynovel MBS 240, the all-in-one mobile battery system for commercial storage and emergency charging. Inside, 3 14-Ali-Fe PO4 battery cells, 768-volt nominal voltage, and 241 kilowatt-hours of usable capacity. It's not just storage, it's a 120 kilowatts rapid charging hub. Delivers both DC and AC output power simultaneously. Flexible multi-source recharging from the grid, an EV charger, or directly from solar through the built-in 50 kilowatts MPPT. Intelligent EMS offers real-time monitoring and control, giving you full visibility and optimization, not guesswork. Rated IP54 for the enclosure and IP67 for connectors. Works from -30 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. A built-in 3 kilowatts air conditioner with heating keeps battery temperature uniform, reducing annual capacity degradation. Need seamless backup? The 300 kilovolt amp STS handles automatic switching in a blink. Put it to work: mobile EV charging hubs, construction sites, grid peak shaving, and off-grid solar storage with rapid discharge. All this in a compact footprint under 2.5 tons. MBS 240. Power your business. Future-proof your energy. Visit polinovelbest.com for more details.
Introducing Clip B. Whatever you can picture, you can generate. Want something wild like a man closes his laptop and transforms into Iron Man? I mean, forget even watching it.
Phillips also raised concerns about the mechanics of the current increase, arguing that without a published fare table, it appeared the government was leaving individual operators to calculate the 16% adjustment across both phases on their own. He said the government must clearly state the new approved fares to be charged to avoid further confusion and exploitation.
No man, that's one good argument. Forever riches. All, how you doing, Julian? All jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, because this government is a joke, you know. How you doing, Julian? How you doing? All jokes aside, this government is an absolute joke, right? Because you should put out the actual amount, because I just calculated it. It said, 162. But the driver them, the man might come and say, 165 fee fare, I'm general 117. Man, it'll be about 62. So the man want to look for fare increase. So they should have come out and tell us in detail. This is the amount, and also his argument about the Office of Utilities regulation needs to be the one that actually raises the fare. I think that's a solid argument as well. What you guys think? Let's continue.
Exploitation. He further described the two-step increase as pure gimmickry, adding that staggered or crawling fare adjustments only deepen hardship for commuters while failing to provide clarity or stability for operators. Phillips is also questioning whether the government conducted a proper impact assessment on the increase, particularly its effect on travel costs in both the Kingston Metropolitan Transport Region, KMTR, and rural Jamaica. He said such an assessment should have been central to any decision affecting transportation costs, given the direct impact on the cost of living. Phillips maintains that the approach signals poor planning and urges the government to immediately publish a clear fare structure and provide full transparency on the implementation process.
Me like it. Me like it, Jamaica. I like it. I like that. I like that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next topic, man. We have an article here that I want to explore. It says Michael Abrams trying to make sense out of nonsense. Let's read. Let's read, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to make sense out of nonsense.
Commentary June 2nd, 2026. Michael Abrams trying to make sense out of nonsense. Updated 14 hours ago, 4-minute read. Make it make sense. A real-time audit conducted by Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis, published on May 12th, revealed that up to April 2nd, over 5 months after Hurricane Melissa, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, had disbursed only $26.2 million, or 1.8%, of the $1.44 billion in cash donations for hurricane victims. It was also disclosed that the balances included over $154 million in unspent donations collected in response to Hurricane Beryl, which primarily impacted the southern belt of the island on July 3, 2024. The revelation has sparked widespread concern and indignation among Jamaicans. To many, the meager share of funds allocated to hurricane victims is indefensible. Nevertheless, during Labor Day remarks at the Lewistown Early Childhood Institution in St. Elizabeth last week, Prime Minister Andrew Holness defended the unspent funds and rubbished criticism, asserting that sometimes you have things that are common sense and things that are common nonsense. I find the Prime Minister's comments to be dismissive, lacking in empathy, disingenuous, and insulting to Jamaicans. He asserted that the audit did not say the materials were stolen.
Can I tell you how I absolutely agree with this? It lacked empathy, disingenuous, insulting to Jamaicans. It was dismissive, as if the concerns were not valid. You understand? But this is the posture of the Jamaica Labour Party, because they have a dictatorial mentality. Alright? Whatever we say, believe it. Do not question it. Do not critique it. They talk about that, how they doing mix. They talk about they like being critiqued. Ladies and gentlemen, the devil is a liar. There's nothing, the kryptonite of the Jamaica Labour Party is to critique them. As soon as you do, and you don't agree, like ocean-wide, right? You become public enemy number one in their circle. You understand? As a government, you become bad mind. All of these nonsense that they come out and speak. Well, let's continue.
Stolen, but that there was. I find the Prime Minister's comments to be dismissive, lacking in empathy, disingenuous, and insulting to Jamaicans. He asserted that the audit did not say the materials were stolen, but that there was an administrative accounting failure, and maintained that the government wasn't being inefficient, but was being very strategic and very efficient. However, the audit revealed that the issues were way more serious than accounting failures and that the government was far from being efficient or strategic. It unearthed a slew of deficiencies, improprieties, and irregularities, including weaknesses in financial management, governance, program accountability, transparency, and oversight. Inadequate controls over donations processed through a financial services institution, including the absence of a formal agreement for retained funds and incomplete reconciliation, were also highlighted. Regarding the ROOFs program, the audit identified gaps in supplier due diligence, delivery verification, payment support, and completion documentation. Non-compliance with the Disaster Risk Management Act was also mentioned. The report found that ODPEM did not present information on the total amounts collected or the planned expenditure strategy for Hurricane Beryl, while stating that donation funds collected for disaster response are expected to be used promptly and transparently, in accordance with established expenditure plans and donor intent. So much for efficiency and strategy. Discover more. Comic strip access. Sports news service. The Prime Minister argued that the problem was the logistics and the process to identify people to make sure that it's the needy that get it and not the greedy. However, it should not take over 5 months to identify people in genuine need. Such a delay indicates incompetence, ineptitude, or indifference, none of which is acceptable. Investigators need only visit.
Listen to me, man. Shout out to Mr. Abrams, right? It doesn't take 5 months, ladies and gentlemen. And Nara is not the answer. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. As a matter of fact, I found a clip, man. I found a clip, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yes. Listen to this clip, and then we go back to the actual thing, right?
Between the donated money and the money that's firstly, what is the procurement procedure as it relates to money for hurricane relief, and what's the difference between the donated money and the money that's already been spent by the government?
Those donated funds, however, have to be treated in the way that tax revenues are treated, any grants received by government is treated, and any proceed of sales of government assets are treated. So in other words, though there are funds donated by Jamaicans like myself and yourselves, or indeed our brothers and sisters in the diaspora and friends of Jamaica, because remember now, not only Jamaicans contributed to our fund in terms of donations, friends of Jamaica, people who mean us well and just rate with things in. So all those people poured into us, and we're delighted at that. But those funds, from a procedural standpoint and a public accounting standpoint, now have to be taken into Jamaica's coffers and be treated in manners that are prescribed, for example, by our Financial Administration and Audit Act and the financial instructions which accompany that. Though they are donated funds, when they come to us, we have to be able to account for it in keeping with the procedures that we have. And one of the procedures that we have in Jamaica are the financial instructions, which mean that the Ministry of Finance have to provide authorization to ODPEM, because ODPEM is the entity that manages our National Disaster Fund in this instance. And there
only hear him choke a while ago. Where is ODPEM? In the office of the Prime Minister. So if they need authorization, what is the damn hold up? Let's continue.
Therefore, OTPEM would have to get those resources either in what is called their estimates of expenditure or in their supplemental estimates of expenditure as what is called appropriation in aid. One of the determinations that was made by the government at the very outset was to ensure that separate and apart from the bureaucratic process involved in onboarding the donated funds, we were determined to use these donated funds.
Listen to me. Onboarding the donated funds. Are some black and cement? Jamaica, when I hear this, this makes sense. Where must say? It takes 5 months to onboard it and put it in the place where it's supposed to go. I want to say this to the people that donated to the government. Don't donate to them again. If you don't want people that got hurt by a hurricane in Jamaica to get relief in a timely manner, send it to the People's National Party. You see how them get for their money and just work. It's called political will. It's called actually caring for the people. Okay? So next time, when you not send money, God forbid one storm with this season coming up, please send the money to the People's National Party. Yes, man. Because all of their stuff is accounted for. You know? There's nothing that they can say, oh, they actually added more money to it. If you really send the $1.44 billion to the People's National Party, Jamaica, I guarantee all the people all around the world, I guarantee you accountability. Them no run joke. You understand? Let's continue.
On very tangible and demonstrably evident things. In other words, things that we can point to and indicate to the Jamaican people in an assuring way that this is what we use the donated funds to do. So we determined that we were going to dedicate the donated resources primarily to such things as repairing of people's roof and the provision of houses. And as an administration, I'm happy to report that we are now in the process of implementation as it relates to the use of, we're in the implementation phase as it relates to the use of the donated funds. First.
So ladies and gentlemen, it took them 7 months to go into the implementation process of using those funds for people. So those persons that needed a roof and building material, they have been roofless if they were waiting on the Jamaica Labour Party and the government to help them. They have been roofless for 7 months. And that is strategic. That is adequate. That is efficient. The devil is a liar. Let's go back to the article, ladies and gentlemen. Mighty God. You cannot make this up.
Hi guys, it's Selena from Star Glamping Tent. Our glamping dome tent has an eye-catching and elegant look.
Visit the affected communities to determine such a delay indicates incompetence, ineptitude, or indifference, none of which is acceptable. Investigators need only visit the affected communities to determine, as a starting point, who has been rendered homeless. Many are living under tarpaulins and in makeshift shelters, exposed to the elements and vulnerable to theft, as well as physical and sexual assault. While tarpaulins come in various colors, they are most commonly bright blue and are almost impossible to overlook. Anyone sleeping beneath a tarpaulin is clearly in need and should be readily identifiable as a priority recipient of assistance. The delay is scandalous. When the government is determined to fast-track a matter, it does. For instance, at the same event, Dr. Holness referenced the Jamaica Public Service, JPS, loan, which was approved by the Cabinet in November 2025 and signed off the following month, and boasted that it enabled Jamaicans to have got back electricity faster than ever before in the history of restoration after any disaster in Jamaica. More recently, the NARA Act, National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act, moved from initial tabling to royal assent in just over 2 months. The Prime Minister also announced that a portion of the Hurricane Melissa donations will be used to restock the Jamaica Defense Force, JDF, and ODPEM, both entities operating under the Office of the Prime Minister, OPM, with building materials. But why? Donors contributed those funds in good faith to assist hurricane victims in the immediate aftermath of the disaster, not to restock government inventories. It gets worse. Last week, it was revealed that of the $1
I have to pause here because that point that they just made is very important. Donors contributed those funds in good faith to assist hurricane victims in the immediate aftermath. In the immediate aftermath, ladies and gentlemen, of the disaster, not to restock government inventories. And that's exactly what they're doing with the money, giving some to JDF and ADPEM. Right? That's what they came out and said, they're giving it to you say, Jamaica, election, government and leadership, there's consequences to those actions that you take when you go to the polls. You guys better start taking your vote very seriously, because all of you that didn't vote, although I understand where some of you are coming from, right? All of you that didn't vote, you are facing it too. Governance matters. Good leadership and good governance matters, ladies and gentlemen. Is it that there's a lot of Liberites watching me on BOLO VNR clips? Only 7 people hit the like button and so much I want to watch me. Can you please hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen? If you are a supporter of the platform, right? Please show it by hitting the like button. Yeah, man, it's very much appreciated. Yeah, very much appreciated. Don't be a monitoring spirit, ladies and gentlemen. The like button is right there for those on BOLO VNR clips. Don't be a monitoring spirit. Contribute to the success of the platform by hitting the like button. The people on TikTok, can we get to 50,000 taps? Can we get to 50,000 taps? Please, yeah, man. Can we get 20 more people to hit the like button over here, so please? Right here at the top of the screen, you see a thumbs up symbol. Yeah, man, you just press that symbol and it gets us there. I'll be checking back in 2 minutes. Well, let's continue with the article, ladies and gentlemen.
$1 billion allocated to the government's Solidarity Program. It gets worse. Last week, it was revealed that of the $1 billion allocated to the government's Solidarity Program, the majority, 53% or $533,000, was not dispersed, but instead returned for debt reduction to the Consolidated Fund because the financial year expired before it could be spent. The program was launched in June 2025 to provide a one-time grant of $20,000 to 50,000 needy individuals, including the elderly, disabled, and other vulnerable persons. After Hurricane Melissa, the number of needy and vulnerable Jamaicans would have increased significantly. Why then was less than half of the money used? In the wake of Hurricane Melissa, calls for broader oversight of hurricane relief committees and real-time disclosure of donation receipts were ignored. When more oversight is requested for the NARA bill, the Prime Minister dismisses those asking for it. Now, an Auditor General's report reveals multiple irregularities in the management of relief funds. These developments raise serious concerns about transparency, stewardship, and accountability. They also reinforce skepticism towards the government and risk discouraging future charitable giving to victims of natural disasters in Jamaica. At least 45 deaths were attributed to Hurricane Melissa.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I was somebody that donated, I would not send money to the government again. Why? I sent it for persons that immediately need the relief. So immediately give them, that money should be spent. There should be no, we're going to spend the money here and then put back the money there so we can restock there. No. Those types of practices are not, the need far outweighs what was spent in the first place. So there should be no need or decision made to actually do what they had done, ladies and gentlemen, while people are living under tarpaulin or under the sky. Children, women, elderly men. Yo, them man ain't ready, bitch. Them man ain't ready.
Melissa. In addition, at least 45 deaths were attributed to Hurricane Melissa. In addition, 1.5 to 1.6 million people, more than half the national population, were affected, and approximately 279,000 Jamaicans, representing over 90,000 households, were displaced from their homes. More than 100,000 housing structures were reportedly damaged, with approximately 24,000 homes completely destroyed. Today, there are many who remain homeless and are suffering, destitute, and in need. However, despite the plight of these people, between the unspent donations from Hurricanes Beryl and Melissa and the unused Solidarity Program funds, close to $2 billion intended for vulnerable Jamaicans remains under government control as another hurricane season begins. You cannot make it make sense because it is nonsense. Michael Abrahams is
a perfect conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, to that particular article. You cannot make it make sense because it's nonsense. And that's exactly right. Absolute nonsense. I want to big up Donna with the kind of building. I see you. Big up Devon. Big up Joanne. Alright. Big up everybody on the live. Yeah, man. Bless up on yourself and bless up the live by hitting the like button and sharing with 5 or 10 people, letting them know that we are here. Let me know what you guys think about that and more, ladies and gentlemen. Alright.
28 days, 7 minutes a day, 25 pounds. Tai Chi did what the gym.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. I appreciate the love and the support. Jamaica, I saw several reports that the United States Nimitz warship is in our port of Kingston. And it is such an eyesore downtown to see this hell and all of a thing. And the laborites are rejoicing. The big old Trojan horse them roll coming to Jamaica, you know. And she say, this can never be something good. Oh, you know, realize you want, for those of us who would have read the story in the Alibaba book, grade 5, I never forgot that book, the Alibaba and the 40 Thieves book in a grade 5 when me read. One story in it named The Wooden Horse of Troy. Oh, you know, remember how they devour and running in the people in country. Nobody has said them are running in a Jamaica, you know, don't get me twisted, because I know the labor rights them done. So. Yes? But we all know the relationship with the United States and Cuba at this time. Persons are saying it has nothing to do with Cuba because Cuba already has a base for the Americans in their own country at Guantanamo Bay. But I personally find Jamaica that what they intimidate Cuba. Nobody is saying that the United States is invading Cuba, you know. But their actions suggest intimidation. And what the United States is doing, thanks to Kamala Prasad-Bissessar and Andrew Holness, has now joined the fold. What the United States is doing is trying to destabilize the Caribbean and the region on a whole by attaching itself to these independent countries, yeah, so that it can send shockwaves right across the region and further impact Cuba to make it seem as though Cuba has no friends. That is what I'm getting, you know, because then go down at Trinidad the other day and say, oh, it's just a Trinidad-America relationship. And now we are seeing them in Jamaica, 2 of the largest English-speaking islands in the region, Trinidad and what make they never go up a Mia Motley, go back. What make this ship never go anchor out of Barbados in a Myanmar monthly? Remember they asked Grenada Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister, that they want to come anchor in a Grenada. Remember they set out to anchor in Barbados. They weren't successful. And what America do? Start to implicate Barbados passport. Yes! They wanted to go in at the OECS, go tore it up. And because the OECS shut them down, what them do? They start to say Antigua passport have problem, Dominica passport, Barbados, they find a problem now, all because they never get what they want. So they find the Kunumunu now down at Trinidad, Kamla Posad. Whatever she done, they go sell out for her people, them, she get it. And so Jamaica, they are got the excuses that we need the protection from the United States because Venezuela is poised to invade and take the oil and whatever the case. Anyway, that is their excuse. What is the excuse of Jamaica to harbor this big everlasting warship in our waters? What is the significance of it coming here? And what was strange in Jamaica? Based on what the news is reporting, we heard about the coming of this ship, that it will anchor at Kingston Port on the 1st of June to the 5th of June. So for the whole week it got there in our waters. But when I look on social media, I saw persons like Daryl Vaz and Dana Morris Dixon already on the ship before it was in Jamaican waters. I wonder if the people them are focused on what I'm saying. Why is it that the Jamaican government could not wait to welcome this ship in its harbor? Why they have to take up themselves and go meet this ship days before it was called to our port? Something is not right here, Jamaica. Something not right. Yes, so I saw a photograph of Dana Morris Dixon and a video. And when I watched that video and Dana Morris Dixon a chat, and I observed the body language of Daryl Vaz, I said to myself, the coming of this ship is nothing good. Dana and Daryl were already on board that ship days before it is scheduled to anchor here in our port. Because I read it said to come here the 1st of June. But the video that I saw, Dana Dixon, I get grand tour, was about Friday or Saturday. So what could have propelled the Jamaican government? What was so urgent for them to go and meet this ship ahead of time? And why is it that the Minister of National Security, Horace Chang, didn't get the opportunity to be on that ship? Something is wrong. How Daryl get the authority to be first and fourth runner with Dana Dixon? We don't see the Foreign Affairs Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. These are foreign issues, Foreign minister supposed to be there to engage. So too national security. This is a warship. How Chang and Kamina wasn't in attendance, but we see Daryl Vaz and Dana Dixon. Something is not right. Something is not right to Jamaica. And so Jamaica, individuals within the Caribbean are beginning to speak out. Individuals are beginning to speak out, Jamaica. Right? Because when I look at how things are playing out under this government, CARICOM is not with Jamaica. CARICOM is not with Jamaica on some of these decisions that they make. Eh? I saw where one Caribbean CARICOM former Secretary General states that they see this warship in Jamaica's port as a tactic by the Donald Trump administration to intimidate Cuba. The Jamaica Labour Party on Monday welcomed its arrival in Kingston's port, calling it a symbol of the long-standing relationship between Jamaica and the United States. But this is nothing but a show of force, Jamaica. The CARICOM official rejects the goodwill tour explanation for the United States warship. CARICOM sees it as a warning shot for Cuba. You hear them as something, eh? Kimaya say, look how Cuba are going to send their missile over here like what Iran do to the EU. That's wishful thinking, Kemoy. But what I'm saying, Jamaica,
let me show you how we created this entire video in just a few clicks using ToonB. The moment you open ToonB, you'll notice something very different. There are no complicated timelines, no confusing editing tools, no steep learning curve. Because with ToonB, you don't...
CARICOM is saying that they have seen a list of activities that the Jamaica Labour Party plan to put on to entertain this big eyesore in our waters. And what CARICOM describe the visit of this ship, they are seeing these activities as pedestrian activities. They are saying which high-level soldier that is on a warship would come to Jamaica to paint school. Eh? I would call it a pedestrian activity, painting schools. Which high-level soldier does that? General Shipagwan Stardal. The coming of this ship to our port and nothing so. So when the government of Jamaica go and tell the people about, oh, it's because of the long-standing relationship between Jamaica and the United States. Not go so. It is all a cover-up. And the people then blinded by what is happening in our country. Eh? Totally blinded by what is happening in the country. But the question you need to ask yourself, where is Dr. Horace Chang? A warship, you know, and like it is a medical ship. If you come here, say, if I were a medical ship tough and out a long time, this is a warship that have to do with national security, and the national security minister Horace Chang is not there. Where is the nasty mouth woman from West Rural St. Andrew, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn? Now she had the state minister in the national security. Oh, she never opened the ship. What makes you not come use her athletic body and the Olympic experience and jump on board this ship here? Where the nasty mouth woman will say she is the state minister in the national security, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn? Where she there? She should have jumped up on this ship here a long time. Remember, she's very athletic, you know. In blue. Fendi fine one. Where the woman for West Rural St. Andrew? She should have depended the ship long time, because if Chang as the national security minister not available, why is it that she as the state minister not available? In Janelle laugh. Where them there? Tell them to come out, come antagonize Nikisha Burchell, then take pride in doing that. But things of national concern. But I am not surprised, you know, because I see him. So when we did go at the United Nations for our voice to be heard, we had shut off we mouth every day. And when the time come for us to take a stance and vote, Kamina Johnson was a no-show at the United Nations meeting. You know, remember? So all the chat we are chatting and chat off we mouth. When the time come for we open up we mouth and chat like a Cuthbert Flynn. Look all of the bad word them and the dirty things them she chat out of her mouth. And now she if it chat and make her presence felt in the ministry, she is a no-show. Where them there? Simone James, where them there? Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, tell her if you come out contact about Nikisha Burchell. Then take precedence in that. But when it come on to matters of national importance, their level of education take the back seat. We're talking about the Jamaica Labour Party. When it is time for them to come out Yeah, and show what they achieve at university for them and those who went. The education level take the back seat. But when it is time to curse and lift them frack over them head, yeah, the education come to the forefront. Come here, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. You know, I'm going to leave Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, you know, because the people them had a field time with her. I want to ask Horace Chang, how is it that he's not a part of the photo op? Were you invited to be on board the USS Nimitz? Are you the National Security Minister, you know, Chang? I mean, I think this a big old dirty warship you're coming off with waters. And you as National Security, you know, take the approach. Oh, I beg your pardon. I forget, say they have 1 week. So if you not go today, we go tomorrow. And if you not go tomorrow, we go the next day. Okay. I should have thumped myself in my back. In Island Reds, yes, man. Uncle George, remember we have it wrong, me Fred. Uncle George, we have it wrong a 5-day then ship there for. So if you not go yesterday or today, here we go tomorrow and the next day and then I beg your pardon. Yes. A 5-day at the ship though there for. So Horace Chang. Horace Chang have so more time to make his voice be heard. My Jamaican people, I want to hear from you, Jamaica. Want to think about this matter? Okay, for her to take up the parliament affairs and go into the courthouse, go try to trash out parliament affairs in the court. Make me sit down here so a little bit. Jamaica people, what Juliet Holness has done is to weaken the powers of our parliament. Parliament stands alone as the legislative body to making laws in this country. These laws are now sent to the court whenever there is a breach to act accordingly. You cannot interfere with the courts because there will be a breach and you will jeopardize, what is in before the court. So when I see the Jamaica Labour Party for 2 months send the FLA report to the court, what they are asking the court to do, is to grant them disclosure what is in the report. I'm going to repeat it again. What Juliet Holness and Tom Tavares Finson did was to send a matter that they are qualified to rule on, but they didn't rule on it. They send the matter to the court. You know the reason why they send the matter to the court? They wanted to trap the court. And once the court had given them what they asked for to disclose what is in that report, they would have caught the court, and whatever is in that report will never see the light of day because they would have had something on the court to say that the court have broke the law. Because Jamaica, a report sent to Parliament for tabling must send to Parliament for tabling. That is what the Integrity Commissions Act states. So for Juliet Holness and Tom Tavares to send the FLA report to the court seeking to get a disclosure, meaning they want the court to rule to make the findings of the FLA report open solely to the FLA so they can see what is in that report, I find that grossly incompetent. What me say? I found it grossly incompetent. Can you imagine, Jamaica? Can you imagine? The Jamaica Labour Party wanted to trap the court so they can say, "Hey, I catch them. Then break the law. And from them break the law, see they. This matter is now breached. So they cannot go further in tabling." But the court outsmart Juliet and Tom Tavares. The court would have outsmarted Juliet Holness and Tam Tavares, and they quoted the Integrity Commissions Act and said if they do that, they will be committing an offense. Because based on what the Integrity Commission Act states, it states that after the completion of a report, that report must be sent to Parliament. For what? For tabling. The Integrity Commissions Act never say after the completion of an investigation, the report must be sent to Parliament, full stop. It didn't say that. The Act says after the completion of an investigation, the report must be sent to Parliament for tabling. And this is the reason why simple words, a little one word or a little two word or a little three word can make a difference, Jamaica. ISA tell us. When they were debating the NARA Act, and ISA find some little words that will throw off the court in case NARA reach the court, them cry shame, oh, a little one word or a little two word can make a difference. Now we see the reason why ISA stood up and made his point. Because had it been the little one word or the little two word that it left off on the Integrity Commissions Act, Juliet and Tam Tavares would have get away with what they want. But the little one word and the two word makes a difference today with the FLA report. Because the court used that act, to guide themselves accordingly and remind the Parliament, that once a report is completed, once that investigation is completed by the Integrity Commission and they send the report to Parliament, the report must be tabled. The Act never said must be sent after the completion of the investigation, the report must be sent to the courts, No, it never said that. The Integrity Commission says after the completion of an investigation, the report must be sent to Parliament for tabling. So why is it that a report sent to Parliament for tabling end up in the hands of the court before it was tabled? Hello, somebody. Labor rights. Our labor rights answer, Why is it that a report that was sent to Parliament for tabling ended up in the hands of the court before it was tabled? So basically, what the Jamaica Labour Party, through Juliet and Tam Tavares, sought to do was to implicate the court, but the court turned around and outsmarted the Jamaica Labour Party and put Juliet Holness and Tam Tavares in a conundrum, and it shows the incompetence of Juliet and Tam. Yes. Based on what I'm hearing the Jamaica Labour Party bloggers them saying on their platform, they are saying that within the report, how them know, I don't know. But the report have been leaked, Jamaica, because the Labour Rights are asking the question, which Jamaica Labour Party MP initials, is RBM, and which top Labour Right initial is TTF. And that the Labour Rights them are asked on them platform, Because one of the accused, according to the Labour Rights them, the FLA report where them a try to suppress and hide. In the report, the Labour Right them a say, this a top Labour Right gun was investigated and murders were committed by the use of that gun. Nobody has said the top Labour Right commit no murder, But according to the Labour Rights them, that gun, which was belonging to the parliamentarian, and it traced back to him, showed that it was used to carry out a number of murders in this country. This is serious in Jamaica. This is serious. And one must ask the question, why is it that the President of the Senate, Tam Tavares Finson, is protecting Juliet Holness so much? Yes, because he came out and gave his assurance that it wasn't Juliet Holness that is blocking the report. It is a collective of him and Juliet and the clerk of the houses and the legal minds of the houses. But when we read the Integrity Commission report, when me see what them put on them social media, they never tell me say they send the report to no legal minds of the House of Parliament. They tell me say they send the letter to Juliet and Tam Tavares and Colleen Lowe. 3 names. So why is it that Tam Tavares Finson is saying that the reason why the report not table yet is because they got advice from the legal minds of Parliament and they have to wait until the court make a decision on the 29th of May. Well, the 29th come and gone. Today is what? The 2nd of June? And according to Mark Jefferson Golding, if you don't table it today, I worries. If it not table today, you can look out to hear from his lawyers. But the question one must ask, you know, because right there and then Juliet Holness figure prison, you know. Yes. Juliet Holness and Tam Tavares Finson figure prison, you know. And I'm going to tell you why. If I did anyone away breach or break any laws of the land, they would have haul and pull, we not true. So no feel say the law and the act where Juliet breach, we tell him say once the report reach in front of her, it must be tabled. And she decided not to table it and bring it to the court. No break, she break the law right there, so. So like how she break the law, what will be her portion? What will be her portion? Because the law states that once the investigation is complete and the report is sent to Parliament, it must be tabled. So why is it that Juliet Holness break the law and send the matter to the court before it was tabled? Only to know that the report now is sent back to Parliament for tabling. Something is wrong. If me send something to you, and you take it send it go give somebody else, and that somebody else send it back and give you, and say you shouldn't come send it and give me, because the law is there that tell you to act, then that means say the court I tell Juliet say she figure a prison, you know, because she break the law. How are the backside this in front of me this afternoon? Basically the law, the court implicate Juliet and she no know, you know. Only no see what we just break down to the people a while ago. The Integrity Commission send the report to table and Juliet take it go give somebody else. And that person in the court take it send it back and give Juliet and say, why you send it and give me when the law states clearly that you is responsible for it? You've broken the law. You have breached the law and the legal processing of matters concerning tabling of reports. Juliet Holness will stand before the court of law. Juliet Holness must stand before the court of law. The Integrity Commission Act say once the report is complete and it is sent to Parliament, it must be tabled. But you never table it, Juliet, you take it, send it, go give the courthouse. No, the courthouse send it back and give you. And say, why you do, Juliet? I put you one in trouble. The law states that you must table it. So why you give me if you table it? You have broken the law, Juliet. You need to come stand before the court of law. And that needed from it, you know. That is what I got from it, Jamaica. Is so? Yes. What the Jamaica Labour Party sought to do is to use the court, Jamaica, to fall on its own self. And if the court did ever fall for it, then they would have gotten the opportunity, yeah, to put an injunction on that report from ever being tabled. So I heard and saw that the Kwashi lawyer representing the FLA and the Jamaica Labour Party agrees that the tabling of the Integrity Commission's report on the FLA report should await the judicial review. Of course, that is your opinion. Doesn't mean that your opinion is the facts. In lawyer boy, why name Peku? The lawyer man that is representing the Jamaica Labour Party and the FLA. Of course, you are right. That is your opinion. You're right, I'm free to give your opinion, you know. It doesn't mean that your opinion is the fact. But when I saw what is before me in the ruling of the court, Jamaica, the ruling of the court, the judgment that the court handed down was very interesting because the courthouse found, that the FLA and the Jamaica Labour Party was already aware of the nature of the investigation, the decision makers involved, and the grounds upon which it intended to challenge the process. So me no know what more the FLA did want. If the FLA had come to the courthouse seeking disclosure of what is in the FLA report, why them bother carry the matter to court for when they already know why in the report? And me I say it in at the judgment where the judge hand down. The judge is declaring, that the court found out that the Jamaica Labour Party and those who head the FLA was already aware of what is in the report. So all no come before the judge and seek a disclosure, wanting the judge to make what is in the report available to UNO and already know what is in there. The reason why they got caught is because they were tipped what is in there, Jamaica, nobody could have tipped them other than Juliet Holness or Tom Tavares or Colleen Lowe. One out of these three individuals. I have never heard these things happen when the former clerk of the house was there. Remember, Juliet Holness fight out the little old lady who was there for decades as the Jamaican clerk, And Juliet fight out the woman because the woman was acting accordingly. And you never hear that woman, Miss Valerie Curtis, name a call up in a dem messia yet as the former clerk of the house. All of these things start to happen since Juliet Holness fight out Miss Valerie Curtis. Oh, do not remember? Miss Valerie Curtis was the clerk of the house in Parliament. And Juliet Holness find every excuse to get out Miss Valerie Curtis and put in Colleen Lowe. And ever since Juliet Holness can control Colleen Lowe, reports are being leaked left, right, and center. And it never used to happen under Miss Valerie Curtis' watch. And that is the reason why Juliet Holness get rid of Miss Valerie Curtis, because Miss Valerie Curtis was an impeccable woman. And when report come before Miss Valerie Curtis, them a table in the house, whether you like it, yes or no. Miss Valerie Curtis was not a compromised woman. Miss Valerie Curtis was not a compromised woman. Every time reports sent to Parliament, Valerie Curtis tabled the report. But look and see, since Juliet Holness fired and got rid of that woman and thank her for her service and put in Colleen Lowe. Look and see, Alpan playing Juliet Holness a tour with Colleen Lowe. That is what they would have created, Jamaica. That is what they create. And so today we are seeing reports being sent to the Parliament, being suppressed by these persons because Juliet got a clerk. A clerk should be independent and do her job, because when the PNP take power, that same dirty clerk will have to continue her job. The clerk of the house is a permanent position unless you choose to resign or for whatever reason you cannot fulfill your duties. And so this Colleen Lowe woman is being wrapped up with Juliet Holness. Totally unprofessional. Totally unprofessional. As the Nationwide I come around with story, but the attorney agreed that the tabling of the report should await judicial review. One more wait if you wait. Floyd Green never turn up in the Parliament and say the matter day before the court, and until the 29th of May we will get an answer. We get the answer from the court. The court, you say if you wait on the court because you cannot table the report because the matter is before the court. We must wait until the 29th of May. That is when you will hear the verdict of the court. God is so good that the court ruled. The ruling we've been waiting for has arrived. And so the same court where the government said if you wait on, tell us that the report must be tabled. So why is it that Nationwide is running with an opinion from a lawyer? Yes, it's his opinion not to table until judicial review. But not because you have an opinion, lawyer boy, means say your opinion is the fact. The fact is, and the fact remains, that the court say Juliet must table the report. That is the fact. On and I realize that every single stumbling block that come into the way of the PNP is like God Almighty just a roll the sea away from before them. Eh? The song lady say when Israel out of bondage came, a sea before them laid. The Lord reached down his mighty hands and rolled the sea away. Only no see the stumbling block which are them put in front of the tabling of this report. God Almighty open up a way and speak to the court so that the court could do what is right. So that the report can be sent back to Parliament for tabling. God is fighting the battles of the People's National Party, and we have every trust and faith in our leader because God put him there for a time like this, and we are going to continue to support our leader, Mark Jefferson Golding. Well, Jamaica, this afternoon will be a very interesting one, and so I encourage individuals to tune in to Jamaica PNP YouTube channel. That is where it will be going down this afternoon. So as I bring the program to a close, Jamaica,
Jamaica People's National Party is not playing around. And you know, Shane Dallin, if you have any honor in you, sir, any honor, any integrity, don't make tomorrow pass, don't make 24-hour pass, and you don't follow the instructions of the People's National Party. If you have any good sense. Let's continue. Let's hear this.
Welcome back to Primetime News.
And a special welcome once again to our viewers on TVJ International in the Cayman Islands and online at oneswhitemedia.com.
We begin this evening with a Primetime News follow-up. The People's National Party is demanding the immediate resignation of the Chief Executive Officer of the Firearm Licensing Authority, Shane Dallin.
The opposition is also calling for an independent investigation into all matters identified in the Integrity Commission report, which was tabled in Parliament yesterday.
We have the details in this report.
The Integrity Commission's report into the operations of the Firearm Licensing Authority highlighted serious weaknesses in inventory management and several discrepancies, including poor record keeping. It is for this reason the opposition People's National Party believes FLA CEO Shane Dallin must go.
The investigation confirms a fundamental breakdown of law, of order, and public trust at the very agency responsible for regulating deadly weapons in Jamaica. No head of entity, in this case the CEO, who presides over falsified records, missing ammunition, and conveniently destroyed evidence.
Missing ammunition and conveniently falsified evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, what read the report? Did you guys watch my video? Part 1 of the FLA report? What do you need to go watch it, you know? Yeah, man, I'm plugging this right now, man. They say, you need to go watch part 1 of the FLA report reaction, ladies and gentlemen. I put it out today. Right? June 3rd. Alright? I put it out today. You guys need to go and check that out if you haven't already. I kid you not. Alright? Listen that again.
In Jamaica. No head of entity, in this case the CEO, who presides over falsified records.
Falsified records. It was confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, that records was falsified in an entity like the FLA that deals with gun licensing and ammunition. Falsified records is a cardinal sin. Not only falsified records, missing ammunition, mighty God, unaccounted for. That word. Who remembers the Auditor General's report? Something about the labor rights and unaccounted. You know, they have a lot of accountability, unaccounted for. They have this problem with accounting. You know, money, items, you know, unaccounted for. When they say them have sticky fingers, adhesive fingers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue.
Missing ammunition and conveniently destroyed evidence.
Conveniently destroyed evidence. That is the reason why no charge was laid. Because of conveniently falsified evidence. So you see when Ursham run out in a newspaper and talk about him have confidence in the FLA and he wants to point out that when it's nationwide run out and talk about they want to point out that no charges were filed. They conveniently. Because most of people now are reading it. They just put that for the title. They said, I saw a nationwide when them said. I saw when Ursham said. I saw when the Prime Minister said. And then they know say the dumb, blind and deaf are going to they must have left it like this. They're not going to read. They're not going to take up a report for themselves and peruse it and go through it. I'm not going to say me have whole time for me, but I will go through it. And eventually I will be finished. You understand? This one, I am going to go through it. We go through part 1 already. Me I make part 1 SEMA Jamaica. The FLA report will not be a 9-day wonder upon this platform. Let me tell you that. The FLA report will not be a 9-day wonder on this platform. Shane Darling must resign. This is untenable. Cannot work. It cannot work, Jamaica. We can't have them thing that happen at the FLA. Anybody that is the manager, my thing is the entire team needs to be fired. First and foremost. Or clean sweep. People are pointing finger and say they never know this. Clean sweep. Clean sweep. Reputational damage done. Clean sweep. If it was me. If it was, that's like me running a business that I sell goods and I find out that people are stealing. But, you know, the evidence of who is stealing is on the camera. But somehow the camera evidence was destroyed. What? Can't go so. I don't just know you anymore. Uno got to go. Uno got to, I don't just know.
Can remain in place.
Point.
No head of entity, in this case the CEO, who presides over falsified records, missing ammunition, and conveniently destroyed evidence can remain in place.
Pointing to the announcement by National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang that the FLA is tightening its firearm and ammunition storage and operational procedures, the PNP argues that this response is wholly insufficient.
Any attempt by this government to protect and preserve the CEO in his post will only serve to signal their own complicity in these confirmed failures that impacts the security of every single Jamaican.
The PNP is also demanding a comprehensive and fully independent investigation into all matters identified in the Integrity Commission report with findings made public. MAGNITSKY Robinson, TVJ News.
Hello everyone. Today we're taking a closer look at a 1.5 megawatt/3 megawatt hour containerized energy storage system. It runs in parallel with three 500 kilowatt /
100% agree with Mr. Fitzjackson, Shadow Minister for National Security. 100%. These are the moments when I go back to September 3rd. These are the moments. Hey, election of consequences here. Election of consequences. Just unbelievable. Let's go to the next clip, ladies and gentlemen, regarding Shane Darling again. You remember good?
In the meantime, opposition spokesperson on justice, Zulika Jess, also used a section of her sectorial presentation to Parliament to highlight the Integrity Commission's report on the FLA.
That report tabled yesterday found that the Firearm Licensing Authority, under the watch of its Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Shane Darling, presided over a vault where ammunition belonging to private citizens went missing. A computer system that was deliberately manipulated to destroy the livelihood of a licensed dealer using the identity of a man who was already dead. Using the identity of a man who was already dead. A computer system that was deliberately manipulated to destroy the livelihood of a licensed dealer using the identity of a man who was already dead. And the server whose catastrophic failure conveniently erased the very evidence that would have identified who gave the order.
Jamaica, Zulika Jess was on fire in the Parliament today. If you guys watch my live stream, Yo, I'm telling you, Zuleika Jess was on fire. But Jamaica, the convenience of the evidence in this trial to tell us who gave the order. That in itself is an indictment on the city. He cannot be trusted, Jamaica. He cannot be trusted. If I was him, just the optics of this, I would have resigned. The very optics of it, I would have resigned. Leave me alone, Jamaica. I am not staying. I will do the honorable thing, Mr. Shane Darling, if there's any honor in you, sir. I don't know you're from Adams, but this don't look good. This don't look good, Mr. Shane Darling. In any normal organization, if I am the boss and you're running my organization and this happened under your watch, whether you're guilty or not of anything, you have to leave. I am firing you because it happened under your watch. Period. Let's continue.
Madam Speaker, a man who runs an authority where the dead are used to falsify records, where vault doors cannot account for what is inside them, and where evidence disappears without consequence, has no business holding public office. The people's...
Tell about them.
No, Jamaica. Just take a look at the Minister of Justice. Just take a look at the Minister of Justice. They are out here seriously trying to defend this position. I don't know why I'm surprised. It's one thing when people say the Jamaica Labour Party are a bunch of criminals. It's the next thing when they actually do the things that let you believe that they are all criminals. Let me say that again. It's one thing when people say the Jamaica Labour Party is a bunch of criminal organization. Right? Because remember, we know the history, right? Not in full because I never live. We come here and see documentary about show up us and all of these things. We come here about show up us and all of these things, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I wasn't there. Right? I don't know. I hear a lot of things. Nothing positive about that era. Jody, how you doing? But this is my thing. If you as an organization has transformed and moved away from the dark ages of your antecedents, why would you want to associate yourself with anything like this? Why would you want to give somebody enough evidence to believe, not even to prove, to believe that you are corrupt? The way how the Jamaica Labour Party has reacted to this particular report, you know, in not tabling it for 8 weeks, right? And then when it's tabled, the response from Horace Chang, saying him have full confidence in, you know, what kind of rock Horace Chang live under? You must want to come for you. Like I said, because you have to be living under rock to not see how this looks, how bad this looks on the organization. The organization ain't even shake up, brother. You know, they're not even try, brother. Somebody needs to replace every single member. If not, Shane Darling alone needs to resign. Me personally, I want to see every single member removed. After proper investigation, of course. First off, Shane Darling needs to go automatically. After proper investigation, independent investigation, then we can talk about who else in that organization need to be fired or potentially charged. But the evidence, get up and walk. The evidence just disappeared. It reminds me of SSL, you know? The evidence, the computer. Remember the computer with the IC and the man them come for the little briefcase. Mighty God, what is going on under the Jamaica Labour Party regime? It appears as if these people are mafia government. We have a justice minister. Look at his face. So irate with the things that are being said by Zuleika Jess. You would think that being a justice minister, you would want to see justice to be served. But he's there, visibly upset, ladies and gentlemen, because she's talking about the FLA. What a bangara. This is absolutely terrible. Get right, Chuck. Mr. I don't want to release the sex offender registry. It's like nothing about this man. is good, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive me. I'm sorry. Oh, what is this? Forgot to that something. Let's start it.
Holding public office. The People's National Party therefore calls unequivocally and without reservation for Mr. Shane Dallin to resign immediately.
I am in total agreement. Tell me what you guys think in the comment section. Immediately. Resign now. We say, look, make tomorrow. Let me wake up tomorrow or later in the afternoon and say, see, you resign for you. You know? Let me get a pleasant surprise tomorrow, Mr. Shane. Before me even post that video I will record right now, make me wake up and before the video post, you resign. Please, we're asking on a serious level, this country needs to be cleaned up. And the FLA is a microcosm of the macrocosm of the situation of how Jamaica needs to be cleaned up. If you agree, type agree. And make sure you check out the other videos that are there, ladies and gentlemen. Video uploads. Don't miss them, you know, be down and put out. That is it.
Immigration is an important part of the Government of Canada's plan to keep our economy growing. If it weren't for immigrants, many employers would have trouble finding enough qualified workers to fill available jobs. This is because Canadians are living longer and having fewer children. There are more people retiring than there are young Canadians entering the job market. This also means there won't be as many workers.
Hey, listen. Y'all gotta listen to this.
They don't make one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because the event was beautiful, it was great, I had so much fun. And then I was like, wait, most of the people here can't enjoy anything, and this is how you guys are living? Like, no, like what? Jamaica's a really sad situation, and I've been like 2 or 3 times. There will not be a 4th until I get it together. The way the Jamaican government treats people is like, it's almost like they don't care about infrastructure. They don't care about like crime. They don't care about Jamaican people, and Jamaican people are really suffering. And then they have these amazing resorts in Montego Bay that are beautiful. And then you go walk around Kingston, you see Spanish Town, you see all these areas, and you're like, God damn, you niggas live like this? Like, Jamaica's one of those places, bro, that you really got to check your ethics when you go. Like, it's really shocking. I would say in the Caribbean, it's up there in terms of like how just bad it is relative to the tourism industry in the country. Jamaica's one of the
embarrassing. He needs some milk.
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TGJ, to any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
Filled me with rage, right? Jamaica's one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because Jamaica's one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because the event was beautiful, it was great, I had so much fun. And then I was like, wait, most of the people here can't enjoy anything, and this is how you guys are living? Like, no, like what? Jamaica.
But Andrew Wallace, I'm going to tell you where I said, thank God for independent leader, thank God for the food, thank God for persons having the right to, you know, express themselves and tell their truth. Somebody that has rubbed shoulders with, you know, politicians in Jamaica at certain events, observe the landscape, and has come to their own conclusion, not what somebody told them. But it's the conclusion aligns with what we are saying on the app. So this is why I'm highlighting it. Shout out to Perry in Christ. Shout out to Perry Cummings Jr. for sharing this video. And then I looked up the video and went to see, wait a minute, the context of this conversation is even deeper than I thought. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting. That's something.
It's a really sad situation, and I've been like 2 or 3 times. There will not be a 4th until I get it together. The way the Jamaican government treats...
Andrew, you hear that? Because of how you are your nasty government that treat the people in Jamaica, this gentleman has said, listen, I ain't coming back until you start treating the people better than this. I'm not supporting no government using my money to come and support your government through tourism if you don't start treating the people better. You know what? I would love for all the Americans all the people that come here and visit us to take the same stance as this person. Until these big hotels start paying the people them better, start treating Jamaican people them better, do not come here. And I don't listen to nobody want to say. I don't care what, Jamaica, shut up. Jamaica cannot be put up if the people them is not taken care of. When you take care of the people, Jamaica elevates. When everybody start to feel the good prosperity and can touch it, Jamaica will elevate. Pay the people better, treat them better, the police treat them with respect, better hospital care, better roads, all of it, better. And we want it now, we need to get it now. We don't want no more promises and no more PR. Enough is enough. I want to thank Lord Kamar, for this video. Let's continue.
Treats people is like the way the Jamaican government treats people is like it's almost like they don't care about infrastructure. They don't care about like crime. They don't care about Jamaican people, and Jamaican people are really suffering. And then they have
Andrew, it's almost as if you don't care about infrastructure. You don't care about crime. What is infrastructure? The roads. Can you imagine when the young man was driving on the roads in Eastern Temple? Can you imagine when you looked at the sidewalk and you saw all the garbage just plastered all over the country? I'm giving you an idea as to why we would have come up to these conclusions. It's a nasty affair in too many areas of Jamaica. And this is why they don't want the tourists to leave the resorts, because they don't want to see the realities of what is happening on the ground. Yes, that's why. But thankfully, he saw it and he is speaking on it. And hopefully, this will bring some change. Hopefully.
These amazing resorts in Montego Bay that are beautiful. And then you go walk around Kingston, you see Spanish Town, you see all these areas, and you're like, God damn, you niggas live like this? Like, embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
And let me be clear, it's embarrassing for the government. They need some milk. It's embarrassing for them. The Jamaican people, yes, we need to first come to the realization that the issues that are being raised there are very, very serious issues. Our quality of life needs to change, and we need to demand it of those that we elected leadership. Don't suffer in silence. Don't be a loyal supporter that gets no benefits. Alright? That is it.
Jamaica is one of those places, bro, that you really got to check your ethics when you go. Like, it's really shocking. I would say in the Caribbean, it's up there in terms of like how just bad it is relative to the tourism industry in the country.
Emotional damage.
How bad it is relative to the tourism in the country. Man, salute to Lord Jamar. Amen. Salute to the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. That's real talk. See, right there. I think it's Lord Kamar. So I said Lord Jamar. Lord Kamar. He got a YouTube page too. Hold up. Yeah, he gotta have a YouTube page. Reform, Revolutions, and what? Oh, he ain't got a lot of subs? His TikTok be doing well. Reform, Revolts, Revolution. Okay, this dude be out. Yeah, alright. Shout out to you, sir. Reforms, Revolution, and Revolts. Shout out to you. This dude is about change. Yeah. Now I see why he got this diverse. Topics. Oh, for the persons that are watching me, you see how he has this YouTube link right here? I got it on my TikTok as well. I'm following it. I'm gonna save this. Definitely gonna save this. Shout out to Lord Kamar. Let me know what y'all think in the comments and shit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with a reaction to this particular interview on JIS. Let's listen to the CEO of NARA that has no chance of going to prison if anything wrong is done in NARA because he is indemnified. So I want you guys to pay attention to his tone. I want you to pay attention to his body language and all of these things. All right? Let's continue. Let's get into it. Unlike and share the video, ladies and gentlemen.
The 2026 hurricane season officially started on June 1, and so did the new CEO of NARA, that's the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, which will be managing Jamaica's post-Hurricane Melissa recovery. He's Major General Anthony Anderson here with us for this special GIS interview. General Anderson, the start of your appointment coinciding with the start of the hurricane season feels very symbolic. Do you see it that way?
I think it is, and I believe that there's probably a good reason why it's on the 1st of June. Obviously, we've been looking at that period, June to November, as the hurricane season. Traditionally, hurricanes came in the middle of that, August, September. So we have a real full season now, and that's it's concerning because it's now much more expanded than it was, even though we've always said that's the hurricane season. Yeah. But as I said, my appointment this day, although I'm not going to be doing ODPM's work, I'll be doing pretty much large reconstruction and resilience projects for the government, and of course, in that process, build in a lot of knowledge transfer and capacity building in it.
Hurricane Melissa had a devastating impact on Jamaica, even if people weren't directly affected. Seeing how so many people were impacted, does that affect how you do your job?
Not really. I mean, I just focus and get things done. Perhaps it's my background that causes that. It's crisis. Operating in a crisis is really, it has been my bread and butter for a very long time. And so once it happens, you can't get too emotionally involved with it, because you need to be very functionally involved with it to ensure the best outcomes.
Yeah, you spoke about your background just now. You've been head of the JDF, head of the police force. You've been national security advisor, most recently Jamaica's ambassador to the US. Anyone would agree you have served your country with distinction. You could easily go off to go and play pickleball or golf, something like that. Hang with the socks. Why take on this huge job now?
Well, when you do service, there's never enough that you can do for your country. If there was no Melissa, then there'd be no NARA, and I wouldn't be doing this. I'd still be the ambassador. I'd still be doing that and seeking an advantage for Jamaica over there. But since you had Melissa, with the level of damage and devastation that it caused, and you have NARA, you now have opportunity. And that's an opportunity all of us, none of us can afford to waste. And I believe that my own background and experience will assist in getting that done.
Expound on opportunity. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's given an opportunity to rebuild. It's given an opportunity to get money, to invest in infrastructure that was probably necessary, but we didn't have the money to do. And things that are now damaged, which are broken, that previously were okay, so people get by with it. Now we have an opportunity to rebuild. We have an opportunity to get a construction industry that can build faster and bigger things. We have an opportunity to get young engineers looking at how you build at scale. And we have an opportunity to create leadership through our ministry structures to ensure that we have leaders who can lead in a crisis. So there are lots of opportunities there.
And for you, what will success in this job look like?
Well, at the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently, the projects that are given.
Transparently? Transparently? No, you gotta be kidding, bro. Use my next word. Transparently is not it, sir. There's no transparency in NARA. Let's continue.
At the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently, the projects that are given by the cabinet. Beyond that is the level of integration and communication we get going with our public-private partnerships, and also with what the private sector is doing. All of that needs to, at least there needs to be awareness with all of it, so that we can create some synergies from all of the efforts that are going to be taking place simultaneously. What we do, but what everybody else is doing as well, is putting all that together.
And speaking about the synergies and the efforts, if you were to put some timelines on that, what realistically are you hoping to achieve in your first 90 days?
Well, usually it's 100 days. Yeah, usually we talk about 100 days. I mean, the first part of it is really setting up the organization. So NARA is an act that has a CEO, and that's it at the moment. So very rapidly, we're going to have to build out the organization. And also get the systems in place that can properly manage in an automated and effective way, manage the program of projects and the projects themselves with the necessary tools to be able to report on things, so that the discussions around transparency, discussions around what's going on, ideally those will disappear because it will be automated and it's a part of your systems.
And so what do you hope to achieve by the end of this year?
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, now it will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are our projects, but the other projects that are taking place.
So Jamaica, according to him, the NARA is going to be our system where everything will be transparent. More to the listening and more to the write them something down. You know. So you see when the ultimate moment come, I'm going to say certain things, I'm going to go back, I'm going to say when I remember. Listen again.
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, now it will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are our projects, but the other projects that are taking place that may impact, or the ones that we may be able to get synergy from by coordinating the efforts, whether it's a public-private partnership type project, an existing project in a ministry that's not under NARA, or a private sector project. And the more we know about the collective picture of what's being done, is the better we can get some synergies. We should also, by the end of the year, have had engagements with all the MDAs that have a piece to play in that puzzle, but also affected parish councils and so on. We need to know each other because, I mean, the truth is that I'm here as CEO of NARA, but ultimately the outcome is a better Jamaica for everyone. So everyone who has a hand in it should want to accelerate it, get things going faster, more efficiently, because that's what our people expect of us.
Yeah. You mentioned transparency earlier, and there has been a lot of discussion around NARA itself and their appointment, and we do want to touch on some of those issues on the other side of this break. We're speaking with Major General Anthony Anderson, the CEO of the newly established NARA. More on the other side of this break. Know you mainly from your of NARA Major. Welcome back to this special GIS interview. We're speaking with the CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson. General Anderson, Jamaicans know you mainly from your jobs heading the JDF and the police force, so we know you have a strong background in national security. What qualifies you, many Jamaicans are asking, for this job?
Right, so one is that, the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex,
No, I know why Mr. William some calling Google brother. Did he just say the first of all a CEO job is a CEO? Man, you gotta be kidding, bro. Hold up, wait a minute. What?
Qualifies you, many Jamaicans are asking for this job.
Right, so one is that, the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex, it suits you to have done that before. Beyond that, of course, I mean, I was, during the 2000s, for a portion of that, I ran the engineer regiment of the JDF and responded to 2 hurricanes, Gustav and Ivan, as the head of the engineering part of the force. I also worked with, as in that job, as a matter of fact, between small and large projects, I had like 250 of them running at the same time, construction projects of different scales. I worked with NHT on the inner city housing projects, built bases, and did many things like that. So I have a relatively strong background in construction, from working on a site as a teenager
Speak to about that.
Well, back in the day, when I was at UTech, I did electrical engineering, but I also needed to make some money, so I worked construction supervision, initially construction supervision in like the summers and so on. I do that to make money so that you can fund yourself through school.
You mentioned managing over 250 construction projects.
Well, of different size. You have little ones, like small ones to large projects.
How would you describe your leadership style, managing all of that, then coming straight up through the...
Well, you have systems. You have to put systems in place once you're doing large things or anything that's complex, or many things at the same time. You have to have systems. You have to select and get good people, and then empower them and guide them. So you empower them, you build them, and you're almost building your own redundancy. So you make sure that you have people around you who know what you know and can do what you do. So that's always part of it. If you're in a crisis, I become very directive about what needs to happen and just get it done. Outside of that, I'm collaborative.
Speaking about getting very directive, leading the JDF and the police force may be very different from leading a public-facing entity, a public sector agency like the NARA. Will you have to change how you lead to accommodate that?
No, I've never had to use a lot of force to lead. People generally share what I'm thinking, share my vision for what whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters.
Yeah. Nobody no need to share nothing. Nara have stepping powers. So nobody come with this, oh, you know, we don't have to use force. That's exactly what Nara was built for. Force. Cut the crap, cut the malarkey.
Share my vision for whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters. When you're leading organizations or anything, really, you sink or swim together. I mean, you rise, rising tide raises all boats. And it's important that I found it beneficial where the person who's considered at the lowest levels understand what's going on. I don't think there's anyone in the process who needs to be removed or doesn't need to know. So I default towards getting people to know, except for the things that need to be unknown, if you see what I'm saying.
Right.
Yes.
There have been questions about whether you applied for this job and went through the process like everyone else, or whether you were handpicked for this position. Can you respond to that?
Well, I applied based on the requirements that was published in the newspaper, I believe it was, and online. And then I was interviewed, probably maybe an hour and three-quarter interview, so it was quite an interesting thing. But it's, of course, it wasn't that problematic for me because it's really talking about things I know. You know, it wasn't that difficult.
Yeah. The agency has been controversial even before it came into being, with various interest groups raising varying concerns. Does that concern you?
So it's new. New things tend to have that. We're aware that, you know, and we have a society where you have a lot of interested parties around any new thing. There is also sometimes challenges with trust, you know, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, you know, was there a special arrangement for me? Well, why would there be? You understand? And that's
What do you mean, why would there be? Because you are the Prime Minister friend, aka allegedly cousin. What do you mean, why would there be? So people actually asking the question if there was a special. Look on your face. I'm going to check this. Why would there be? You cannot make this up, Jamaica. You cannot make this up. No, this man is definitely an anti-honest friend. Then people that take to feed that. You know. What do you mean, why would there be? Who is your wife, sir? Are you married? Is your wife a friend of Andrew Wallace? Well, if you're a wife, you must be a friend of Andrew Wallace. You're a friend of Andrew Wallace. Weren't you his personal security advisor at one point? You're the only man that failed in the office and went to another office where you get more money and more prestige. You moved from when you, I can't show the numbers them. I just don't want to do it right now. You were a failure as a commissioner. And after as a commissioner, you went to where? With them name as an ambassador? Brother, more your job security. I want your job security. Where did you go to school? It is alleged that you went to school in England. Is that true? I'm just asking question. Because there's a lot of dots that need to be connected, you know. And I don't want to presume anything. So I'm asking the question. Who is your wife? Right? Who is your wife's father? Is your wife's father a businessman in Jamaica? And is that businessman a friend of Andrew Wallace and an associate? Does that businessman have any interest in pulling contracts from this NARA organization? And if these things are true, the questions I'm asking, if all the answers are yes, don't you see that as a conflict of interest? Wouldn't that tie into corruption, nepotism, cronyism? These are questions. Why would it be? That's crazy.
And that's why even things like, you know, was there a special arrangement for me? Well, why would there be? You understand? And that's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. As you know, so we get into that mode. The only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people, how we let them know, you know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a no-fail mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I think so. Also, sometimes challenges with trust, you know, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, you know, was there a special arrangement for me? Well, why would there be? You understand? And that's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. As you know, so we get into.
Sir, so you're telling me that all the persons, that these 80 plus people that came to do an interview, you were the most qualified? You were the most qualified with the most experience. All the other international people, you were the most qualified. Until I see a listing of persons and credentials, I don't believe that. I don't. I just don't believe it.
That mode, the only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people, how we let them know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a failed mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I've dealt with noise a lot over my time in public service, especially once you're in a job that is relatively high profile. There's going to be.
The mainstream media is so condescending, and these people that think that they are what I would say is above the fold, and they cannot be held accountable. For them, ladies and gentlemen, you see, when people criticize and ask critical questions, they call it noise. That in itself is a dismissive tone, and it tells you where they are at, in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? Well, let's continue.
Noise. In order to do the job, you have to be able to clear the noise. You have to be laser focused on what you're trying to get done. Because it's always trying to distract you. It's always trying to take you down a rabbit hole to prove this or disprove that. That's not why you're there. You're there to deliver something specific. Whatever the job is, there's a very specific set of things that you're there to deliver. That's what you need to focus on. And if you can't take the noise, then you're probably not suited for that.
Yeah. Some of the concerns have been the amount of power that the CEO, you will have. How do you plan to operate so that public interest groups and the public feel heard?
Well, I've always operated that way. I mean, most of the positions I've have had extensive power in law, very extensive power. So I've always tried to communicate as best as I can with the public, let people know what's going on. Depending on what we're doing, you can do that to a lesser or greater extent. But I believe that each organization that I've been in, the way they have communicated with the public has increased manyfold and has developed in those organizations. From behind the wall to, okay, this is what we do. And the truth of the matter is now just technology, the way we communicate, AI, all of these things that are part of our world now, it really doesn't allow for anything but a certain degree of openness.
Yeah. And speaking about that, there have been questions about the level of internal accountability NARA will have. Do you have any ideas how you plan to address those issues?
Well, we have to base NARA initially on what is considered international best practice around this type of thing. And there are a few models that are out there that we've been looking at, how we do that. There are trusted softwares, processes, planned programs, and so on. These things are known already and are acceptable to donors, funding institutions, financing institutions, and so on. So I don't see us going far from that. Obviously, we have to have credibility with what we're doing. So the key is to set up credible systems up front as we develop the organization.
You spoke about knowing the local government and connecting with all the other MDAs and agencies. Will NARA be duplicating the work of other agencies?
No, because there's lots of work to go around, especially if we're going to try and do things in a short period of time. Hopefully, by collaboration, we'll probably allow them to unstick some blocks they may have or whatever, or have the discussion. In the end, we want a better system, not just for NARA, because NARA is time-bound, but for the government, for the system, the civil service, public service.
You may have just answered my final question, but at the end of the day, when your job is done, what do you want Jamaicans to be saying about NARA?
That it made a significant and lasting and legacy difference to how we do business in Jamaica and to our landscape, our development trajectory, and our growth.
Yeah. A lasting difference. That's the word from the incoming CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson, who just spoke to us here for this special JIS interview. Major General Anthony Anderson, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And thank you for tuning in.
Well, we have it on record, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's all I will say. We have it on record. There's some key things in that particular interview that he said that, his assurances and stuff like that. One of the main things for me personally, I took from that is that there's going to be some type of real-time accountability system for the operations of NARA. That's not in the act. That's not in the bill. Basically, something like JAMP is what I am reading from it. It's going to be something like JAMP. That's what I'm reading from it. I might be mistaken, but this NARA bill is so big and this building out idea. I don't know why you can't construct something that actually, you know, is acceptable. And then when you look at, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at civil society groups, there are several things that they wanted to get amended. And you know, let me tell you, this NARA bill, there was no real urgency, in my opinion, by this government for the NARA bill in terms of helping the citizens that are most vulnerable. You know, because when you look at the other things that they have in place in terms of their response to all the stuff that's going on and people needing help, you have to say, but hold on, I don't really see this NARA bill and the rush to pass it in the way it is. Even in the language of the NARA bill, it doesn't really have anything to do with helping citizens directly. It just has to do with big projects. That's all. It has to do with big projects. Ladies and gentlemen, this picture, let me know why Mr. Williamson called this man THROWBACK. Yeah, man. That picture right there, so you make me know. This is the moment he said, why would I get special? Why would I get special treatment to get this job? I said, that is the dumbest question I ever heard. That, you know how much reasons you would get the job, sir? The connection that you have with the Prime Minister, duh. Who was a part of the process. All of these accolades he's talking about. But like I said, I'm very interested in what this system is of accountability that he speaks of. That everything will be registered. It will be there for all to see. Like, really? You're telling me that there's not going to be anything that's going to be redacted? We're going to see everything. Real accountability. I'm going to hold you to that, sir. I'm going to hold you to that. Trust me. I hold you to that. But let me know what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. What up?
Emotional damage.
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TGJ, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
Yeah, man. So let me know what you think about that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen.
Printable Tai Chi chair for gentlemen who haven't exercised in years.
Jamaica, I want to go back and I want to listen to the Speaker of the House and see if she explained clearly to Zulika just say, yo, you know, say, me no want to break your time, so I already had the time. I want to go back and listen, you know. You think, say, if that was clear to Zulika just in all that confusion, you think, say, Zulika just would not deal with our time better than that? Obviously, she would have deal with our time better than that. And look how much time they take for our break or strike. They should have given her 10 minutes extra, right? And make it clear to the lady, say, yo, don't worry about when the beeper beep, actually have said to her, say, I already added your time. When the beeper beep, it means the time is up and you won't get any additional time. Did she say that? Did she say that, ladies and gentlemen? No. I want to go back and listen for yourself. I want to go back and listen for yourself. So you just want to shoot them with beer. Me I talk about beer sniper rifle bullet. I left out a chamber. Everything on headshot. Everything what you say in our speech, ladies and gentlemen, was on point. 100% on point. Justice to the people of Jamaica. And it is political victimization that they are going with. And they have no shame. You can imagine people judging them people if you are ball out under this administration, but a dirty administration. But guess what? There's consequences to want to vote for. Only people take money and don't vote. Only people sit around in the yard and say, we're not going to vote in either side because both sides are the same. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. I want to feel it. I want to continue to feel it. All I want to go, I want to budget for politics. I want to pick a side. I want to go feel it. I want to go and feel it. I want to better get up and damn vote in a voting time and stop come tell I go form a political party for myself and stop come tell about, oh, it doesn't matter who you vote for, it's the same as the system. Go change the system. Be an activist and change the system. There's more of you out there that don't believe in either government than there is who believe in the government. So you what? Make you own a party and unite together. Do it. Show us. Show us how it is done. Yes? And stop damn complaining, talking. Both parties are not the same. That is a bold-faced lie. There's clear differences. Do you think that this speech from Jamaica just in the House of Parliament was a show? You think that she doesn't care about the people that she's actually talking about? You must be outside of your mind. This lady is very passionate. The People's National Party is passionate about helping the people. You understand? So, you better put on the boots, strap them up, lace them tightly, and get in the damn game and stop complaining. I rest my case. So, Dr. Dayton Campbell and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Dr. Dayton Campbell and Zulika Jess was on all angles. It's 2 small snippets from the show, right? But I want you guys to listen carefully to the question from Deanne Jackson Miller. Deanne Jackson Miller has come under severe heat. And I believe she has exposed herself to be leaning towards the Jamaica Labour Party in her support, based off her criticism of Nikisha Burchell. She's entitled to her opinion, but her opinion will also lay us to have an opinion as well. Something that she said in that particular, you know, I don't know what to call it, bashing, heavy criticism of Nikisha Burchell, truly rubbed me the wrong way, because something about foot and mouth disease, and she tried to broad brush the People's National Party in terms of, you know, her criticism, like something is wrong with the approach of the People's National Party altogether. And it really, really bothers me, what she said, ladies and gentlemen, right? Because I don't think it was fair. And I'm going to go to the clip. I'm going to hear it for myself. All right?
Also because it's not a school mistress and a school mom in a basic school. All right, no. Just no, this is not it. Why would you say that? MP, you need to walk it back. You need to apologize. This is actually this.
And I asked the question, where was the demand for an apology from the Speaker of the House? When she said, move outside. Where was the demand for apology from the Speaker of the House, Dr. Angela Brownberg? There's a myriad of things Juliet Onus is to apologize for, but I've never heard Deanne Jackson Miller say, no, you need to walk it back. I've never heard that. When has that happened? But listen.
Disappointing for a number of reasons. I've been watching MP Burchell since she came to Parliament. She's a first-time MP representing a rural constituency, the constituency of South St. James. And she's one of the younger MPs at the PNP, the opposition PNP, has been looking to help to revitalize her side of the House. I've been pretty impressed with her, right? I've been listening to her contributions in committee. I like how she handled herself. I think she's been doing her homework. And I'd earmarked her in a previous video as one of the MPs I thought did really well, you know, from the start of Parliament last year. But honestly, it looked like so she got sit down on the PNP side of the House and she catch foot-in-mouth disease with some.
First interview? Relax, kid. HR is on 12.
Thanks. I'll find it.
Some of them have, because on the, you know, from the start of Parliament last year. But honestly, it looked like so she got sit down on the PNP side of the House and she catch foot-in-mouth disease, which some of them have. Because why would you say this?
Here's my point. The PNP, she catch foot-in-mouth disease on the PNP where some of them have. So this is a criticism of the PNP. A justified one? I don't know. You tell me. So you're telling me that the Speaker of the House don't have foot-in-mouth disease? This is why I said she's leaning more towards the JLP, in my opinion, in her commentary. And she try her best, but she get exposed a little bit here. So this was very disappointing from Deanne Jackson. Of course, my criticism of her is light compared to the other colleagues on the platform that is in support of the People's National Party. Mr. Wayne Lonesome dealt with her very, he dealt with her. But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I've made my point in regards to Deanne Jackson Miller. Now, I want you to listen to this actual question. Angel Green such out of order. Listen to this, the way she framed this question to Dr. Nathan Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Been expressed, Campbell, given the concern that you've been expressing, this so in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people are suffering?
I find the question very insulting. I find the question very leading towards, as if she hasn't seen that the People's National Party has made several attempts. It was quite clear. Quite clear. So her question suggests that the PNP is just playing politics and they go to these press conferences to embarrass the Jamaica Labour Party and they're not really advocating on behalf of the people. That is how the question frame suggests to me. I don't know what you guys think, but when I heard it, that's the first thing. I was like, wait a minute. Why? If you notice, let me go back. If you notice how she was box shuffling, asking the question, ladies and gentlemen, you could see that, for me, in my opinion, it came from a place of clear bias towards the Jamaica Labour Party. I am questioning her as a journalist. This is on all angles. This is TVJ. This is not her own podcast where she have her own opinion. You have to at least pretend as if you're being objective. You're telling me that you watched this entire 7 months and you didn't see clearly coming out of even the Prime Minister's mouth saying that the opposition leader reached out to him. As a matter of fact, the opposition leader has had an issue with him responding to him. The message just go and disappear and no reply. So how can you ask a question like that? And then she also framed it in a way, she was singing the tune of the Jamaica Labour Party. Listen again. I want you guys to listen carefully, ladies. Listen again.
Given the concern that you've been expressing, this so in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt?
What should I say? A real attempt? And some people might have liked the Jack Miller, right? So this might be hard for you to hear. But tell me that I am tripping. Tell me that I am just making a mountain out of a mole the way how she's framing this question. Tell me. Show me. Do a video and explain to me. Say, boy, no, you just read too much into it, man. Listen to her, ladies and gentlemen. She talked about infrastructure work. She talked about relief. All of these things, singing the tune of the Jamaica Labour Party. Let me take this person off my page. Thank you so much for exposing yourself. Right? Listen again.
Given the concern that you've been expressing, this so in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people are suffering?
A part of Jamaican politics is that when you're elected, you become the chief mendicant. So I have been begging, pretty much, advocating, pleading to persons for some assistance for the persons. It makes no sense for me to not do that because that's...
Jamaica, I want you to go back to the first few parliaments because I can't do it right now. I didn't plan to do it. If I did, I would lay it out on the table for you right now. I want you to go back to the first few parliaments when the People's National Party and listen to the tone mass control. Listen to the tone. See? Floyd Shaw, Vanessa, listen to the tone of the People's National Party. From the onset. As a matter of fact, you know I'm going to do it? I'll be back. So ladies, I'm back and I found the video, right? I found one of the videos. I want you guys to listen to Mark Jefferson Golden at the first press conference. Listen to this.
Hey you, it's me again. Are you still wondering how much it will cost you to start up a company in the UAE? Well, guess what? We have good...
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Jamaica. Good afternoon, members of the media and all listeners. I want to begin by expressing my profound, heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of those who have lost their lives in this tragic hurricane or its aftermath. Our sympathies also extend very profoundly to those thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans who are suffering at this time from the impact, the calamitous impact that this hurricane has had. And we are aware, of course, that there are levels of destruction. There's a large ground zero, as it's called, which is really the areas of Jamaica that were in the swathe of the hurricane when the eye hit in eastern Westmoreland, stretching into St. Elizabeth, stretching into the more westerly parts of Westmoreland as well, and then moving north into South St. James, parts of Hanover, and of course Trelawney and even St. Anne. The rest of Jamaica has also suffered damage, some of it before the hit of the hurricane, and so we can't leave them out because there are communities all over the island where people are in a very difficult situation, whether it be due to no access with roads being blocked or breakaways, landslides and so on. Our hearts go out to all who are in this dire predicament now. Now, I would say that this hurricane and its aftermath represent an existential threat to our society as we know it. People in life-threatening situations of isolation and deprivation mean that unless relief can reach them promptly and unless the necessary assistance can be found and distributed in an equitable and transparent manner to help them rebuild their lives, Jamaica is going to be facing very difficult times. And I think that point is not lost on anyone who is familiar with what is going on as I speak. In this context, we all need to pull together in unity to get Jamaica through this terrible disaster. This is a time to join hands and hearts, not just in words, but in deeds, so that the whole nation can feel part of responding actively to this devastating situation and the solutions that will help us to pull ourselves out of it. The opposition must not at this time be seeking to score political points as a political competitor of the government. This is not the time for the opposition to adopt that posture, and we are indeed trying our very best to operate in the spirit of that. On the other hand, we must point out where there are areas of need and what we see as the priorities in relation to those needs, where we see weaknesses in the response mechanisms that need strengthening or correcting, and we must provide, where we can, constructive, well-intentioned suggestions to help navigate the country through this disaster. We must also demand transparency and fairness in the distribution of all relief. The relief must get to those who need it, prioritizing those who need it most, whether they be of whatever political color or whatever demographic group they may belong to. They're all Jamaicans, and they are to be treated equally in this time without any form of discrimination or tribal politics coming into it. And we want to stand for that. There can be no place for partisanship or profiteering by political insiders or others connected to them at a time like this. It requires good governance, inclusive governance, authentic communication, and everyone working together. I now move to some of the things that I wish to propose in this regard. I have proposed to the Prime Minister from last week, Wednesday, that he should establish a broad-based task force to be given the responsibility of governance oversight over the relief effort, the relief coming in, how it is dealt with, how it is distributed. Not to manage that process on a day-to-day basis, but to provide oversight to those who are managing it. So there's some accountability for how it's done, and that accountability is being held by a broad-based group that can enjoy the support and confidence of the whole society, especially those who are suffering terribly now, and no doubt fear that they may not be treated fairly, or they may be ignored or overlooked in the response of the state to the crisis.
Jamaica, hear when Mark Gordon said at the press conference, saying reach out to Andrew Onis from last week, that are the week before the press conference. The man was in constant dialogue behind the scenes with Andrew Onis. Andrew Onis confirmed it in a parliament. Remember going to parliament now and showed us what the hell is Dion Jackson Miller talking about? What kind of question that she asks? And then go back to the question again to show us that I am not tripping. When I listen to me, when I analyze the thing, Dion Jackson Miller has exposed herself, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe it. Listen to Dayton Campbell, so in a parliament. Listen to this. Tell me, he said, the man them not come with an authentic plea to the government, right? For help. Listen to this.
From Portland Eastern, you would now be at the back of the line. I didn't touch your mic other than to turn it on. Member from Westmoreland East, your questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few questions. At the outset, nothing that I say is politically motivated. I guess when a politician is saying something, people naturally think it's political because it's coming from a politician.
Member, just straight to the question.
From kilowatt hours to megawatt hours, Poinovel delivers mobile energy storage solutions across multiple power classes, tailored for diverse commercial and industrial applications. The smallest model is compact. The largest, significantly more powerful, yet just as flexible.
From you see what you see? Look how humble. Look how humble Dayton Campbell became. The man is saying, listen, I want to make it clear that this is not being political. The situation in Westmoreland is a dire situation. This is ground zero. And listen to the virego in a parliament. This is why Nikisha Bertrand said what you said. Dion Jackson Miller.
No, Madam Speaker, please. I have a mother that is in St. Anne. I don't have one in here.
Member, question, please.
Don't do that.
Straight to the question, member.
You see what Dayton Campbell had to do? I have a mother in St. Anne. I don't have one here. You don't talk to me like that. I'm a big man. Where was Dion Jackson Miller to demand the Speaker of the House to actually apologize to that? Yeah, she have a lot of people to apologize to. I haven't heard none of you said apologize. But that's not the point. Look at the humility and the restraint that Dr. Dayton Campbell showed. Because of these some people. Hey, la, boy. She's very disrespectful. You understand? So she had tried to control Parliament like how she control her yard. That's not what Nikisha Bertrand said. But that's what it is. She have a controlling damn issue where you can control a man, so not Parliament. These are grown people, but I digress. Let's move on.
I am simply trying to set the context of what I say by saying that nothing that I have to say here is politically motivated. It's a simple point.
No, but there's not a reason why people say
My first question, because I think we have to learn from what we do. My first question, in the preparation for the hurricane, when the initial allocation was made of $200 million, we were told that some of us constituencies were not included in that allocation of $200 million. We raised concerns because the system was bigger than the country, several times bigger, and clearly would have affected every parish. Looking at what happened, where Westmoreland was not a priority, and landfall was made in eastern Westmoreland, do we think that we have the appropriate mechanism in place to make the allocations for impending weather events like this?
Good question. Good question. Good question.
Let me play that question again. Let me play that question again. Because this question is going to come up. Felicia P, what's up? This question is going to come up again, 7 months after with a hurricane season right in front of us. Let me play that again.
We raised concerns because the system was bigger than the country, several times bigger, and clearly would have affected every parish. Looking at what happened, where Westmoreland was told that we're not a priority, and landfall was made in eastern Westmoreland, do we think that we have the appropriate mechanism in place to make the allocations for impending weather events like this?
Good question. Good question. Good question.
My second question. In the lead up again to the hurricane, we were told that the supplies would not get to the shelters until the system started and persons started going to the centers. Do you think that was the appropriate decision, seeing that we were preparing for a Category 5 hurricane, and naturally it would have caused disruption in access to get to the shelters? My points easier, but since I don't put them as questions, I just put them as questions. Do we have an idea, an accurate count of the number of deaths that have occurred in Jamaica? No. Because based on my count from my own constituency, in the Darliston Division, there are 12. In the Leamington Division, 4. Bethel Town Division, 2. And 7 in the White House Division, which is giving me 25. So do we have an accurate count as to the number of deaths that have taken place in the country? Do we believe that the response to retrieve the bodies was appropriate? Because we've had funeral homes that had to come for some, and the community members had to bury others in eastern Westmoreland. So do we believe that the response has been adequate to pick up the bodies? In terms of the response of ministries, departments, and agencies, how do we go about making an assessment on how we deploy personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies to constituencies that are affected? Eastern Westmoreland is where landfall was made. A Category 5 hurricane, the eye of it, so that carries the eye wall, went across the constituency, starting in New Hope to Darliston, to Bethel Town, and then over into South St. James. Total devastation and destruction along the entire constituency. Do we believe that enough personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies have been mobilized for a constituency like this, which is in fact the actual ground zero of the hurricane? My next question: do we think that the condition that obtains in the shelters currently is adequate? The Maud McLeod shelter in Darliston, the persons there are sleeping on the desk that are within the shelter. Not one mattress is at the facility. Females are there that are having their monthly cycles without any form of supplies being given to that center. 3-month-old baby in the center. Do we think that sufficient work is being done in the centers, in the shelters that currently obtain? There are over, by my estimation, at least 2,000 homes that are flat, not damaged. They are totally destroyed. The foundation is all that you see. Do we think enough is being done to provide shelter, food, and water for those persons who have been displaced? I'm encouraged, Prime Minister, by some of what you have said. I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. Not being unreasonable, I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. The establishment of the points by the JDF is something that is long overdue, so that we can have access points across the constituency where you can airlift supplies to and then distribute from there, and that we can get medical personnel in place. The hurricane itself and the destruction that it has caused is a high-stress environment. To be hypertensive, have high blood pressure, and be out of your medication in a high-stress environment is a recipe for disaster. It's a ticking time bomb. So those persons that are within Eastern Westmoreland that needs medical care, the centers have to be set up urgently in a way that the army can mobilize persons to the different communities so they can attend to persons. There are at least 3 communities that are still maroon. And at Grandala, we see soldiers repelling from the helicopters. It can't be just practice. Now is the real thing. Beast and Spring, which are Beast and Spring, the 3 areas that are maroon, Beast and Spring, and a community called Touch Valley, and there's another section there called Left Hall, and then you have Amity, up in close to the border with South St. James. PM, my own assessment, and I'm not a specialist in this, but my own assessment, looking at the damage to the housing stock, is that I believe that the only thing that I see that can quickly deal with it is the containerized housing solutions that come anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 US landed and erected.
Member, do you have any more questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Okay, please,
yes,
member.
Yes, I do.
Please, member, questions.
What is So even in the humility of the People's National Party, in the most devastating period in Jamaican history, the Speaker of the House didn't have the emotional intelligence to allow the man to ask his questions, interrupting the man. This is not a normal situation. Forget the standing orders and use emotional intelligence so the man, the representative of the People's National Party, can speak on behalf of the people that are suffering in Eastern Westmoreland in this case. Right? Look at her. This is what the PNP had to deal with there, Jackson Miller. Where was your criticism of how the government was operated in this sensitive time? Right? Where was your criticism of the House Speaker in the way she was behaving? Can you imagine in a public space how they are dealing with the People's National Party in Parliament? For the world to see, you can imagine the People's National Party humbly trying to reach out. And what that would look like. I'm going to show you after this what it would look like.
What is the possibility of us?
Please, member, questions.
What is the possibility?
Look at that face. Look at her face of disgust. Look at her face of disgust. And if for those who want to see, come over to BOLO TBV. Look at her face of disgust, ladies and gentlemen. She cannot even hide her true feelings towards her bias against the People's National Party members. Right? Her face looks like she's constipated and want to throw up at the same time. She have a constipated face, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Freeze frame. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. She cannot hide her bias and her disgust for the People's National Party. And she's supposed to be the Speaker of the House. And she's supposed to be balanced and fair. And you can see her face, her body language, everything. Yesterday in Parliament, you want to hear she almost went against, I think she went against standing orders and called out Nikisha Birchall name. And then correct herself. I'm sorry, say Nikisha Birchall never get up and said, you are out of order based on standing orders such and such and such. You understand? Let's continue.
The ability of us as a country putting a program together that will see us being able, and I'm sure the other members from Westmoreland will speak for themselves, but and surrounding areas, because Northwest St. Elizabeth is in the same category, you know. So it's not a political point that I am making, because the damage there is just as bad. What is the possibility of us being able to implement a program quickly where we can get some of those units erected, so at least we can get that mother from under the tarpaulin with her children? That is the current situation in Belmont and Bluefields and elsewhere across the constituency.
Deon Jackson Miller, 7 months later, where were you when the People's National Party were asking this question? 7 months later, that question, the Jamaica Labour Party has still failed. 7 months later. Mighty God.
We also need, if you want me to ask it as a question, when will we be able to have some repair done to the gas station facilities, so that when somebody says to me they're coming from Kingston, I don't have to ask them to bring me low sulfur so that I can drive? When
you know what is disgusting about the Jamaica Labour Party? Some of their supporters. Look at this person in the comment section talking about, you get enough time. That's not a question. No heart, no soul, just disgusting and evil. No compassion. I'm telling you, you know, God is not sleeping. You can't tell you that. You better repent. Because if you don't repent, fool boy, you're not going to pretty pound. People like you in the comment section are saying these things. Mighty God.
Will we have some facility in place that persons can get access to fuel, so that they can, even the elected officials, that they can actually go to the communities? Madam Speaker, I have nothing but concern for the people that I represent. I don't care who they voted for. Not my concern at this time. I'm talking about the people and how they are currently living. Anybody who doubts what I am saying, take a trip for yourself. And if it doesn't cause you to have tears, then you are not human. Anybody that does what I'm saying, take a trip for yourself. If you think that I am just here grandstanding, take a trip for yourself and have a look at the situation. It is a total and complete disaster in Eastern Westmoreland, and this is a cry for help.
So Deon Jackson Miller, you never hear the cry for help. You never hear the cry for help, Deon Jackson Miller, talking about if there was a real effort from the People's National Party. Do you see what Mr. Dr. Dayton Campbell, did you see grandstanding? That was the most humility I saw from Dr. Dayton Campbell. Did you see him in the campaign? I was wondering if it was the same Dr. Dayton Campbell that came to Parliament. The man was shook. The man was absolutely shook from the events that happened with Hurricane Melissa and what he saw happen to the people and what happened to himself because he moved the gun to. You understand? He sustained damages. He was right there in the heart of it with the people. Dr. Dayton Campbell is an unsung hero among us. I'm going to tell you something. You see, these persons in these constituency that got hit, if there was ever a time for them to prove their commitment to the people that they serve and who elected them, and even those who didn't elect them and didn't vote for them, you saw it post Hurricane Melissa from the People's National Party. But I want to cap this critique of Deon Jackson Miller's question with this particular video, ladies and gentlemen. from my own collection on TikTok. I want you to listen to Andrew Honest's words out of own mouth. Listen to this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
Management from
the hear this.
side of
TikTok,
the,
hear this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
When the leader of the opposition and myself met,
yes,
he expressed to me that he would want to have a role in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to.
Oh, yeah. Beyond Jackson Miller, you hear that? The People's National Party, Mark Golding met behind the scenes. Met behind the scenes with Andrew Honest. So what do you think they want to do when they met behind the scenes after post-Hurricane Melissa? You don't think that they were dialoguing about all these things that has come up now? All these failures that Mark Golding tried to give some sound advice for them to prevent, because at the end of the day, the people will be the ones who are suffering. Mark Golding reached out his hand and said, work with us. We are here. And what did Andrew Honest say? Listen to this.
Management from the side of
TikTok, hear this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
When the leader of the opposition and myself met,
he
expressed to me that he would want to have a role in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to.
Oh, you never object?
I still, however, have to figure out how does that work.
Andrew Honest just admitted that he can't figure out after all this time, how Mark Golding is going to have a role in the recovery process. Him still can't figure that out, I want to make that digest. I want that go down and wash and just, when you drink one nice cup of coffee and you feel it all the way down in your intestine, your belly feel a relief and you bust a gas. I want to know if you remember, say, Andrew Honest just said, him still a figure out how Mark Golding can be a part of the recovery process. A role in the recovery process. How Mark Golding can have a role in the recovery process. Ladies and gentlemen, how you find it so hard? How it's so hard for him figure out a role for Mark Golding in the recovery process? What little he must think of Mark Golding? These are questions. What little he must think of Mark Golding that he can't figure out how a man that know business, a man as smart as Mark Golding, right? The leader of the opposition, a successful businessman, he can't figure out how Mark Golding is going to have a role in the recovery process. Andrew Honest, you're skilling a brother. You're a dangerous guy. You're wicked. Yo, Andrew Honest too wicked, brother.
The framework of our system is we have a parliament.
Yes.
This is the ultimate forum in which we meet and debate. And I have said, hold on, I've said, listen, let us establish a special committee. It wouldn't be under the strictures of all the other rules of how...
So, Andrew, if you want to figure out how Mark Golding can be a part and have a role, why you don't ask Mark Golding, what do you suggest? How you can play a role? You never think about that? No, but you want to figure it out yourself. And then you not have the brains to figure it out according to you. You still can't figure it out now, so you don't have the brains, you don't have the IQ, so why you never ask Mark Golding? Mark Golding, what do you suggest? You never think about that? That never occurred to you. You know why? Because you have no intention of Mark Golding playing any role or the opposition. That's my opinion, I'm entitled to it. Yeah? That is no longer an opinion. That has become a fact. It has manifested into a fact, ladies and gentlemen. The Jamaica Labour Party showed clear signs that they have no intention. No intention of having the People's National Party involved in any type of recovery. Now they are failing. You see Desmond McKenzie come out talking about, we should work together, cleaning up the garbage and this initiative. No, not fail pound on, so not do it pound on. Hug up that. Let's listen to the answer from Dr. Data. We'll play over this now for sure. I just proved how ridiculous the statement that she made was. in the question. But let's go over again, ladies and gentlemen.
Given the concern that you've been expressing, this so in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because people suffering?
A part of Jamaican politics is that when you're elected, you become the chief mendicant. So I have been begging, pretty much advocating, pleading to persons for some assistance or the persons. It makes no sense for me to not do that because that's where you get the allocation from. But I think is that the coordination of it has just not happened to an acceptable level. And I think there's a lot of PR that is taking place around it that makes it appear as if the recovery is well, but it's really not going well on the ground. So, for example, a lot of roads would have suffered significant damage during the passage of the hurricane. And we have not had a road program that has given any allocation to the constituency of Eastern Westmoreland since the passage of the hurricane. So I heard the minister announce a program and he said that $500 million out of the 1.something billion would be spent in Kingston and St. Andrew. Now, Kingston and St. Andrew did not suffer majority of the damage from the passage of the hurricane. So that was just a routine program, but they just rebranded it to say that it is to deal with Hurricane Melissa. But it really wasn't, because the allocation to Western Jamaica was about $70 million for the entire parish of Westmoreland. Nothing significant has been done.
I think one of the concerns has to be to what extent does the parish feel like it knows what's happening? You know, is there a plan? Do people know what is going to be happening to deal with these problems across constituencies? And I know you're just one constituency, but you are in St. Elizabeth.
I don't know that there's any confidence in respect of there being a plan per se for the parish of St. Elizabeth. And I say this because I am bearing in mind what the mayor actually said just a few weeks ago when he said that he's having sleepless nights because the parish is not ready in the event that another hurricane or even just a tropical storm comes. From those utterances, one would realize that there really doesn't appear to be any concerted or targeted plan for the parish of St. Elizabeth, especially bearing in mind that the mayor himself has indicated that more than half of the shelters are not in a position to take in persons. So in other words, the shelters need shelter because many of them are still without roofs. Many of them are just not in a state where they can provide any useful purpose. In terms of a plan, we do hear in Parliament plans about a new city in Black River, but we have no idea as it relates to the concept or the actual design or the scope. We have no...
Which is a segue to NARA then, because we've been told that NARA, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, that a set of priority projects is being determined by cabinet. Presumably St. Elizabeth is going to figure in there. Presumably Westmoreland is going to figure in there as two of the worst hit areas.
So that was two of the clips, ladies and gentlemen. The shelter needs shelters. Mighty God. Zulika Jess. Big up Zulika Jess. The shelter needs shelter. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. As far as I'm concerned, Deanne Jackson Miller has truly it's truly disappointing for me. Never expected that, I thought she was a neutral, a professional in the media space. Leave that up to us bloggers. Let us pick a side and seem biased. But on TVJ doing an interview, to ask such a ridiculous question to Dr. Ethan Campbell, and then coming off the cusp of criticizing Nikisha Bertrand the way you did, and we have not heard you criticize the Speaker of the House and have that strong language against her. It just rubs me the wrong way. Let me know what you guys think, all right?
people. The man come out, come admit it. Say, yes, I, Mr. Robinson, interfere with the database system. Yeah? The man admitted saying go up on the system, go falsify the information. However, the man said he acted on instructions. He was instructed by Shane Dallin to put in this information on the system and update somebody record. Little did he know, Jamaica, that he was things of the Jamaica Labour Party through Shane Dallin. Huh? Jamaica. Mr. Robinson, the accused, said that he went in the system, but for him to get access to the system, he must get the authorization and the password from Shane Dallin.
6:30 a.m., doing my 15-minute chair Tai Chi before starting my day. I'm 61. Yesterday, my wife literally didn't
Can you imagine? You are going to tell such vicious lies and cook up such vicious stories and cause the man two business to be closed down, put him out of a bread. When the poor man knows that none of them are something where they accuse him of. The poor man couldn't prove it because only him can have the access to his data. But little did he know that it is somebody, the gatekeepers of a national database, to be protecting the man. The same person who is there to protect the individual is the same person that destroyed the man. And the man knows him going at the system, go sell the 2,000 rounds them. So he will never put it on his system saying sell 2,000 rounds. And what they did to Mr. Kent Brown, Jamaica, caused the man to take the matter to court. But because in court is evidence rule, the evidence showed that the system, Jamaica, was changed. But the court no know say a fraudulent activity, they fraud. The man can't prove it. So that's why the poor man called the Integrity Commission to make them know say one fraud a galang down at the FLA. Come investigate because me know I know me do them as something to me own database. Somebody is meddling with the database. And that is what caused the investigation, Jamaica. And the Integrity Commission acted on such report and went down at FLA go dig it up. And that is why we are here. That is why we are here this afternoon. When the investigation busts, Jamaica, it shows that Shane Dallin instructed one of the staff down at the FLA to corrupt the nation's database and to add information to someone's record, which later caused them to lose their license and their businesses closed down. Now when the investigation wrap up, it shows, Jamaica, that somebody put false information under the man's name. It further proved, Jamaica, that for that information to be added to the database, somebody must grant the access to such information. The report shows, Jamaica, that Mr. Shane Dallin instructed one of the staff at the FLA to go into the system through the use of his password and alter the man's record. One of the damning things that was put on the record about the man is that the man sell an individual 2,000 rounds in range. And any amount, any amount of, what you call it now? Any amount of ammunitions that you sold, you must write it down. But the man saying couldn't write down and sell these ammunition here. Because my rain.
What going with the general? Yo, Jerry Byrne, now hold him,
Yes, sorry about that. What happened, Jamaica, is that the individual reported that these claims that was put on a database, yeah, I am not entitled to do so because on that day my business never opened yet, or it didn't open any at all that day. In addition, one of the individuals which are them put in the database went up there to purchase the 2,000 rounds. That individual don't have the license to purchase ammunition. The man only have in his possession, what you call it, before you get your driver's license, your learners. What that individual have is a learner permit. And a learner permit don't authorize you to purchase ammunition. So how them can put that on the system? It gets worse, Jamaica. Another third individual was placed on the man record. Yeah? So that the man go up and range, go purchase 2,000 ammunition. But the record show that 25 days later, that individual who went up there had passed away 25 days ago. The Integrity Commission went to the Registrar General to prove if the man passed away. And the record shows that the man passed away 25 days before that claim was made. So how does Shane Dallin go put information on the man database say me sell them 2,000 live rounds? Me, the dead, go up, they go make such purchase. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, my people. And this report, Shane, big up yourself. This report shows us, Jamaica, that our nation is in a predicament. I have never seen these kind of accusations under the People's National Party. Me no know them are going to come back here and I don't know. But Jamaica people fed up of the Jamaica Labour Party and there is no coming back from all of this. Can you imagine? What a shame and disgrace in the Jamaica Labour Party. Well, Jamaica, it was my pleasure being here and we will continue to speak on this FLA report as the week goes by. Don't forget that at 2 p.m. the Nation Parliament convene. We will be hearing from Peter Bunting and of course the member for North East St. Elizabeth, Miss Zulika Jess. So we will be supporting those two individuals at 2 p.m. when Parliament convenes. Jamaica, I want to thank you guys so much for the love and the support. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Let us continue to look out one for another. Let us continue to champion the message of the People's National Party. We are on a high, Jamaica, and I'm just encouraging you to stay focused. Don't be distracted by the distractors. The People's National Party is poised for leadership. Let us remain focused. So with that said, my people, the word is love. Stay safe and stay true, Jamaica. Blessings and see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. We will do it all over again. The word is love, Jamaica. Big up on yourself.
One trip, Brian. One trip.
Printable Tai Chi chair for gentlemen who haven't exercised in years.
So, Dr. Nathan Campbell and ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight my brother Andre Stevenson. Congratulate him as well for upcoming success that he's about to mention on his platform. Jamaica, if you don't want Andre, other people want him here in terms of his advocacy. Just understand that. And the diaspora. All I women in the diaspora, Canada and them place all over, want to just take where Andre from home. So, I'm going to treat Little David right here. And this topic right here, so we're going to mention, I have to highlight. Because there's some things he said that I'm in total agreement with. And also, I want to say echo, ladies and gentlemen. So, listen to what Andre Stevens has to say here regarding the Lataya Buju Bolging's case update. All right, let's get it.
Yes, Jamaica, welcome back. I see the murderer who murdered Buju. I see the murderer who murdered Buju has been charged for murder. Because that is not a police officer. A police officer from the mandate, I understand, is to what? Serve, protect, and to do what? Court and reassure. But that is a gunman in a police uniform. I wonder if he had a badge. Or I wonder if he's a gunman who was with. But yes, them say him is a law enforcer. And today, Jamaica, I witnessed in the parliament. Zulika just talking about what has happened with the almost 150 Jamaicans who have been murdered. And she said, when you hear a justice minister reiterating the use of deadly force with the police officers, you hear that's rebellion. Juliet Cuthbert, it is the law. It is the law. It is the law. These people have no care.
What can go so? Hold on there. Juliet Cuthbert in our parliament. I said I can't remember me. I watch it show now. Me I watch it parliament. I said could Andre in our parliament today now? Andre in our parliament. Right? I don't even watch me live on the same day. Right? So you're telling me Juliet Cuthbert talking about it is the law? How on top can you be, ladies and gentlemen? The law can be wrong. If the law is doing an injustice to the people, we should just accept it because it's the law. The devil is a liar. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. No, sir. I'm forced me frightened, so.
For the ordinary Jamaican who encounter police and who have been killed by deadly force. I say that to say, Jamaica, when you hear Delroy Chuck in the parliament, I'm going to say, what level of education you have? You're damn right, Delroy Chuck. She have education, you're a damn drunkard.
What can go so? Delroy Chuck tried to question Sluika Justice Edic. You know, so that brother, they are racist in my orange channel. I am convinced them two Chinaman they are racist. Or Japanese, whatever them is. I'm not talking about them two specific man there. I'm not talking about all Chinese. I'm not talking about all Japanese. I'm talking about whatever them is. In the Asian community, them two man there are racist as far as me concerned. You know, some statements so they make really and truly make me wonder. And when it comes to the most vulnerable Jamaica, which is we the black people, them, right? Some statements so they make really, Andre, question the lady about her education in damn out of order. Him have education? He sound like one baboon every time he want me mouth. Better way I deal with. I don't hear nothing sensible come from out of that them on the mouth. Him cream, him tell us what them help me say, oh, that brother are weird. I wouldn't even want him near my kids, bro. Real talk. And that's my opinion. That's my assessment of him using my eye test. I wouldn't want to sit in a room and talk to a Delroy Chuck. I wouldn't want to be in the same space as a Delroy Chuck. Or any of them in the Jamaica Labour Party for that matter. Mighty God.
I only need a whiskey to just get off. I need 2 Cuban cigars and you totally off. What is your level of education? But I won't make that the substantive point tonight before you and Dash Rebelli, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. I am happy to know that the police has been charged for murder. And the truth is, Courtney, had the camera not been there, Latoya Bolgin would have just been another number dead. Latoya Bolgin would have just been another dead. Should be what, Courtney? Just another number. Just another statistic. And if they knew the camera was there, the camera would have been destroyed.
Of course.
It would have become another cold case in this country.
91.
It would have been another 9-day wonder. You don't realize that the death squad now do not only heap of death of late. And just tonight them knock with 4, you know. Because them say them not meet them death target for the week. So them just gonna knock with 4 tonight. Right at South Camp Road, them knock with 4 tonight. I ain't seen it in the news. From 6 o'clock this evening, them knock with 4 and almost 10 o'clock, and ain't no report in the news yet.
Help.
It's a wicked act. It's a gruesome act. It's a brutal act. I'm see the whole on the pan. Still signed.
You know, last night me I do my live. I don't remember who said to me. One of the ladies in the chat, and them say, Andre mentioned say four police them alive 4 person. And you know coming at the news. Me I go check see if it in the news now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't give me a second. Let's continue.
Signature. Marvin had the film part. Marvin has stand up against the walls of the police force. Smarty have to stand up against the walls of the police force. Andre Stevens stand against the government. Marvin stand against the police. That's a good. Don't it quote me. Yes. Danisha Prendergast stand for the poor people in Western Jamaica. If you have more Marvin, I stand up for something. If you have more Andre Stevens, I stand up for something. If you have more Danisha Prendergast, I stand up for something. Jamaica would be in a better place today. Somebody have to stand up against something. Somebody have to stand up against something. Somebody have to stand up, Courtney.
It is true.
Against something. I have to stand up against.
Look like they want to mess with Andre's stream last night. Look how him freeze up. Watch that. Look how him freeze up for long. And then me I do that in Jamaica. It actually freeze up. It actually freeze up. See, come back then.
Yes, this is somebody struck my internet. We really need to get a Starlink. Anyone that know come from America can buy one Starlink for a teacher. I really need. Officer, Drayden is sending you some artwork. Murdered. Imagine Courtney. Bap, bap. And then you drag her body. Throw her lifeless. Throw her lifeless. Body. And drop her. And then her body fall out and do it again. What a cruel act. What a wicked act. What a cruel act. What a wicked act. He's a police officer. He's a member of the security force. A police murdered her because of the actions of Horace Chang to tell his security officers shoot to kill and explain after. When a prime minister tell the minister of defense, tell his police, meet thy judge or thy maker. Meet thy judge. She was not a criminal. She was not a threat. She was a mother. She was a neighbor. She was a citizen. Where we want justice. Where we want it now. Where we want justice. Where we want it now. She was a mother. Citizen. She was a neighbor. She was a caregiver. And Latoya Burgin was murdered by the police. She was murdered by the state. Facts are facts. She was murdered by the state because the prime minister and the security minister powered by a cruel murderous commissioner of police. A murderous. Let me say it again. A murderous commissioner of police. Call it what it is. It is. You know? It's really sad. Very sad. Her name is Latoya Burgin. She was a mother. She was a citizen. She was a neighbor. She was not a criminal. She wasn't a threat to the policeman. She was a citizen of Jamaica living in the parish of St. James, in the community of Granville, demonstrating for her cousin that was murdered equally by the police. Cold-blooded murder. We must say her name. We must have a legislation that goes up against this kind of act, the Latoya Bulging Act. The Latoya Bulging.
Right there, so Jamaica. Right there, so. That right there, I love that. Mr. Andre Stevens. That right there, sir. I am in total agreement with that. I am in total agreement with this right here, sir. This suggestion right here.
The Latoya Bulging Bujo Act, Courtney. We must legislate change using her name. We must legislate change in this country using her name. Just as we have the Ananda Dean Alert, the Latoya Bulging Act, that speaks to police when they have done some acts of criminality against the citizen. I gather that he has not gotten bail. He has not gotten bail, Jamaica. But the Dranko, only a Dranko could have taken out and done such a gruesome, wicked act against humanity. She was murdered for a spent shell that she took up for her to become a witness. Can you imagine other witnesses, how the police would have dealt with you? So being a witness in Jamaica isn't safe. All lives matters. And I'm going to say this to you, Jamaica. If you continue, he's going to murder more of us. We must stand up for something. Or if we don't stand up for something, you're going to lose everything. Wicked act. Cruel act. 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 Latoya Bulging, may you and your family get justice. Because they degraded your body. They degraded your body. The drunkers and the dogs you are. We need to get their names and speak more about the cruelty that has happened to humanity. You see, Jamaica, I'm getting into another topic tonight.
Yes, so the other policemen, I believe, should be charged. And nobody can declare that the young lady was not living. Nobody there, none of the police there could have declared that she was no longer with us. They cannot declare it. I understand they would be in error trying to declare that, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Only a professional could come and say, declare, yes, she is not here with us anymore. Or there's no way, you know. People have been brought back from literally close to the fangs of death. But you see how they dealt with her body, ladies and gentlemen? That right there, sir, is the reason why I believe the other police should be locked up. They stuffed her body in the trunk. There's reports, unconfirmed reports, that her body fell when they were driving towards the police station or wherever it is they were going. If that is true, based off the postmortem data, when they actually, analyze the cause of death and look at her body, you can tell, all right, you have bruises here, you have broken bones, you have fractures here. And, it should be that she got shot that actually made her, lose her life. But if evidence shows otherwise, that is something else that they lose her life. I don't know, maybe the way how they dragged her body out of the something like a dog. Maybe the way how they stuffed the fly chow in. Maybe the way how they stuffed her body in the back of the trunk of the vehicle. Right? All of them should be charged. All of them should be charged, ladies and gentlemen. And it is sad that we have a police force that really and truly they don't actually seem like they give a damn, to be quite honest with you. I don't see it. Because you don't hear the right message coming out of the JCF heads. You don't hear the right message coming from name again, Oris Chang, and then you hear mixed messages coming from Andrew Wallace as if he didn't say what he said. You feel what I say? And then this picture, there's this picture that surfaced. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if Andre had posted it. Let me see. I think he had put it up, you know. I think he had put it up. Let me see if we can find it. Let me see if we can find it. Somebody had sent it to me. Somebody had sent me the picture. There's a picture of police commissioner, FID director Dennis. What's your name? Dennis what? Dennis Chang. What's your name? And somebody else. And I'm saying this picture, a picture tells 1,000 words, man. You can't see the boys club for the Jamaica Labour Party. And they're not hiding. You can't see the syndicate of the JLP from the FID president to the police commissioner. All of these men are yes men for the Jamaica Labour Party, as far as me see. I don't hear them come say nothing objective, right? Not all objective, but you know, it is what it is. Can't find the picture right now, I can move on. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, about the suggestion from Mr. Andre Stevens in regards to the Lataya Bulgi legislation. I am all for it. You know what I mean? You know, enough is enough. Whatever it is that we can do to affect change, I think it's our responsibility to do so. And if and when we are our families, our friends are the victims, you know, you can't say anything. You can't be like, oh, you know, but where were you? You had a voice. Everybody have a phone. Use your phone. Do a video. Speak about it. Let your voices be heard. You never know where it can go. I keep telling you guys, you know, if you guys was united, you know, we should have a hashtag justice for Lataya Bujubolgin. There should be a hashtag on every video to speak on this issue. Justice for Lataya Bujubolgin. And it cannot be a 1 year or 2 year thing. Right? Every time the police them, we see the police them look like say there's a suspected unaliving of a innocent unaliving of a citizen, and it's caught on video. Lataya Bujubolgin would be the hashtag still used to show that one, the government has not done anything really and truly to stop this particular this act from happening by implementing body-worn cameras in the force, specifically in the areas where you have operations. The man them where use the most lethal weapon them on the street, you know, them mask and them something. No man, the man them need to have on body-worn camera, man. Freedom, big up yourself. You feel me? I deal with the man them need to, and they could have to suffer for the badness so it go. And police use that same law when it commands to people, because they have youth and have nothing to do with no crime, but because them got there on somebody not knowing say them a criminal, then become a victim of police brutality or worse in a them operation, because you know most of the time them just assume that everybody is a part of whatever that person is a part of, and this is how them label people as gangs. You understand? Without proper intel, you have a thing called profiling. You feel me, I say? So I don't want to think about that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, good night, it's your brother Bolo BNR. There's a series of videos that has I have missed in regards to Pastor Jeffrey Shuttleworth. June is a pivotal month prophetically. So it's something that we have to keep our eye on. And of course, word and anniversary, several videos that I missed. And I'm here to share and give my commentary on briefly. Not gonna do too much because I think it's like 4 or 5 videos. So follow me, watch this video to the end. Please share the video, like the video, first thing coming in. Don't keep it to yourself, share it as well with as much persons as possible. And you guys can reach out to me on WhatsApp. I'm gonna put the number on the screen right here, WhatsApp number, so you guys can actually text me if you want to join my WhatsApp channel and my WhatsApp group. So if you're not ready to get the notifications, you join my WhatsApp group and my WhatsApp channel. When I post a video, I will put it here, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, you also can reach out to me, and if there's anything happening in your community that you want to take a look at and possibly highlight, you can send me the video. You understand what I'm saying? Alright, so yeah, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Pastor Jeffrey Shuttleworth. Listen to this.
Must observe 3 consecutive days of Jamaica must observe 3 consecutive days of national mourning, fasting, prayer, and repentance. If Jamaica does not do it, Mr. Prime Minister and others who are listening now, dog nyam supper, lunch, breakfast, and dinner, you could build until you bleed. And in fact, you are not going to be able to build anything substantial because the Lord is going to throw it down. We don't even get a chance. So all of those grandiose plans that we're hearing, watch what's going to be happening if we don't repent. Remember 1692, Port Royal, the wealthiest but wickedest city. What did God do? After warnings, so far this year, 2026, we have had 10 earthquakes. Now, remember, as I said yesterday, those are the ones that were recorded by the system. But there were others that were felt, others that took place that were not recorded by the system. If that is not an intensification of the warnings, then you tell me what is. There is a midnight cry that is about to come upon this island of Jamaica. So we can appoint chief executing officer and doing all kind of thing.
Oh my days. Anthony Anderson. Anthony Anderson, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. You could appoint chief executive officer all you want, Andrew. Mighty God. Let's continue.
Around making fancy speeches and so on. Watch and you will see what's coming up ahead. Be not deceived, God cannot be mocked. This island of Jamaica is a diadem in the hand of God and must come into alignment, must bow before the crucified and risen Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. Jamaica does not do it voluntarily. God is going to cause Jamaica to do so under duress. A word to the wise is sufficient. Jamaica must observe 3 consecutive days of national mourning, fasting, prayer, and repentance. If Jamaica does not do it, Mr. Prime Minister and others who are listening now, dog nyam supper, lunch, breakfast, and dinner, you could build until you bleed. And in fact, you are not going to be able to build anything substantial because the Lord is going to throw it down. We don't even get a chance. So all of those grandiose plans that we're hearing, watch what's going to be happening if we don't repent. Remember 1692, Port Royal, the wealthiest but but wickedest city. What did God do? After warnings, so far this year, 2026, we have had 10 earthquakes. Now, remember, as I said yesterday, those are the ones that were recorded by the system. But there were others that were felt, others that took place that were not recorded by the system. If that is not an intensification of the warnings, then you tell me what is. There is a midnight cry that is about to come upon this island of Jamaica. So we can appoint chief executing officer and doing all kind of things. And going around making fancy speeches and so on.
Emotional damage.
And you will see what's coming up ahead. Be not deceived, God cannot be mocked. This island of Jamaica is a diadem in the hand of God and must come into alignment, must bow before the crucified and risen Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. Jamaica does not do it voluntarily. God is going to cause Jamaica to do so under duress. A word to the wise is sufficient.
God is going to cause Jamaica to bow down to him under duress. And for those that think that that's a bad thing, that's a no. God got a certain, you know what I'm saying, Jamaica is marked. That's low. If God didn't care about us, he would just destroy us. That says a lot about Jamaica. What's up, Gregory? Salute to you. Angel Green, what's up? That says a lot about Jamaica. That God is going to actually do to us under duress, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the next video. Mighty God.
This is not a matter to play around. It is very serious. Now, who are the prey? The primary prey are our children, for starters. And that is why I spoke strongly to the minister a while ago, and I hope someone is taking notes to send to her. I gave her some notes last week. And I'm not being facetious. I'm very serious. And I hope someone is taking this to give to her as well. Tell her to go to Rumble. And she can get all of this. Now, the target, the prey are our children, for starters. Children. So let's put that. Let me start here. So the prey are our children. So the prey are our children. Young people. And then unsuspecting.
Dana Morris needs to come to the front of the class. You're the education minister. This is specifically for you. Andrew, when I was at the front of the class a while ago, this is for Dana Morris Dixon. Let's continue.
Adults. And of course, unsuspecting adults come in various forms. So we have parents. We have teachers. Yes? We have, I was going to put fivefold, but many of you would not understand when I say fivefold, so I'm going to put church leaders. And then you can think of church members, right? Church leaders / members. Leaders in this society, secular leaders. And I'm going to use one general phrase now. People. I could say John Public. Alright, so people are John Public. But let's just use that people. And I'll put slash nations. Good. I could stretch it some more, but let us leave it at that. Okay? Very important here. So unsuspecting adults, and you have them there, the categories. Okay? Now, I'm going to go a little bit further now. So we see where they pray. And the strategy that is being used is one of ambushing, using camouflage, using deceit, using deception, using distraction, and they are using fangs, which I will be expanding on a little bit more, to seize them, to grab them, to hold them, to control them, because what we need to put as well under here is control. So there is control, consume. So control, consume. So you control them so that they become consumed. You inject them, you feed them with it so that they will consume it. And the more they consume it, and it's a play on word because in one sense it's double-edged. So the more they consume it, is the more they become controlled. And that feeds what is called addiction. So you're having all of these happening. It's kind of dynamic, right? What's happening now, right? The aim is to control. So you feed them. You put it in their faces. You make it available. On demand. And also not on demand. So you make it available. Put it in their face. Make it available to them. Free of cost. And so they consume. And as they consume, they also are consumed. They also come under greater control. So that they are seized or arrested. And the arresting comes through addiction. So that you are made to think the children are made to think, the young people are made to think that they can't do without it. They can't live without it. So that is why a child would box their parent. Can you imagine that? It has happened more than one time in Jamaica and elsewhere. The parent takes away the gadget and the child becomes enraged and box the parent, fight off the parent. It's almost like a drug addict having withdrawal symptoms. And that's what it is. And that is being done through fangs. And fangs would be a combination of all of these, which I'm going to talk to a little bit. But I want you to get the picture, and I hope this is a serious matter. So that they give it, make it available, accessible to the children, young people, and unsuspecting adults. So they consume more and more of it and become consumed by it. This is not a matter to play around. It is very serious. Now, who are the prey? The primary prey are our children, for starters. And that is why I spoke strongly to the minister a while ago, and I hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, somebody needs to call Dana Morris Dixon to the front of the class. This is for the Ministry of Education, this portion of it. Let's move on to the next video. Very, very serious. Facebook, all of these, different distractions. The children are definitely consumed by it, and they actually teach them truth. Because if you don't watch your kids, like even some of the cartoons that seem to be innocent, it's actually teaching their kids some devilish stuff. I'm telling you, the devil is very cunning. Let's continue.
what you're doing is not helping our children. That's not going to help our children. That's not going to make them any better. It's not going to improve their numeracy and literacy. Huh? What you're doing is to turn our children, right? In fact, they have this saying that you're stunting their growth, intellectually and otherwise. Yes? Because the research would have shown us what overexposure to technology, over-reliance on technology, especially for the young, impressionable minds, the deleterious effects that are visited upon the users or consumers. The empirical data is there, Minister. Go and do your research. I'm going to say it one more time. The empirical data is there. Go and do your research. And I publicly call you out for what it is, and the government too. I make no apologies for it. Our children will not be exposed to AI in the way that you are proposing it. We reject it and we renounce it.
These are the men that got redeemed in this society, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? The watchman that watch it, that is charged by the Most High to approach your job without fear or favor. Thank God for his disciples here on earth. Thank God for the remnant that is here on earth. Thank God for each and every one of these individuals. I'm telling you.
Back to the drawing board. Consult with the stakeholders, persons whose eyes are open, and we devise together a method or methodology rooted in sound pedagogy that will ensure that our children, the best interest and welfare of our children is preserved. Going around talking nonsense. And also, I appeal to the teachers. This move is to disenfranchise teachers, to render teachers null and void. And so teachers listening, you had better wake up. And yes, I know there are those who are disingenuous who would say, oh, he's against technology. You're stupid if you say that. How could you say I'm against technology when I use it? We have this stupid approach in Jamaica where we rush ahead and implement all forms of measures, totally oblivious of the warnings that are being given from people like us. We have been given a warning about many of the things that you have done and now have caused chaos in the society. And it is after the fact now we are trying to roll things back.
And I want to add to what the apostle is saying. We see in other cultures where they have already used these things and made mistakes, and then we come on want to use them as well. It is asinine. It is absolutely asinine. You understand? Let's continue.
And we are saying, do not use our children as guinea pigs. We will not stand for it. Because we are also using our children as pilots to generate, to train AI. We will not sit back and allow our children to be used as guinea pigs. And it is high time that as parents we stand up and let our voices be heard and protect our children. So I'm going to be going further in a teaching moment very shortly. I'll be going to the whiteboard, not the smart board, but the whiteboard, which is the equivalent of the chalkboard. And I will be going further into the matter. But I had to say that. Call out the minister. And of course, I love the minister, I love all the politicians. But I will not condone anything, any policy that is not in the best interest of our children and by extension the nation.
Now, the video is talking about is the video that I just played. Alright, on this reaction. That's the one on the chalkboard where I was going through the details. Just for clarity. Let's move on.
Let us wake up. Let us wake up. Do not become addicted to fangs. Do not become addicted to Facebook. Teach your children. Teach your young people. Churches. Teach your members. Pastors, wake up. Bishop, wake up. Apostles, wake up. We can do without Facebook and Meta or Meta. We can do without Amazon. We can do without Netflix. Do not allow Netflix to rob your children of their sleep. Do not allow Netflix to introduce the evil lifestyles, homosexuality, demonism, Satanism, and all those matters of evil, types of evil. Do not allow Netflix to take you away from worship of the true and living God. Google, as convenient as it is not indispensable. It is rooted in Satanism. And even where we have to use it, we must be mindful of that and do not become dependent on it. Starlink, which has become a craze in Jamaica and a crave in Jamaica, let us understand that it is also a part of the beast system, and we must handle cautiously and put ourselves at that place where when we need to de-link and disassociate from it and the others, we do so, not allowing fangs, the beast, to sink its fangs into us, because the moment that happens, the venom is going to be ejected or injected in us, and it is only a matter of time before we are consumed and destroyed. A word to the wise is sufficient. Now, as I'm mentioning that, the Holy Spirit would mention to me, as I mentioned Baphomet. Let me deal with this. This is an aside, but it is very important, so I'm going to deal with it very quickly. So, Baphomet. Baphomet. So that's the goat head. Alright? Now, do you know? And look at how conniving and deceiving or deceptive Satan is. This practice by many Americans, and if Americans are listening, listen, I have no qualms with you, but I have to speak the truth. This practice of calling our children kids, the devil is a liar. We reject it. Do you know that it is a part of the satanic design? Because once you call your child a kid, you are actually saying that they are of Baphomet.
Yo, listen, man. Yo, I am taking that very seriously. If I should have children, I am not calling them no kids. Yo, yes, sir. You gonna learn today? Let's continue.
They are offsprings of Baphomet, because kids come from goat. You hear me now? And Baphomet, the symbol of Baphomet, if you are to research it, Baphomet sits on a throne and have two little children on either side of Baphomet. In other words, Baphomet say, these are my kids. That is our children. Because Baphomet can have no children of its own. But what Baphomet does is that Baphomet seeks to take over our children. And once he takes them over, he calls them kids. And the unsuspecting adult world all across the United States of America, for the most part, have taken up the satanic practice of calling children kids.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. Are you ready, kids?
You see the music cartoon then? Damn, bro.
And I'm saying to Americans, stop it. I'm also saying to Jamaica, stop it. Stop calling our children kids, because once you begin to call them kids, you are saying they are offspring of Baphomet. The devil is a liar. And that is why we in this part of the vineyard, we reject that designation. And trust me, I want to get rid of it from TBC. But so many of the programs that we utilize focus on the family and so on. It's all over there. So it's almost as if now we would have no programs. But I'm praying about it because we have to cut it out. This thing of calling our children kids, that's of the devil. How can a human being have kids? It's a plot of Satan to put a curse on our kids, our children, yeah, calling them kids.
So you see, even the part is like it's a new revelation, right? And even him, because it's so programmed into us to call our children that. No, I have to be mindful, you know. If I'm asking somebody, so how many children do you have? And they say, I'm saying, no, how many children do you have? And I'm going to let them know that goats have kids. So that's going to start a whole conversation. Wow, let's continue.
And then making them more amenable to receive Baphomet as their father, as their God. And remember now, Baphomet serves under Satan, and they have many emissaries. So there you have Queen of Heaven, Queen of Course, yes, you have Baal, you have Asherah, you have Dagon, and there are a whole host of them. You have Leviathan, and so on and so forth. Mermaid, merman, and so on. So let us understand.
Just use a word about amenable, A-M-E-N-A-B-L-E. Its meaning is being open, willing to agree. Sorry, excuse me. My bad. Lord mercy. Being open, willing to agree, or responsive to suggestion. So when you use the word KIDS for your children to describe them in that way, it opens them up, because words sound empowering. You know, the Bible talks about the tongue. So the devil is very cunning. The devil understands all of this. So don't take this part of it that he's talking about very lightly when it comes to words. You understand? So amenable means being open, willing to agree, or responsive to suggestion. So when you call your children KIDS, you have them open up to Baphomet. You have them in agreement with Baphomet. That's what he's saying. Let's continue.
So again with the whole deception. So Jamaica, I call on you, stop calling our children kids. The moment you call them kids, you are cursing them. And you are saying that they are offspring of Baphomet. The devil is a liar. Now, the problem is to fix the family. The problem solving crime and violence is not to give the police more power. Give them more guns. Give them more equipment. Invade people's privacy through Starlink and whatever. That's not going to solve crime and violence. It is to fix the family. A couple of days ago, and I'm using this and then I will hand over to the team. We had not just far, just right across there, we have been praying that that nightclub be shut down. And bit by bit, God is working. And then when it is shut down, it's not if, it is going to be shut down. Recently, there was a fellow, right? Someone doing all sorts of antics, and he fell and broke his neck there. He died right on the road there. I'm not sure if it made the news. It made the news about that? Perhaps not. Indeed, right? Right? A after they had something like some pool party or some nonsense, right? Right? And they went there and went on with their antics and so on, and he fell, broke his neck, died right there. And look at the warnings that we have been given. And since then it has sent shock waves, right? Many of them, they were so frightened and petrified and all of that, in consternation. They couldn't believe it. Why am I bringing that up? To solve problems like those, when you look on the little young girls, where do they come from? Where does young girl come from? Some of them are even underage. Where do they come from? They are not foreigners. They come from Jamaica here, from different parishes. How is it we're having these nightclubs just proliferating all over the place? And you see these little girls, young girls, all over the place. Many of them are underage. And you want to tell me, say the authority and no, say them thing are gone?
Ladies and gentlemen, ooh, thank you. I was saying that a while ago. David, big up yourself. See that? David, they're on a mission. Ladies and gentlemen, big up people on TikTok, big up people on BOLO TBV, and BOLO VNR clips, and BOLO VNR 2.0, and BOLO VNR. Listen to me. The man is not telling any lies. You know? If you guys ever pass through one of these joints, if you're in the streets, you know, a lot of these girls were in there. You have to wonder, like, how old are you? This is how Jamaica has been running, you know? Like, been running. Where are the mayors? Where's the police? Right? And I'm not even talking about a party thing right now. I'm talking about everybody, PMP and JLP. Where are the authorities? Where them there? There's not enough focus on this, you know, in protecting our children, you know, the girls, you know, from these types of activities, you know. They leave school, they run away, sometimes they get picked up, and then you see them. Listen, if you was to really talk to some of these women when they get older, they will tell you how long they've been in these prostitution, these facilities working. I'm not asking Christ. I'm telling you, he's not telling you any lies. And you have to ask yourself the question, where is the authorities? And this is not a political thing. PMP or JLP, they have failed in this regard, ladies and gentlemen, to protecting and putting sanctions and shutting down these places. They have failed. Where are the mayors? Where's the police? The police them know what is going on. Nobody goes to the strip club like police. And some of the same police them is having sexual intercourse with these young girls, underage girls. It is a nasty culture in Jamaica, and that's a fact. Nobody can challenge me. Not even one person can challenge me. Pastor not tell me no lie. Let's continue.
No, I'm just asking that, you know, because I know what is happening. You think I don't know? Many of them are involved. Many of them are benefiting from it. Many of them own or have shares in these facilities. You think I don't know? We know. And no more of them are involved in human trafficking. You think we don't know? We know that. The Lord has showed us clearly. It is a part of the corruption as well. Now, if you fix the family, and of course a man can't fix the family, it's really through a spiritual renaissance that needs to take place. But the point I'm making is if you fix the family, then there's no way those little girls, young girls, can find their way out of the house. Maybe one or a few may escape, you know, whatever. But you can't have everywhere about you see little naked people walking around the place and doing all manner of things. Of course, you have some greyback women involved as well, and also greyback men and whatever, because the problem is not just the women, so don't get me wrong. But if you fix the family,
Hey, some of the women them are recruiting little girl them too. I'm not telling no lie. The whole society have to take blame for this. He ain't telling no lies.
What will actually happen is that the supply chain will be shattered. We'll have fewer and fewer of these. Many of these young girls go to school. So they go to school once or twice for the week. And then they are MIA. The parents, they don't live with their parents. Or they may still go, and then in the nights they go. And that is why when they go to school in the days, many of them behave the way they do, and the boys behave the way they do, and so on. We know what going on, you know. You think we don't know what going on?
Jamaica, it's because I grew up in a certain family. Thank God for my mother and my father for teaching me good principles. I tell them that. Big up my mother and my father. I have seen them, I'm still clear of them. I've never gotten involved with any of those young girls. From me see them, me know Jamaica. And sometimes they honest with me and tell me, say, yo, what you do so? You're supposed to go out, you're supposed to be at school. Right? And that's why I say the entire society have to take blame. This is not a PNP or JLP. Me have to take blame, all the way have to take blame for that. No one could joke about it. All the way have to take blame for that.
So as I have said that, I'm going back. So we need to fix the family. This thing about Jamaica, putting up cameras all over the place and you're making a bigger do. That's not going to solve the problem. What that is doing is to impinge and infringe on the privacy of the citizens of Jamaica. Inconveniencing law-abiding citizens, taking away our personhood. Can't do almost anything you're doing, everywhere you're going. Everybody have to know your business. Somebody watching you on camera in some centralized location. Huh? That's not going to solve crime. And then that same system is used to control people and to blackmail them and to take advantage of them. So back to the main point. This matter of domestic violence is not a man problem. It's not a man problem. It's a family problem. It's a sin problem. It stems from the breakdown of the family. And if the government is serious, if the private and public sector, if the church is serious, we must come together with one voice and say, listen, the family must be fixed in Jamaica. When the family is fixed, our young girls will be safe, our young boys, because it's not also young girls, you know. People are there thinking, I know that there are boys being buggered, and they are also being ravaged as well. It's not the young girls, but it's more ostentatious, it's more manifest where the young girls are concerned, because they, most of the times you will see out there, since the backlash will not be as great. The problem is to fix the family. The problem solving crime and violence is not to give the police more power, give them more guns. This nation of Jamaica must repent, and God will not.
Big shout out to Apostle Jeffrey Shuttleworth, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Make sure that you guys go and follow a word and a verse on TikTok. Alright? Follow a word and a verse on TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. These particular videos were centralized around children mostly. So David Morris Dixie, you're definitely in focus here. JCF, JDF, the church, as we said, civil society. Everybody has a role to play in protecting our kids. There's a saying that says that it takes a village to raise a child and never tell a lie. We all have a shared responsibility. And I said kids are all about, I mean children, because that's another thing as well. Stop calling your children kids. So we have a shared responsibility to actually protect our children. And I mean all because it takes a village to raise a child. No parent can watch their child 24 hours a day. It's impossible. You have to trust the teacher, you have to trust the driver, whether you're hiring somebody to privately put your kids home. There are certain limitations, obviously. It depends on how, literally, like, how wealthy you are in terms of the level of protection. And also, the biggest level of protection is praying for the children and covering them under the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ. You understand? So, hey, at the end of the day, solid. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning, top of the night, top of the afternoon, wherever you are in the world, I want to highlight this recommendation by the Integrity Commission to the Ministry of National Security and Peace, MNS. The DI recommends that the MNS conduct a full independent audit of all FLA vaults with a view of determining the full extent of missing ammunition to ensure that all firearms on record are properly accounted for. The DI recommendation is based on the fact, FACT, that only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic vault system were checked and significant anomalies were detected. Most noteworthy on which is ammunition being unaccounted for. The DI posits that considering the country's current climate in respect to the use of firearms to commit violent crimes, one missing round of ammunition is one too many. Consequently, the DI recommends that reference audit be expedited. Ladies and gentlemen, when reading this recommendation, I am confused. I am befuddled. I am at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you why. Because of the statements that the article that came out right after this particular audit came out. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Minister of Security Chang says efforts remain ongoing to strengthen the operation of the Firearms License Authority, including plans to improve firearm and ammunition storage facilities to tighten operational procedures. The comments comes following the tabling of the investigative report. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if that's the only one he came out with, but something he said in that article bothered me. And I'm going to go to it, I'm going to go to it because I believe it's the same article. I believe it's the same article. This particular article right here, something he said in this article bothered me. And we're going to go back to the recommendation because of it. See? Alright. Variation, revocation, among the findings, blah, blah, blah. Chang said that updates provided indicated that there were no recommendations for criminal charges, no evidence supporting allegations that firearms have gone missing from the authority. He stated that representatives of the Ministry of Law Enforcement, Border Security, Forensics, Defense and Protective Division were dispatched to inspect the authority's facilities after findings emerged. Chang represents confirmed limitations to physical storage, blah, blah, blah. Being sensitive to this problem, blah, blah, blah. Accountability, blah, blah, blah. Chang says he has been advised that despite the space constraints, the authority maintains functional inventory systems and has been able to account for, blah, blah, blah. Account for firearms and ammunition currently in custody. He stated that the ministry has already started work to overhaul storage facilities, introduce new disposal and destruction procedures for weapons, upgrades, hydro, blah blah blah. Ministry accorded ammunition, addressing governance. Strong said he has directed newly appointed board directors chaired by Justice to pursue process improvements while talking into account findings, recommendations. To be clear, adjustments made to the board and review panel are not connected in any way to the investigation connected to the commission or any loss of confidence in former members of the current staff. This part, the man said, the adjustments being made have nothing to do with the findings of the interim commission and the confidence. There's no loss in any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority. Jesus. Jamaica, let me read that again. The Minister of National Security said he has not lost any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority of the FLA. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And he goes on to say, I have full confidence that the board will take the required steps to give effect to any recommendation from the Integrity Commission that will further strengthen the operations of the authority. Jamaica, if we go back, it says right here, the minister said that the reforms introduced, the minister also pointed to reforms introduced since 2017, including the reintroduction of firearm application, examination reviews, and suspicious approvals, audit of gun ranges, improvements in vetting system, and efforts to improve customer service. So all the work that they're doing there, it has nothing to do with the Integrity Commission filing. This man have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the old and new staff that is at the FLA. You can't make this up. Jamaica, let me go back to the recommendations. Only 17% of 4,103 entries on the electronic vault system were checked. Only 17% of them. Not even 1/5 of the amount of ammunition and guns that they have there was checked, ladies and gentlemen. And a significant anomaly was detected. Most noteworthy, which is the ammunition being unaccounted for. One bullet can end one life. Mighty God of Daniel. Jamaica, Oris Shanksem have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the previous staff. He may lose confidence in them, and the current one, what the hell can go so?
What can go so? Fully done.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Stop it. Get some help.
Jamaica, I'll tell me one thing. I have nothing more to say. Absolutely nothing more to say about that.
The faculty, their just broad base of knowledge has been one of the greatest resources at the school, and the fact that they're so available to us, and we can go and see them, we can go into their offices at any time, honestly, and go ask them questions. They're so resourceful and so helpful, and I feel like I've learned so much from them that I will carry with me for the rest of my medical career.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Partner TV. The man literally played a video that I've never seen before. Right? In terms of international conversations surrounding what's happening with Cuba. Right? And then, of course, you know, her boy called in because, you know, anything to do with Cuba. Hey, you know, it's a top interest for the general. You understand what I mean? So let's listen to this very, very carefully, and then we're gonna go to what Head Boy had to say. Alright, listen to this. Very interesting.
It's for them.
Why are U.S. spy planes packed with intelligence gathering devices circling the waters near Havana and southeast Cuba? These dots show where military aircraft and drones broadcast their locations and were picked up by open source trackers off the coast of Cuba, a surge since the beginning of February. These aircraft are built with special sensors to collect acoustic signals, gather signals intelligence, and capture radar imagery, all for monitoring foreign military operations and potential threats. The Pentagon declined to comment on these findings, and we've also reached out to the Cuban government. This isn't the first time we've tracked this sort of activity. Dozens of these same U.S. surveillance aircraft have been active around the war zone in Ukraine and near geopolitical hotspots on the Korean Peninsula and along Russia's western border. However, it is the same kind of highly visible surveillance operations that preceded U.S. ground operations in Venezuela and, more recently, strikes in Iran. As President Trump began regularly commenting on his views of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, publicly visible surveillance flights began off the coast. The same pattern played out more recently in Iran.
I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
As the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well.
Hardening rhetoric from top administration officials paired with intelligence flights ended in military intervention for the second time. Whether or not the latest flights are explicitly meant as a signal from the Pentagon or the White House, the message is likely to be unsettling for Cuba's government.
You heard that.
Jamaica, you heard that. I need to I take away the picture was painted very clear. 1 second. Here is Head Boy, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have Head Boy. Yes. Oh, my microphone. I'm supposed to put in a microphone. Supposed to put. Yeah. Did I actually check my microphone to see if it's Oh, it's good. It's good. I think it's alright. Yeah, let's listen to Head Boy, ladies and gentlemen.
Head Boy calling tonight. Hello, good night, Head Boy.
Professor, I'm not going to be long at all. Good night to you. Just ask yourself this question. If you came to assist with the hurricane, why did you dock in the port of Kingston?
I'm dead. Emotional damage.
Jamaica, I kid you not. When I was listening to Andre earlier, he was live and I heard him ask that question. I said, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that, bro? Think about that. If you're talking about the hurricane, why would you dock in Kingston? You would actually go to Mobile. It's closer to the affected areas. But why did you dock in Kingston? Amen. These are questions. These are questions. Let's continue. Alright? Let's continue.
If you came to assist
with the hurricane, why you dock in the port of Kingston? Wouldn't you go to Montego Bay, to the western part of the island where there's more damage? But you come to the eastern section, which is the closest section to Cuba. Yeah? I will say again and I'll repeat again and sound like a stock record, because I have had confirmation that there is a radar system that has begun to be installed in Jamaica on the eastern belt. And I ask the question again, is there a radar system that is going to be installed at Ken Jones? So the ship itself, one of the things that people need to understand about the ship, you can listen in, but it doesn't give you the effective, because they'll be very far. In the port of Kingston, you know, far the port of Kingston, KFTL is from Cuba. It's on Cuba is on the other side, so they would have to be closer to Port Maria or Anata Bay or Port Antonio. Yeah. So it wouldn't help them. But the playbook is simple. They are attempting, and I say this to say, that the United States will not be successful in what it's going to be doing. I'll tell you why. You see, the war in Iran exposed something that a lot of people didn't realize. The US lied about the amount of damages they suffered in the war in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they lied. For example, most of their F-35 and F-18 jets were destroyed.
Wow.
Their missile defense systems didn't work. If you remember, they had to call to Ukraine to change. They had to call to South Korea and different places for assistance to set up the missile defense systems in place like Kuwait. A matter of fact, just yesterday, Iran hit.
What can go so?
If you remember, they had to call to Ukraine to change. They had to call to South Korea and different places for assistance to set up the missile defense systems in place like Kuwait. A matter of fact, just yesterday, Iran totally destroyed the airport in Kuwait. Yeah?
Wow.
And so the Cubans have seen the weaknesses. Now, let me tell you something.
I hear the soldiers' presence in St. Anne today was a lot in Ocho Rios. People just call him and say, teacher, the amount of US soldiers in Ocho Rios, it don't look good. They were a lot.
Finance there, is also another point that is, remember, it's the same East Coast, not easterly direction.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you about a warship. The difference with a warship and
so St. Anne's Bay to it has north side, so say Cuba did this war strategy position potentially. I see what he's saying. I see what he's talking about, man. Yeah, Andre said he's getting a lot of calls from his students that in St. Anne, in Ontario specifically, they're seeing a lot of soldiers. Very interesting.
A warship does not have the defense for example, its defense capabilities against drones.
Mm-hmm.
And one of their worries is that when drones, so we have seen a new form of warfare that's been fought, that is with the use of drones. So the weaknesses in even the Abraham Lincoln, why do you think they can't go down Iran go pull the Strait of Hormuz? If they're so bad, why they not go pull the Strait of Hormuz? They can't do it because when you're on a warship, you're exposed. You're literally exposed to the elements. But you know what hurt me the most in all of this? That the Andrew Holness government does not have the cojones to say to the Jamaican people that they have signed a radar agreement. And I will say it again. I will say it until thy kingdom come. They have sold us out without telling us the risk that they are putting us in. And when the altar clap call, may God save Jamaica. Because the US is going to attack. It's not when they are going to attack, but Cuba will respond. As you said, be prepared for what is to come. And Jamaica will be in the crossfires. And we'll feel in the same pain like what Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, right? UAE and Bahrain is now feeling. All of their military bases have been destroyed. The US is failing and falling. They're only living on name. Don't let them intimidate you. And they can't do the same thing they did in Venezuela. Cuba is not Venezuela, you know. By the way, I have changed my view on what happened in Venezuela, you know.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Never Portland. Why not travel to Portland? Take out somebody. Man or woman.
Jamaica. We know it's a warship. we understand, say it's not the first time and all of these things. That's not the point. There's a significance about this timing. Venezuela just got clapped by the United States. Operation and everybody, but I was totally caught off guard when I heard about that. Totally caught off guard. There's a war going on with Iran and the United States. In the middle, or the starting, I don't know if it's the middle, but it's active right now. Active war is happening between the United States and Iran. And they bring a warship here, and they were actually saying, oh, Cuba is next. Come on, bro. Read between the lines, ladies and gentlemen. It wouldn't be unreasonable to think that there's something going to go down in the near future where Cuba is concerned with the United States. It wouldn't be unreasonable. That's why I played the video that I played before. Pick up Andre, as I first played that video there. Right? Where the man them showing you the patterns of all these spy aircrafts around Cuba, going as close as they can go. That's what we call gathering intelligence. Why are you so active around Cuba? It would not be out of the realm of possibility that they are good. My thing is this. Jamaica Labour Party potentially having an agreement with the United States to say, yo, you can do whatever it is that you're doing and then attack Cuba. That is not good for Jamaica. Jamaica we don't have nothing brother Cuba have all type of thing and them have all type of friend. Why would we want to get involved with something like that? And I want to show it to Ishmael. If you guys are not subscribed to Ishmael, you definitely should go and subscribe to Ishmael. Ishmael said something earlier on his live stream when I was listening. He said, is it a coincidence that Andrew Willis actually wants to I think it's a radar plant or something like that to construct a nuclear plant, something to that effect. Let me go and repeat that. Let me go and listen.
I am of the view that Maduro was sold out. No, what they did? I have changed my view on what happened in Venezuela now. I am of the view that Maduro was sold out.
What can go so?
No, what they did? They set up the first time in the history the United States used a system. Because I've spoken to people in Venezuela, and in fact, that was in Venezuela when the incident was happening. The first thing that happened, they started bombing left, right, and center. That was the distraction. But they let go something like what they call is a sonic wave. Yeah? So the sonic wave, literally, it's a weapon that it creates like an audible noise that it can deaf you. Yeah? That is how they were able to unalive the 24 Cuban soldiers. And they took out every single one of them. You know why? Because those soldiers were loyal to Maduro, and they would have said to Cuba what exactly happened there.
Sonic waves, mighty God.
Yeah, man. They said for 4 hours they bombarded Caracas before they started, you know. And you see what they do yesterday? And CARICOM have no cojones. Let me tell you something. For all I care, they could have just mash up CARICOM and run it. Where can you believe CARICOM supported Trinidad's candidacy to the United Nations Security Council?
Mighty God.
If America wants to invade Cuba tomorrow morning, who do you think is going to vote yes?
Kamala Prasad be facing.
Kamala point one wasn't bad, but Kamala 2.0, I don't know who she be. This is a different Kamala, and she's a sellout, and CARICOM is a sellout for having supported her candidacy because they know they were the reasons why there couldn't be a declaration from CARICOM at the CARICOM summit for Cuba, you know. They hold out. They hold out. They have sold out the Caribbean, and for all intents and purposes, Trinidad must less CARICOM. We want them in there. Start to tax the goods. We must lead a boycott of Trinidad under Kamala Prasad Desesa. She's a wicked CIA. She's what Andrew Willis is to Jamaica. A CIA. A gone.
Mighty God.
Trust me. Bombshells, ladies and gentlemen. Don't look really good, sound good. I mean, did the more to bad state before I end this reaction. I think I found what I was looking for, right? This particular article in 2024. So I think this is what the good brother Ishmael was talking about. Jamaica eyes adoption of nuclear energy, November 30, 2024. As the quest for more sustainable power solutions as eco-friendly technologies intensify, the adoption of nuclear energy and equipment has emerged as a focal point of discussion for Jamaica, a country heavily reliant on imported fossil fuels. The adoption of nuclear energy would mean stabilize the energy costs, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and job creation. Alright, so I believe this is what he was talking about, not a nuclear plant, but some level of, I think they said something about, see there, it says Jamaica government is actively laying groundwork to integrate nuclear energy into national power grid as a long-term strategy to lower electricity costs and achieve energy independence, driven by Prime Minister Andrew Willis' administration. It started with small modular reactors rather than traditional large-scale plants to match the island's smaller power grid capacity. So that is what was said. I don't know if all of this ties into anything. I just think it's very interesting. Very interesting. So let me know what you think about that in the comments section. I can share the video. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's about what we are in this space again. So I just highlighted something in our speech that I want you to want to hear, and then I'm going to show you the proof of what she's talking about. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure. Embarrassing. We need some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what she's talking about. I'm going to go right to the article. I found it. Wow. There it is. The article is in the Observer. No wonder I missed it. I don't usually read the Observer. Let me read it aloud for you.
From left, President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop and Chief Justice Brian Syke. Justice system buckling under poor infrastructure, says Court of Appeal President. President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop has added her voice to those expressing concern about the state of Jamaica's courthouses and has declared that modern law practitioners require up-to-date and reformed facilities. Speaking at King's House during a swearing-in ceremony for 8 members appointed to serve in higher offices on Thursday, McDonald Bishop pointed to the Bible verse Matthew 9 verse 17, which states, Neither do people pour new wine into old wineskins. If they do, the skins will burst, the wine will spill, and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved. Latest news. She argued that the Bible verse is a metaphor for Jamaica's outdated legal system and called for modernization to usher in a new generation of practitioners to interpret and apply the law. The image of the new wine being poured into old wineskins offers a useful reflection for the administration of justice in our time. The metaphor indicates that new realities or transformative ideas cannot be maintained within rigid or outdated structures without those structures being renewed. As I considered the metaphor, I thought of my newly appointed judges. In every respect, they carry the image and the features of that new wine. But have they been poured into new wineskins or old wineskins? Said McDonald Bishop. She charged that Jamaica's courts are lacking in several critical ways, which stifles the productivity of its professionals. Our courthouses reflect older architectural and operational designs that really are not suitable for dispensing justice. Inadequate facilities for victims and witnesses. And even though we think the powers that be for looking out for jurors in terms of a stipend, we do not even have the facilities to even house jurors to comfortably adjudicate or deliberate on cases. Limited technological infrastructure, although we talk about virtual hearings and meeting the people where they are, charged McDonald Bishop. He pointed to the Court of Appeal. She pointed to the Court of Appeal building in downtown Kingston and charged that while it appears pristine on the outside, it nevertheless carries many flaws, including several security risks and poor solid waste management. The Court of Appeal building may seem new on the outside, but it's crumbling on the inside. Not because of neglect, because, to be fair to the Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, and the Permanent Secretary, Grace and Stuart McFarlane, and the Court Administration Division, they have given us everything we need, but now the sewage is seeping into the Court of Appeal, affecting us day by day. Homeless people pose a serious security risk for us. The taxi operators who park at the court steps pose a serious security risk for us, and so do the higglers who ply their wares along the courts, said McDonald Bishop. She argued that as the global space changes and becomes more technologically advanced, Jamaica's legal practitioners must also be given opportunity to evolve through the modernization of their work environment. When old wineskins become problematic, they cannot stretch, they burst under new pressure, or they prevent real transformation. I join with the Chief Justice, Brian Sykes, in calling upon the powers that be to pay greater attention to the needs of the justice system for better courthouses, added McDonald Bishop. In his address to the swearing-in ceremony, Chief Justice Brian Sykes also expressed concern about the state of the island's courthouses. Sykes pointed out that after Hurricane Melissa, which made landfall in Jamaica in October 2025, causing damage to several courthouses, the judiciary met with officials of the Ministry of Justice to get the main courts in Savannah-Lamar, Westmoreland, either renewed or replaced. He charged that 5 months after the Category 5 storm, there has been no correspondence from the government indicating its intention to restore the buildings. Would you believe that to date there has been no response in terms of getting the main courts in Savannah-Lamar either up and running or being replaced? Nothing has happened. And when we say that we need a larger budget, we are told that we are taking on things that are best left for the Ministry of Justice. But if a Category 5 hurricane cannot spur you into action after months, what good reason is there to believe that anything at all will spur you into action, said Sykes. He announced that through the judiciary's budget, it has been able to carry out repairs to several courts across western Jamaica to ensure that members of the judiciary have appropriate spaces to work. According to Sykes, the judiciary has repaired and improved circuit and family courts in Westmoreland and Trelawney, respectively. And so, we repeat that the judiciary needs to have greater control over the resources, and it's a simple division of labor. Make the buildings, hand them over, and we will maintain them because, as the experience of Hurricane Melissa has shown, the ministries are an unreliable partner in this endeavor, charged Sykes.
Emotional damage.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you I found the article, man. Speaker just told no lies. She told no lies, ladies and gentlemen. The Justice Sykes, they used their own budget to repair the household. The man said after several months, there has been no correspondence from them. So if a hurricane, and that's a good reasoning, if hurricane, a category 5 storm, does not get the government moving into action to repair these places, what will, after so many months, what they must do? Wait on the hurricane season that is coming now to damage some more, and then they do repairs the next. And you see, here comes Mara, and you say, oh, Mara. Bro, you gotta come up with a faster response than that after a hurricane. Can you not tell me that you don't have no power to move and do things? How do you give JPS 150 million US? We are going to go to it every single time to show you that you guys have emergency powers and you could have done something. It's what you guys prioritized. It is your strategy. Let's continue. Let me see if you said no more.
This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget. But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, there is no context in the world that would make the words unreliable partner sound good when they come from the head of the judiciary. Those words aren't opposition talking points. That is a direct, unprecedented indictment from Chief Justice Brian Sykes. When the highest judge in the land publicly states that the judiciary cannot be trusted to provide basic functional infrastructure, that is a vote of no confidence. Hurricane Melissa was an act of nature, but this delay in restoring our courts is an act of sheer incompetence. We are not blaming the minister for the hurricane. We are blaming the minister for the total absence of a recovery plan. It does not take 7 months to connect a water tank so that court workers can wash their hands. It doesn't take 7 months to post 1 or 2 police officers outside a courthouse to secure court files. Madam Speaker, if the Chief Justice of Jamaica can find the resources to fix the court infrastructure, what is the minister doing with his? And if he has none, is it that logistics has prevented the good Prime Minister from directing some of the barely touched disaster recovery funds to restore access to justice in these hurricane-affected parishes?
Emotional damage.
I put it to you, Madam Speaker, justice under this government is a disaster in need of recovery. I urge the minister to commission and fund an emergency emergency infrastructural and security audit of all rural courthouses across Jamaica. We demand immediate police security deployment to the Santa Cruz courthouse. We demand clear timelines and urgent allocations for the construction of the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parish courts so the people can access justice. Madam Speaker, I turn very quickly to an issue that I dub the legal aid injustice.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call the ether. If you know anything about rap, this was an ether moment. I never knew about that article, you know. Yes, the article that I just showed, I never knew about it. Thank God for Nikisha Birchall to point this out in her speech. That one went past my decks. As a matter of fact, I think somebody blocked it and me seeing it because I didn't look at it. But everything she said, man, I agree with her. And I hope that the government response. Does it take embarrassing them in front of the world for them to respond? Maybe. But before I go, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share this with you. This is Mr. Omar Newell. Not before I go, in this reaction that I'm doing right now. Before I end this reaction. Mr. Omar Newell in Parliament and he said, Desmond McKenzie. I have to put this in here. Desmond McKenzie had something to say about a market in Highgate. And this is the response of Omar Newell. I want you to listen carefully.
You follow parliamentary affairs in this country. If you follow parliamentary affairs in this country, you would know, you would have heard that the local government minister just announced that the Highgate market is going to be built this year. If you're a watcher, you would also know that this was announced in 2022 and again in 2024. I'm just sharing that fact with you, but we're going to hold the minister accountable and we're going to fight for the Highgate market to be complete this year, as has just been announced.
So ladies and gentlemen, Omar Newell in the middle of Desmond McKenzie's speech put out this video. I just saw it today and I've added it to this particular reaction. Those that are live listening, hey, you the VIPs, but in 2022 they announced the PM announced its plans to build 2-story market building in Highgate St. Mary in 2024, and 2 years before that, renovation of the Highgate market to be done on a phased basis. So what was the first phase? They will start building it on a 2026 now, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. 4 years. Let's see if they're going to start it this year, ladies and gentlemen. Or they're going to tell the people that, things came up, another hurricane came, we don't have the money, although we allocated it in this and we allocated it in that. We just don't have the money. All these excuses. But because of Omar Newell, and a massive shout out to Jamaica, just ladies and gentlemen. Alright, the PMP ain't playing. The P's in the PMP got nothing to do with playing. You heard? They are power punching. They are power knocking punches at the Jamaica Labour Party. Alright? Power knocking punches, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Man, shout out to Zalika J, shout out to Omar Newell. You know what y'all think about that comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I want to highlight Dwayne Vaz. Dwayne Vaz has gotten a lot of criticism and a lot of flack. And, it's nothing wrong with getting a lot of criticism. It's how you respond. And if you guys pay attention to his social media, you realize recently in Parliament that Colonel Charles Jr. threw a stone at him. You understand? Saying, instead of going on social media and highlighting these things, come to us, let's talk. Ladies and gentlemen, the devil is another liar. Because Andrew Wallace's approach when he was in opposition is to go directly to the media and burn out the People's National Party. You understand? For any little minor thing. And of course, Dwayne Vaz has been highlighting some major issues. Let's read.
Last few days. And this is because of the Spark program has been all over the news in the last few days. And this is because of the deteriorating conditions across the roads in Jamaica. People have been asking what has been happening with the Spark program. From our perspective, the Spark program has not been delivering the results that we have expected. Roads were chosen in each constituency, but the amount of roads that have started since this announcement has been very minimal. In my own constituency, 10 roads were chosen through a consultation. Only 3 have started, but none is yet to be completed. Work orders have been issued for others, but yet the designs have not yet been done. The issue was complicated when the CEO highlighted to Jamaica that the roads were chosen before the estimates were actually calculated. What this means is that many constituencies would have submitted roads where the value of these estimates far outweigh the amount of money that has been allocated to the constituency. So for example, you would have heard Dr. Dayton Campbell complaining the other day because his total estimate is over $1 billion when the amount allocated to the constituency is only 300 million, which gives a shortfall of over 700 million. This is the same case in the amount of money that has been allocated to the constituency. So for example, you would have heard Dr. Dayton Campbell complaining the other day because his total estimate is over $1 billion when the amount allocated to the constituency is only 300 million, which gives a shortfall of over 700 million. This is the same case in many other constituencies across Jamaica. And it begs to highlight the deficiencies in the entire program because there is no way you can submit the roads that you're going to do before you set out an estimate, because the estimates have now outweighed what is actually allocated, which means that not all the roads that were selected in some constituencies will actually be able to be done in this phase of Spark. So the minister must take responsibility for what has happened, and they must correct it as they go forward. We have heard talks about phase 2 for Spark. We're still not clear on what is happening because what we understood from the beginning is that community roads will be done first and then main roads will be done after. The Spark allocation is also was set to be completed by a certain time. We're seeing in the budget where it should go up all the way until 2030. So there are lots of discrepancies in the program. There are lots of differences in what the minister has said, differences in what the NWA has said. So what we're really calling for is some real clarity and some real solutions to the problems, because the people of Jamaica were very enthusiastic about the Spark program. They have now been disappointed because people are realizing that the spark is really not sparking. Thank you for tuning in to Power Talk Mondays. See you again, same place, same time next week. One love. Today, when all persons in shelters across Jamaica. Today is Friday. Today is Friday, May 8th, the day when all persons in shelters across Jamaica should be moving to suitable location based on what the minister said. Well, we are here today, and the minister made some pronouncements yesterday that the deadline has been met and everyone has left the shelters. But what the minister is not telling you is that the promise that was made is for persons in the shelters at Petersfield to be relocated to suitable location at the site that we are standing right now. This is where the 50 houses are supposed to be put, where the government has said the houses are here in Jamaica. But as you can see, the only thing that has been done so far is about 6 bases have been built. No sewage put in, no water put in, So therefore, the site is definitely not ready. This was a promise made by the minister to the residents that were staying at the Petersfield shelter. So they are disappointed again. So the pronouncements made are simply not true. Missed deadlines after missed deadlines is what we are seeing here at Petersfield as we speak right now. Even yesterday when the persons were being removed from the shelter, the place where they are being put was not ready. This was at the teacher's flat beside of the school. The place was not cleaned up. No electricity was there. No water was there. The persons had to move by themselves, had to lift up the mattress and carry on them head over to the place. They had to clean it up themselves. It's actually when they were finished cleaning, that is when the fire truck came to assist, when they already got a power wash to clean up the place. So it showed that this was just a last minute decision. It was a hurried move to get the people out there because they wanted to say they met the deadline. But the real promise was really to move them to suitable accommodation, and that accommodation was referenced to right where we are standing at this property in the Shrewsbury area. So this again shows up the minister, and the minister must take full responsibility. It shows the level of incompetence from the minister. And I'm calling on the Prime Minister to step in right now and assist to ensure smooth transition for these people at the shelter so they can have dignity and pride in where they're staying. It was just this morning when we spoke to them where somebody had did some work and got them the light last night, got them some water, but there are still some issues where the electrician still needs to come back today to try to remedy the issues. The toilet bowls in some of the places not working. So it is obvious again that the place was just not ready. It was a hurried move just to satisfy what they had said earlier. So we're calling on the Prime Minister, please assist the residents at the shelter in Shrewsbury and get them to where was promised to them. Another issue highlighted by the residents when they went there to clean up, rat infestation. And all over the property, rats left, right, and center. And if we're being serious, right now we are talking about the hantavirus. And people across the world are scared. Jamaicans are saying they're scared. The ministry is saying we should be prepared, and they are prepared. But imagine having this virus threatening Jamaica right now and threatening the world. And we're sending persons to a place that was not properly cleaned up before the persons went over there. Is this how you care for the persons of Petersfield? Today is...
Welcome to this edition of Power Talk Mondays. Today we'll be continuing the conversation about the Petersfield shelter and the relocation of the persons who were staying there. We did an interview last week. We also did a release stating clearly that the government was obviously not prepared for moving these people on May 8th. The minister came out and stated that the May 8th deadline was met. We rebutted that by stating clearly that the deadline was not only about moving them from the shelter, but about moving them to suitable accommodation. That suitable accommodation was the site where the houses were supposed to be built, 50 of them, 20 in the first phase. But when we went to the site, nothing basically was done. Only 6 bases were built. There is no sewage, no light, no water. Nothing has been put in place. So obviously this site will not be ready anytime soon. When we talked about how they moved the people from the shelter, sending them next door to the teachers' flats, and when they went there, the condition the place was in, rat infested, filthy. The people had to clean it themselves. And we spoke about this, and it seemed that the minister is upset. So he came now with a release. And his release, I was really surprised and disappointed when I saw the release. Because he made some absurd statements by asking me some questions that obviously the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid.
That is funny, honey. That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, these people are so diabolical. They have the job. They boast about being the one in power. They have the job. But when it's time to do their job and they fail at their job, they want to blame the People's National Party. And they should what? Come up with answers when you are the one that have all the resources and all the answers. These people are seriously diabolical, man. Let's continue.
The contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community. Because the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid the contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development that you are the minister for. So why are you asking me these things? You went again to talk about the roof program and to state that I have 2 avid supporters who got $500,000 each. I didn't know you were going around and canvassing the shelter to see who is PNP or JLP.
Right there, sir. So, him expose himself, you know. The way involved in a great job exposing the Spark program. Also exposing the fact that Desmond McKenzie exposed himself. Why are you guys canvassing who is PNP and JLP to say 2 of your supporters got relief? You should be telling us how much people get relief in total, not that they're PNP, to show you all this nastiness, you know. It's plain politics here, you know, them germs here, you know, we have as elected officials, you know. I don't know what them being elected officials. These thieving officials, because we don't know say, that the election there was stolen. Right? But they are recognized as elected officials. It's coming to tell us that, tell the man that, oh, 2 of your avid supporters got help. Did they need help? Were they damaged by Hurricane Lisa? So what if they're supporters of the People's National Party? Why was it important for you to highlight that? In some type of defense of being criticized for not doing their job. These people are the weapon that is formed against democracy. I'm telling you. This is the same man that said, we will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. When we get already, this is the man that came. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to find the clip. And I did not hear it when I was listening to him, because I really wasn't listening to him. All I was hearing was when he went to talk in a parliament the other day for his speech. That's all when I hear one language I can't understand. See? But somebody highlighted something and I went play it. Let's continue.
Because we have not been doing that. So I don't know who gets funding from who don't get funding. Remember that this was not done by me. This was done by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. They went out and did the assessments and they are the ones who made the recommendations. This has nothing to do with the Member of Parliament. So why are you trying now to make this issue a political issue? By stating that I have avid supporters and by stating that the PNP leads the parish council. We know that the PNP leads the parish council, but what does that have to do with what I'm speaking about here? I'm really disappointed in your response, and your response cements the point I made earlier about the level of incompetence you're showing in this situation. You need to get up and do the work or shut up, because at the end of the day, it's the people who are suffering. And we will continue to speak on behalf of the people until they get what they deserve and what was promised to them. What you promised, what your government promised, was suitable accommodation for the people who were still at the shelter. And that is what we want to see. So we're looking forward to seeing what was promised. We're looking forward to the delivery on that promise in a timely manner. Thank you for tuning in to Power Talk Mondays. See you again. Same place, same time next week.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to all listeners. Let me begin by making it absolutely clear that the People's National Party is in no way or form trying to undermine the Spark program. What you're about is accountability and delivery. The people of Jamaica deserve to see real, measurable outcomes and not shifting narratives. And what we have been seeing since the Spark program was announced continuous shifting narratives, and delayed outcomes. So we really need real answers as to what is really happening. And the problem really started from the beginning. And as was stated by the CEO, E.G. Hunter, the roads were selected before the estimates were actually done. So when you put this into context, what really happened is that you have an allocation for Spark. You decided that each constituency should get a particular allocation, which was $300 million at the time. You also stated that constituencies should choose 10 roads. So when the roads were selected, what should have been done, the estimates should have been done at that point in time, so some priority could have been put in place, so persons could know exactly what was happening and how many roads could actually realistically be done. And what could have happened from then is that persons would have chosen roads that could have fit into the particular budget. But what we're seeing now, we're seeing constituencies, for example, in Eastern Westmoreland, where Dr. Dayton Campbell spoke of earlier, was that his roads, the total cost was actually over $1 billion. But the allocation was 300, which means he has a shortfall of 700, which now makes it difficult because now they have to prioritize as in how many roads after 10 can actually be done. So what we're seeing in some constituencies now is that 10 roads is a impossible situation. Some may get 6, some may get 3, some may get 2. We don't know what the situation is at the particular moment. And the minister continues to change the narrative as he goes along. Because even at the Standing Finance Committee, he continued to say that it will be 10 roads. But in his last statement, he declared that it's going to be 6. So what is it? Is it 10? Is it 6? Is it 3? We don't know what is happening. And even my own constituency, where work has started on 3 particular roads. But when we spoke to the contractors, because work orders were issued for others, they advised me that those work orders, even though issued, no designs were there for them. So I'm trying to figure out how can you cost a road without having the design? Because the design should be done first before you can know exactly what will need to be done on that particular road for you to have a costing for it. So the entire thing has been missing, it has been in shambles, and the government just needs to come forward and explain to Jamaica exactly what the truth is and how we move forward from this. There have been other complaints from the members of parliament, especially about the worker compensation situation. And the minister seemed to have just thrown it or brushed it under the carpet. He's asking for proof. But what I'm asking the minister is that what kind of proof are you asking for? There is no formal system that these persons are being paid through. So they don't get pay slips. They don't get direct deposits to their account. Most of these persons are paid in cash. So I'm not sure what kind of proof the minister is asking for, but he cannot just throw it under the carpet because these are legitimate claims. And remember.
So ABCA fix only one proof, ladies and gentlemen, when it knows that the people them get paid by cash. So when they make a complaint that they are not getting paid, it is the concern of the people them, right? You can't, what proof? There's no formal piece of paper like a stipend to say, see, it proves that I paid them. So you can't prove say you did pay them, and then can't prove say them get paid. So how we are going to move forward? You're not going to, the people are saying they're not getting paid. So if they don't get paid, the work won't do. And then who suffers? You see what they do, Jamaica? Let's continue. You see, they lie by omission, you know? And then use craft. The government is a craft government. You understand? Let's continue.
These are our people who are out there working on this program, and our people are the ones who are suffering. So the government must stand behind our people and ensure that it is fair with whatever compensation that they are getting. In closing, I want to say the government continues to speak about politics anytime they're asked to be accountable. And I've noticed this trend from this minister. I've also noticed this recently from the Minister of Local Government, where whatever you ask for, they try to twist it to be politics. Well, we're not about politics when we're speaking of the people, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that transparency is there, that you have proper accountability for the resources that are being spent, and we want the people of Jamaica to be the beneficiaries of whatever is done. Welcome everyone to Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be looking into that incident that happened in Granville, Montego Bay yesterday, where a woman was fatally shot by a police officer. The video has been circulating, persons have been commenting, and the general consensus is that this woman was murdered in cold blood. We don't know the conversation that was happening between the policeman and the woman, but based on the video evidence, I can't see what would have led him to fire to kill in that particular instance. And it's really heart-wrenching because people are supposed to feel safe when the police comes around. And incidents like this causes the trust level between citizens and police to continue going down. It is already low. And for this to happen, it will continue going down. And there's a major issue we're having in Jamaica when, yes, murders are going down, but police killings are continuously going up. And it really begs to wonder why this is really happening. And it is clear that not everyone who is being killed are persons of interest, are persons who are involved in criminal activities. Innocent people are being involved in what is happening. And it brings back the conversation where people are talking about body-worn cameras, because if there is nothing to hide when you're going into a combat situation, for example, or whatever situation, why would you not want to wear the camera? And the security minister have stated quite a few times that he does not think it is necessary, they should not wear it. But evidence continues to appear to show why they should wear it in order to increase the level of fairness whenever we have issues like this. And the people of Granville must be upset, must be disappointed in the actions of the police officer. And persons in Granville and in Jamaica deserve justice. We deserve the truth. So we really want this situation to be thoroughly ventilated, where the process can take its course. They have already started the process, but we really want it to be done swiftly so justice can be served. And as I said, by looking at the video, it does not look good. I can't make a conclusion as to exactly what happened, but what we're seeing on the video, it really does not look good. It looks like a serious case of unprofessionalism, first of all, by the police officer, because I can't see what was there for him to shoot to kill, as was done in this particular instance. So persons in the police force, you have to understand that your duty is to serve and protect. And situations like this does not indicate that people can be comfortable with that motto that you are serving and protecting. So people, what do you think? What do you think should happen? What do you think actually happened? Because as I said, in my opinion, it really does not look good on the part of this police officer, on the part of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Thank you for tuning in to our program today, and see you again same time next week. One love, one heart.
And I said Nesta Morgan. I said Apcaf it's Ellie, but it's Nesta Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. So Nesta Morgan with the Spark program, Desmond McKenzie with the shelters, all of them need to be in that program. We are calling for the resignation of these people, you know. We're calling for the resignation of Andrew Wallace, all of them. This level of incompetence has to stop. You understand? Ministry of Labour,
It is an absolute pleasure to be here standing in. It is time for the word on the streets. And today's program will take a different twist from our normal word on the street programs, because the word on the street today, the actual word on the street, is about the solidarity program. The same program where persons were signing up to get that $20,000 one-off grant. But what have we been hearing in the news now? People are asking every day, how comes they have not received this $20,000? We have not been able to give them the answers until now. Now we are realizing what has really happened. The government was supposed to spend $1 billion, but yet $770 million has gone back in the coffers of government for debt reduction, going back to the consolidated fund. So this means many people out there who were anticipating getting this one-off payment will not get it because the government has taken back this money using lame excuses that they did not get the desired registration. 18,000 people, they said, registered. Only 11,000 would have gotten. But yet the program was designed to register 50,000 people. So how comes you're saying now only 18,000 applicants came in? That is because you gave us limits. MPs were given limits. When we started to register persons, we were told we can't register more than a certain amount of people. So that is why you would not get your full allocation. But that is obviously the strategy that the government was using to register less people so that less money would have been dispersed. People, you need to really look at what is happening with this government. Every single program we're looking into has certain questions that they must answer. And this solidarity program, as we speak right now, they must come out and explain to the people of Jamaica, why was it done like this? Why so many people would have registered to get the 20,000 and they did not get it? Why so many people have wanted to get it but were not afforded the opportunity to register because we had limits? 50,000 people have said it was designed for. Only 18,000 were registered. Only 11,000 reached. $1 billion was allocated. Only 200 plus million was dispersed. If this is not strange in our society, then I don't know what is strange. So this is the word on the street today, and thank you for tuning in. And remember, going forward, send us your pictures and videos of any infrastructural needs that you know deserves the attention. It is your word from your street. Welcome everyone to this edition of Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be joining the conversation about those donations that the government received that they have not spent. And it's really disturbing because when I think about how many persons are here suffering months after Hurricane Melissa, a lot of them don't have any place to sleep, no decent shelter. But yet we are hearing that the majority of donations that came into this country have still not been spent. What kind of government do we really have? What kind of uncaring and selfish government are we seeing right now in Jamaica? It is unacceptable for persons to move around quickly, gather their stuff, get the donations here in Jamaica, but still the government has held on to the majority of it. This cannot be anybody with a clear conscience and a clean heart, because people out there really need the assistance. What will happen again to persons who want to assist and know what is happening in Jamaica? This will definitely deter people from wanting to contribute if they think their contribution will not reach to the people that it is supposed to reach. So we're calling on the government again. The resources that you collected for the people of Jamaica, please let them have it. It must be able to reach them quickly and transparently. If the intention was to do this, I am sure it would have happened already. Jamaica, it is for you to decide what you think is happening with this money. Thank you for tuning in.
Boy, I'm glad to me I do the reaction because this brother and I get enough credit in the parliament. Good night. Fiona, how you doing? This youth and I get enough credit for this thing and Power Talk Mondays. Because all the people don't really follow the social media, right? For the MP them. And the point they make a while ago, it's a sound point and a logical one. Let's continue.
Dwayne Vaz here, your member of Parliament for Central Westmoreland. I just listened keenly in Parliament to the Minister's presentation, that is Desmond McKenzie, the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, because I was waiting to hear a date where the persons who are staying in the shelter would be moved to the location that was stipulated for them to move in the Shrewsbury area. Remember that video there on the 8th of May, the deadline day when persons were supposed to leave. And I was criticized by the minister for being mischievous. But yet today,
in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases I reported to 10 bases now.
Jamaica, this is the Flintstone government. Way back in the idea, they cannot put a time on projects that they're supposed to do. Especially when people are in need of help, right a blouse and skirt wet. You're going to tell the man about as soon as the bases are finished. You don't have no projection based on how fast people are work and the allocations that you have put in place to let us know, yeah man, see there, I eat this. What kind of nonsense is that?
Even though the first phase should have been being mischievous. But yet today, in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases I reported to 10 bases now. Even though the first phase should have been 20 and the total is 50. So we're still not hearing when the persons will be able to live in these houses that were promised. And this is still unacceptable because the hurricane has passed over 7 months now and the persons in the shelters are still have nowhere to go. The new hurricane season has started. People are wondering what is happening. And also remember that it's not only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they're planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have set the it's only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they're planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have said the houses are here. What is taking so long? Why the infrastructure is not yet put in place? The minister needs to answer these questions immediately and let people know what is happening.
All persons who came on
Jamaica, this is what they don't want Dwayne Vaz to do. So guess what? Because Dwayne Vaz is doing that and it bothers them, I am going to start highlighting more of his videos. Because Desmond Mackenzie cannot come and tell us a date. So for what? It was like 3 weeks ago, only 4 more bases too. We don't have the money, we don't have everything. What is taking so long? Oh, is it the intention of the government to continue suffering the people within these constituencies because they didn't vote for them? So they give up on life? Is the aim subtle genocide or for the people to actually just move from out of the area so we can have the lands them? What is it? I am going to ask that question. I'm going to continue to ask that question. Something is fundamentally wrong. We are in June. This is the hurricane season. As soon as the bases are finished, that's the best you can do. But come out talking about this government and puffing your chest. This government, this government. This government is garbage.
as sponsors, persons who came because you're benefiting from the free Wi-Fi. Good afternoon to you all. It is wonderful to be here today because the importance of this event, as the word states, is to connect everybody. And I think it was after Hurricane Melissa in this constituency and parish where people realized that they were taking connectivity for granted. Because when you're used to having something around you at home or on the street, you don't understand the importance of it. But when we lost connectivity the other day, and persons had to be scampering and wondering how to get some connection, we were running and finding places where we had some Starlink where we can get some connection to people around to just let them know what is happening. It showed how important it is to be connected. And what the Universal Service Fund is doing for communities across the parish is to give us free Wi-Fi where we can go in our communities and connect without having to pay any form of money. So when you used to have to pay for your phone bill and you don't have the credit on your phone, the free Wi-Fi is there to keep you connected, whether you're in school, whether you're at work, whether you're doing business in the community. You will have that level of connection to keep you going. So you have to understand how important it is. I know the students enjoy it. I know the business people enjoy it. I know the workers enjoy it. And we just have to ensure we support the Universal Service Fund as they continue to build out in more communities and in more towns. Because we know Westmoreland will be getting a lot more than we have gotten so far. And I'm banking on the CEO is my brother Charlton to ensure that every nook and cranny across the parish of Westmoreland becomes connected, because we understand the importance of keeping the connection with the residents across the constituency. So thank you again for having me, and we look forward to whatever we have to offer today, because we know that this is very important, and we know that we'll continue to do from strength to strength as we get back Westmoreland to where we know it should be. I thank you very much.
Brilliant. Man, I do an excellent job, man. Big up Mr. Dorian Vaz, you know? So, yes, my side. So I found the Desmond McKenzie clip. The audacity of this man. 1 second. The audacity of this man. Alright, so let me share it to cap off this particular reaction with the 37 minutes already. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen, from Desmond McKenzie. The audacity.
Remember last week speaking about increasing the fines and doing all that is necessary. Yes, that is good. But the country needs to have a social call on the state of how we are disposing of garbage. And I'm using this presentation today to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you underside eventually by 2040 to become the government, 2040. And let me say this, I already remember last week presentation today to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you underside eventually by 2040 to become the government, 2040, you will still have the garbage problems. We need to unite on this one. And I call on members, not just in the political arena, but right across Jamaica, for this consciousness of mine, for us to do.
So you heard that garbage, ladies and gentlemen. You heard that garbage. That eventually the People's National Party, when they come into power 2040, they will still have a garbage problem. The only garbage problem we have is what is coming out of his mouth. Outside of the more obvious garbage problem. 2040. So on the thing said God I got alone for use on the systems on have in place to continue for thief election. And I mean say that's a thus said the Lord. You understand? So the secrets of heart has been exposed as to how you guys continue to stay into power. But that chain shall be broken. The shackles that you have Jamaica under. Because you, Desmond McKenzie, are the one that said, you will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. Talking about 2040. Can you imagine? So him in a himself thinks that them have everything so locked, so confident that, let me see, 2030, 2 more terms? Last in mind, the devil is a liar. Anyway, we just want to share that with you upon that reaction. Let me know what you think in the comment section. If you made it to the end of this reaction, you are the boss. Big up yourself, here. One follow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's your brother BOLO TBV, and I want to carry this story and to make a point regarding this story, right? I want you to listen to this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us.
And a special welcome to viewers on OneSportMedia.com as well as TVJ International in the Cayman Islands.
We begin up first this evening. We begin with the news that an accounting and customer service officer employed to the Caribbean Maritime University, CMU, has been arrested and charged following an investigation into alleged financial irregularities involving students' funds.
Kevin Anthony Panton was charged yesterday following an investigation by the Financial Investigation Division, FID, and the Special Investigation Branch of the JCFs.
Prince Moore reports.
In a statement today, the FID said it commenced an investigation into a case of fraud at the CMU involving nearly $2 million after the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He has been charged with 14 counts of fraud, including embezzlement, engaging in a transaction involving criminal property, possession of criminal property, facilitating a transaction involving criminal property, falsification of accounts, and conspiracy to defraud. He was granted station bail in the sum of $700,000 and is scheduled to appear before the St. Andrew Criminal Court on July 6. The CMU said it detected irregularities in November 2024 during a period of system downtime at the university. During reconciliation of cashier closeout reports against bank deposits, it was identified that $970,000 had not been lodged. Further investigations indicated that the funds were later returned or lodged by Mr. Panton. However, the sequence of events remained inconsistent with expected cash handling practices. The university said additional concerns arose during the January 2026 examination period when students presented manual receipts for payments that were not reflected in the university's records. This triggered a formal investigation into manual receipting, banking, and receivables posting processes. The investigation revealed that the sequence of manual receipt books had been broken and that several receipt books remained unaccounted for. A total of $1.7 million could not be accounted for from the manual receipts reviewed. Of that amount, $552,000 has since been returned, leaving a current deficit of $1,149,500. Mr. Panton and another employee were placed on suspension in January 2026, and a report was subsequently made to the FID.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what can go so?
I want to turn our focus to the Jamaica Labour Party and how they manage our funds, our tax dollars. I want to turn our focus to the many Auditor General reports, right, that has told us about trillions of dollars that's been unaccounted for, right? And you see, I am highlighting this for those persons that say that because the government uses this narrative, that, it's not really, it's not that the money was stolen. Ladies and gentlemen, do you guys hear what is happening with this particular case? Money was unaccounted for and no money is returning. Now, let's just say that some of these monies that are unaccounted for walked out of the ministries, the particular ministries of government, and those monies were used to benefit persons within the time period it was unaccounted for. And then the money is returned. It's not that the money never used in Jamaica. The money was used between the time because there's no real-time audit. So the money is used between the time. Nobody knows that the money is. I'm giving you a scenario. I'm showing you how dangerous it is to have trillions of dollars unaccounted for, and then people try to brush it off as if, but the money never stolen. Same thing with the $1.44 billion with the 1.8% of it being used, and they want to tell us that, well, it's not that the money is there. It's not stolen. Right? There's a situation with one of the banks in one of the reports where the $150 million US that was given to JPS is concerned. That bank, allegedly, I think I snapped, was in some type of financial woes. And because the money sat there, the bank could use the money because they would know, and this is a hypothetical again,
the bank could use the money because they know the money allocation would not be going on at the same time when the money was lodged. So that money sitting in the bank, that 150 million US dollars, 24 billion Jamaican dollars. That money sitting in the bank helps the bank to give them leverage to get themselves back on their feet. So the question, and that's a hypothetical. So there was a question being asked, what is the relationship between the government and the bank? Or what is the relationship between Darrell Vaz and the bank? And then you're going to have people say, oh, this is conspiracy theory. Why are you guys so... Conspiracy theory is just a way to say you don't want to think of the possibilities of how money can be stolen from us. We're not saying the money was stolen, or we're saying there's a possibility that you could lodge money in a bank, a large amount through the government. The money sits there, knowing that the money will not be moved at the same time, because you're not going to spend 150 million US dollars just like that. That's a lot of money. So the longer the money sits there, it gives the bank leverage. Persons who work in the bank know exactly what I'm talking about. That's why they encourage people to save their money, and that's why the banks don't like when people withdraw their money too. But they don't want to tell you that, but they really don't like when you withdraw your money, because they want your money to stay so they can use your money to facilitate other things, right? And so they can make money from your money, period. So if a bank is in trouble and the government can give them an olive branch and say, yo, that's the bank we're going to use. See, you follow me now? And this is a hypothetical situation. I was listening to Mark Golden. In terms of the funds, in terms of the donation in the particular overseas for Hurricane Melissa, if I'm not mistaken, allegedly, isn't RJ Marks the one that runs the entity that the monies went to for donation? For those ticket sales of that event that they kept overseas. Isn't RJ Marks the one? Isn't it her company? And Mark Golden was questioning, yo, like, what's going on? Right? And to use the company, she's going to benefit in it. Why did they use RJ Marks if she's the one that actually owns the company? That's what you would call a sweetheart deal. The more money comes through the company, the more money she makes. Why they couldn't use an independent entity? This government is comfortable with nepotism, right? If it is indeed through her company, and I'm just showing you, Andrew Honest put his wife as a Speaker of the House. They are comfortable with corruption, ladies and gentlemen. And you, the people of Jamaica, if you are not uncomfortable with trillions of dollars being unaccounted for, Auditor General Pamela Monroe handles audits regarding unaccounted for or mismanaged funds. In Jamaica, widespread concerns were raised by governance watchdog JAMP regarding 3 trillion of public funds that was unaccounted for across 16 government entities. So when you hear that money is unaccounted for, I am doing this video to tell you, you should have your alarms. You know, when a dog, a watchdog in your house, on your yard, that protect your yard, and you see ears go up like this, once the ear unaccounted for, you should be deeply concerned. What you should also be concerned about is that this particular government, the Andrew Honest-led government, is so comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, with money being unaccounted for. It is like a DNA in their runnings of the government. It's nothing. Tell me, what have they done to fix the problem of monies being unaccounted for? When they talked about 3 trillion, that was like a couple years ago. We don't know how much more now is unaccounted for across the same 16 government entities and ministries. Ministry of Health, Education, Labor. I am of the view that this is how they steal and rob money or use those money to benefit themselves and their families. That's my view. I don't have any evidence of that. This is how they fill their pockets, in my view.
I don't have any evidence of that. But God is not sleeping, you know. God is not sleeping. And I'm doing this video to say to the people of Jamaica, wake up. Wake up. When you, I'm going to play the video again. When you hear unaccounted for, do not take it lightly. It's not a tagline, but they never steal the money. That don't mean them steal the money. It's just unaccounted for. They just don't have a receipt. Then if you send your picnic gun shop, and then you your picnic $5,000, and you tell your picnic, say, listen, I want you buy 2 bun, and I want you buy a buck of water, 1 bread, and 1 pound of rice, and I want you buy 2 mackerel, zine, and 1 hot sauce. And they come back with no money. And they say to you, but mommy, you know, see a $5,000 it costs. That's what you mean by it's called the money is unaccounted for. Underspending the money, not giving a receipt, and then wanting us to believe that just trust us when we tell you that the money was used for what we said it was used for without a proper receipt. What the hell can we say?
What can go so?
Let's get back to this particular fraud situation at the CMU. Listen to this.
After the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He has been charged with 14 counts of fraud, including embezzlement, engaging in a transaction involving criminal property, possession of criminal property, facilitating a transaction involving criminal property, falsification of accounts, and conspiracy to defraud. He was granted station bail in the sum of $700,000 and is scheduled to appear before the St. Andrew Criminal Court on July 6. The CMU said it detected irregularities in November 2024 during a period of system downtime at the university. During reconciliation of cashier closeout reports against bank deposits, it was identified that $970,000 had not been lodged. Further investigations indicated that the funds were later returned or lodged by Mr. Panton. However, the
So Jamaica, when and this is a possibility, the man used the $970,000, right? And do what he want to do with it. Probably whatever he do in the space of time that he was not lodged and then return back the money. But whatever he did could potentially earn him double that money, triple that money. You understand? And that is a scenario, ladies and gentlemen, of how skullduggery can be done. Dishonest, unethical business practices. And this government is the unaccounted for government. Dangerous. Dangerous.
sequence of events remained inconsistent with expected cash handling practices. The university said additional concerns arose during the January 2026 examination period when students presented manual receipts for payments that were not reflected in the university's records. This triggered a formal investigation into manual receipting, banking, and receivables posting.
So what happened here now? He made a mistake. And the mistake was caught. But whatever he did before, the damage was done. And this is where Auditor General comes in when the Auditor General audits stuff. They made a mistake. That's all, you know. They made a mistake. And now she's like, oh, wait a minute. So what's going on here? But there are so many mistakes in where the government is concerned. It's really not a mistake. It's them not really caring. And then nothing really happens, right? In the Ministry of Health, that individual just walked away in the sunset and was never charged. No criminal charges. So we have these people working in such a way, ladies and gentlemen, that they are so skillful and so good at what they're doing that they see the loopholes, use the loopholes, benefit from it, and then walk away scotch-free. And this is why the Integrity Commission is getting so much fight from the anti-honest-led administration. Because they are the anti-corruption agency that if they hold the government officials accountable, that particular accountability is going to trickle down to all the other minions that is connected to them or work for them. So that's why they fight them. But God on time.
Processes. The investigation revealed that the sequence of manual receipt books had been broken and that several receipt books remained unaccounted for. A total of $1.7 million could not be accounted for from the manual receipts reviewed. Of that amount, $552,000 has since been returned, leaving a current deficit of $1,149,500.
And Jamaica, all you have to do is go and listen to. Remember what Rosie said about the monies that they allocate in the area, in the constituency for roads. How much money she said that the MP take from the contractor, through the money allocated. I'm just saying, and you wonder why our roads are not fixed properly. Right? Skimming off the top. Grabbing. And that's what Rosie said. I don't mean to say so. But I'm just showing you an example. Right? Just showing you an example, ladies and gentlemen. And that reminds me. These people have the audacity that have Williams stood in Parliament. And then young Jamaica coming talking about they are demanding the answer from Mark going about the statutory declaration. The devil is a liar. You know what? Let me end this reaction here. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think. Alright, me can't say me never want them. Can't say me never want no.
I'm of the view that this is a stunt from JPS to get some more money.
Oh, very interesting. I mean, they're multitasking.
And I'll tell you why. Because if the grid was never designed that way to not operate a particular to have put it in a way in which saying that it could be broken apart and segmentized in such a way that what happens in one of the parishes don't affect what happens in the the other 13. So to come and say to us now that they might want more funds in terms of a loan because the grid is not working. I don't see why they would make that argument if they're looking more money.
Yeah, I see what you're saying on that. Well, if they are, they're not going to be shy to come out and talk about it, you know. So we're going to hear.
But remember who's there, you know. Remember that the minister who's there is the minister who just take all $130 million, $3 million and buy Starlink and no business. So
exactly.
There is nothing preventing them from bamboozling Androlis and Dalvas and Faber Williams again and get some more money. But I don't want to subject it to that alone. As I say, there's two aspects to it. So obviously there's the aspect where we know their income. Remember they get paid, you know. We saw that they got paid this week when they received the $2.5 million from the US. Yeah?
Yes.
So they have been paid to destabilize Cuba, and they are now going to be paid again by JPS if JPS come back and say they want a loan. Because obviously some of it will be for the person who guaranteed the loan, and I didn't call nobody name. Yeah? So
Almighty God.
We are prepared to look even further. When you and looking beyond, you will realize that at Petrojam, there has now been the appointment of the minister's best friend. Yeah?
Who is that?
Danville Walker.
No, sir. No, what the hell is going on, man?
So that ministry in itself is a ministry of wonder. Yeah, it's the same ministry that the telecommunications and the ministry of aviation is in. And that aviation would require that airport, Ken Jones, possibly would be one of the sites for a radar system because it's on the northeast coast. It's the only airport outside of Ian Fleming. But the rich and mighty would not want a radar to be set up at Ian Fleming. Yeah? So...
But head boy, Isn't Danville Walker the individual that Darrell Vaz had some controversy with in regarding the purchasing of the buses?
Yes, he was the appointee at the trade board. He was the one who said that the buses were new buses when the damn buses were old.
What a tangle will be.
He facilitated. No, but let me just be doing because I don't want to waste the Jamaican people time by going around, beating around the bush. The truth be told, Bolo, is that he's been sent to Petrojam because Philip Powell will reveal on a program, and for persons who don't listen to radio in the mornings, please try and subscribe and listen to Conrad O'Brien on the fireman always blaze the fire on Sleep 93 FM radio.
And he's live on YouTube as well, so if you don't want to go on radio, you can catch him on YouTube.
Right, you go on his channel, which is Conrad O'Brien, or Conrad OB, the fireman, and you could get him on his page. But he interviewed Philip Powell to make the thing quick. And he did say, Philip Powell did say that he's of the view that the government is trying to sell Petrojam. And now you see a private sector seller, a capitalist, a vulture capitalist, someone who has lived his life of just selling out government assets, come now to occupy Petrojam in his old age. Man, not even 100% mobile in the sense of his mobility, in terms of his physical mobility.
Oh, Danville Walker really lay him out like that right now?
Based upon what I'm told, he's suffering a severe back problem. So in bending.
Oh, wow.
But I don't know if he has done surgery and resolved the issue, but nevertheless I am saying what skills that Danville Walker has that nobody else in Jamaica can have, that they can offer to Petrojam. Why is this, we're seeing this thing where you're just going for the old boys club, and the young people in Jamaica who supported the JLP should be ashamed, because why it is that you can come from school, get your master's degree, haven't done 3 or 4 years in Petrojam, why can't you be promoted to even deputy manager or general manager if you have been there for 10 or 15 years?
Not to conflate issues, but when you look at the Anthony Anderson appointment, we're asking the same questions.
It's the same. No, that is the litmus test, that's the playbook. That is where that is the place of the, remember that's the Don of the Don plays in a man sit down in Washington. Set him to an interview for 1.5 or 2 hours, and it was a rigorous interview. And out of 200 persons, he is the preferred picker. I haven't had a job in Washington at the embassy. My issue is why he should give back his salary, because whilst he was there, he was not doing his work, because there's no way he could have had time to sit down to interview him for a job as the head of NARA, when his priority should have been defending Jamaicans in New York who ICE was attempting to detain. Yeah?
Right.
So I find it very strange that these people are now coming and talking to us as if they think that we're some dummy. But, I am not surprised that Andrew Holness has literally bent over in a way that, and I don't really like to use the terminology, but I'm going to use it, that Andrew Holness has actually politically prostituted himself in a way that he can no longer say no to the United States. And it is not saying, we're not saying that Jamaica should not have good relations with the United States. In fact, we should have the best relations with the United States. But it should be relations on the basis that it respects our right to have our friends as well.
Mutual respect.
Mutual respect, of course, and understanding that we all coexist in a world, and that Cuba is our neighbor, and therefore it is within our right And we should be leading to show that Andrew Wallace and Governor Johnson Smith has no respect across CARICOM. They should be the ones to be leading the peace discussion between the United States. If you are any self-respecting person and you say you have such a great relationship with the United States, shouldn't that relationship be tested for what it is truly worth?
Of course, of course.
And what better test than this to say, look here, we have Petrojam, which is an entity owned by the government of Jamaica. We are going to sell oil to our brothers and sisters in Cuba, in keeping with the fact that we have our citizens there and we have persons who are of Jamaican descent who live in Cuba. We have family there. We have Jamaicans who have family in Cuba and who are Cubans. Yeah? And as such, we need to, who were born in Cuba, have generations of descendants back in Jamaica as well. So the reality of it is that we have a responsibility to our people. And if Cuba wants to purchase oil from us, we should not be afraid to say we're going to sell them because it only argues better for us, better than make some money.
And you know, this is a hypothetical, but can you imagine if Cuba had the same DNA and character as a country like Iran?
Well, the USA would not be behaving the way they are behaving now.
I'm thinking about Jamaica in terms of how we have dealt with this situation. How would Cuba be looking at us if they had that same mentality as Iran?
No, don't think that they don't have the same mentality, because for 1 minute I want nobody in Jamaica to think that if the Jamaicans continue to facilitate the use of Jamaica as a launching pad against Iran, launching pad against Cuba, that Cuba will respond, and respond they will, and respond they must. Yeah? So, don't for a minute think that Cuba will not respond. I don't rule it out on the Cubans that if they feel that a missile was launched from Portland, for example, that they would respond in kind.
It's funny you should say that, because I was live this morning and Sydney came on and said, "I want you, man. If you see a missile, the man, them a move." I said, "Sydney, missile." I said, "No, man, me no feel so, man." You're really funny you should have said that.
No, they're preparing to launch, and as I said to the people, and I said it on Andre program the other night, I said on Andre that the attack will not be now because everybody is watching. What they will do is, upon the departure, they would have installed the system so they know how to gather, and between now and the 4th of July, there will be an attack. Don't be surprised if you hear on the 4th of July that there's an attack from the Americans, because they want to go into the holiday to say that they have invaded Cuba, something that no president has been able to do before.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would be unique symbolism indeed.
Of course, and remember, this is not that anybody tell us these things. We are actually reading and seeing the signs, and we're able to predict.
Following the patterns and certain statements that are being made, yeah?
Absolutely. What better time would be for his friends down in South Miami, like Narco Rubio. I don't call him Marco Rubio, and I say Narco Rubio, yeah? Because he's always popping a pill and putting it in his mouth. So Rubio is somebody who would definitely, and his fellow gang members in Miami would be happy to celebrate that they have invaded Cuba on the 4th of July. But if we listen to Bruce Golding this week, there is hope, and I must commend former Prime Minister Bruce Golding, a Prime Minister who is one of the few Laborites that I have the greatest respect for. Bruce Golding is a gentleman. Bruce Golding was a man ahead of his time, and also was a Prime Minister who was never really given the chance to lead because of the party he found himself in. But Bruce Golding pointed out that Raul Castro said to him when he went to Cuba in 2009, as he was Prime Minister, and they honored Bruce Golding, that Cuba is willing to repay, as if you want to call it for a better word, repatriations for the properties they took from America. Because people need to understand that what Rubio and his friends are upset about is that Cuba, when the revolution came, they inadvertently took all of the land of the wealthy American companies and distributed them back to the people as it ought to have been. So, because of that, you find that they're upset. You're with me?
Hey, I'm listening, my brother. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that is one of the.
Where say it, rain cats and dog? Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, top of the day, top of the morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is BOLO TBV. Do you guys remember the FLA report controversy around my name? Shane Dallin? Everybody is calling. The PMP is calling for his resignation. What is that? Oh, you want me to record it? The PMP is calling for his resignation, right? I haven't heard civil society come out yet and call for his resignation, but the PMP has come out very, very strongly. Zulika Jess, she in her speech in Parliament, openly, without fear or favor, demanded his immediate resignation, given the damningness of the report, of the FLA report. A dead man ordering bullets, the system actually, manipulated, the evidence of the manipulation of who gave the order. There's the system crashed magically, and now we can't get any evidence to show, say, all right, this is the person that gave Mr. Kent Brown the order to do this. Also, bullets of private citizens missing in a locked vault, all types of situations, ladies and gentlemen. That is quite alarming. Well, I just came across a video, and after listening to the first 5 or 10 seconds of the video, I said I have to come on here and do a reaction to it. Apostle Jeffrey Shuttleworth spoke on the FLA, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the good man of God. That is how serious what is happening at the FLA is. The good man of God spoke on it. So here we go on. Let us read or let us listen to this particular short clip of what he's declaring regarding the FLA. Mighty God.
By or before the end of July 2026, we are decreeing and declaring, effective immediately, at the hand of God, that God will visit this entity, removing those who are to be removed, and to replace such individuals with righteous men and women of God. We are speaking righteousness over the FLA, that the hand of God will move, that he will dispatch his angels, yes, to visit that entity, and that sweeping changes be orchestrated by the hand of God, since those who have been placed in the position to ensure that this agency, FLA, is properly managed and regulated for the functions given to it, right, alongside the functions given to it, they have failed, and they refuse to step aside. Then now we are asking God in Christ by his Holy Spirit to visit this entity, such that Christ by his Holy Spirit to visit this entity, such that righteousness can spring forth in the FLA from top to middle to bottom in Jesus' name. And we're expecting, as we pray the process through, that God will shake this entity, shake this authority, shake this body, such that those who are not rightly aligned will be shaken from the entity and be replaced by men and women of righteousness in Jesus' name. And this will have a ripple effect right across the Ministry of National Security and the government on the whole, in Jesus' name. So as we continue our season of fasting and prayer, today being the final day of the 7th week, 12 midnight to 12 noon.
Yo, I just feel a joy when this man speaks with the level of authority he's given from the throne room of heaven. I feel a joy, ladies and gentlemen. Before the end of July, Shane Darling and the whole of when no sound corrupt, no better move. I gotta go move on in. Don't take, when this man pray and declare, don't take it lightly. I would advise, when name Horace Chang, somebody tag Horace Chang. Tag Horace Chang. Anyone I want to listen to me, I know Horace Chang, tag him. Tell him, say, in our ministry, he need to clean up and move if he knows he need to move. Do not wait for God to move it. It's not going to pretty. It's not going to pretty. Me going to play it again. Remember, hear the man say, the effects of what is going to happen to the FLA is going to transition into the Ministry of National Security. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. God is the greatest. He surely is. Let me play that again, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa.
And we are going to be stepping into week 8 at 12 midnight later on, by or before the end of July 2026. We are decreeing and declaring, effective immediately, that the hand of God, that God will visit this entity, removing those who are to be removed, and to replace such individuals with righteous men and women of God. We are speaking righteousness over the FLA, that the hand of God will move, that he will dispatch his angels, yes, to visit that entity, and that sweeping changes be orchestrated by the hand of God, since those who have been placed in the position to ensure that this agency, FLA, is properly managed and regulated for the functions given to it, right? Alongside the functions given to it. They have failed. And they refuse to step aside. Then now we are asking God, in Christ by his Holy Spirit, to visit this entity, such that Christ by his Holy Spirit to visit this entity, such that righteousness can spring forth in the FLA from top to middle to bottom in Jesus' name. And we're expecting, as we pray the process through, that God will shake this entity, shake this authority, shake this body, such that those who are not rightly aligned will be shaken from the entity and be replaced by men and women of righteousness in Jesus' name. And this will have a ripple effect right across the Ministry of National Security and the government on the whole, in Jesus' name. So as we continue our season of fasting and prayer, today being the final day of the 7th week, 12 midnight to 12 noon, and we are going to be stepping into week 8 at 12 midnight later on. We will continue, and this is going to be a recurring item on the prayer list. Let us pray for this entity, that God will intervene and shift what is to be shifted, remove those who are to be removed and replaced, so that righteousness can spring forth in Jesus' name. By or before
Jamaica, I'm going to play something for you. Can you see? The fact that the pastor I go continuously pray upon that, it's serious. Buy her before July. I'm going to play one video from a while back on him platform for you. See? It's called It's Not a Pipe Dream. I feel like these politicians need to be reminded that their time is up enough. The corrupt one them, yes. They need to be reminded that their time is up. All the plan them a plan. God a wipe. Them time up. So I'm going to remind them. You understand? All glory to the Most High. God is moving in this season, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Yes, man. And I can't tell you, I am so happy. I am elated. You understand? Listen, my spirit just feel lifted a while ago when me hear the words coming out of the apostle mouth. Me feel a victory, Jamaica. Jamaica need to clean up. Can you imagine? See the video.
Not if Jamaica is to be changed, because we know Jamaica is being changed. Jamaica is being transformed. And by or before 2027, we will see a new Jamaica emerging. Not completely new, obviously, but there will be major turning points. One of them, finally, we will be led by a righteous prime minister. And it might...
Jamaica, by or before 2027, finally, Jamaica will be led by a righteous leader. For the very first time. I want to mark that when I prophesy it. You don't go like saying on the ear. If you not listen to me right now on the ear. By or before 2027, Jamaica is going to see the first time a righteous leader. You see when you see leader? When nobody questions say righteous. A God I go put him there. Every time I say, Father God, me just stay patiently await. Me dey patiently wait to see manifestation coming. No, say your word has to come to pass. By or before 2027, Jamaica will be delivered from the evil that is presently running this country. You understand? Major changes, ladies and gentlemen. And you hear what I'm saying about the FLA, you know why I play? You hear what I'm saying about the FLA? The FLA, what is going to happen with the FLA with the clean sweep? I got transition to the Ministry of National Security. God is moving, people. It is time to rejoice. It is time to rejoice. God is in control. Me tell them, say, from last year, September 3rd, me say, yo, God will not be mocked, man. God up to something. Me say, God is up to something. And then I heard the apostle say, God is going to take all the glory for removing this fear called Andrews. Yes, man. Peter Chambers and Mark Stewart, the man and tell you, God is going to take all the glory. The man said, prophets, who been a warning people them, who them not listen, them choose Pharaoh, who take a seat and go and go preach the word and do nothing. Nobody worry about Andrew. I will take good care of him. You understand? And that is exactly what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Because he refused to listen to the men and women of God when them say, call Jamaica to 3 days fasting, prayer and repentance and mourning since Hurricane Melissa. Before that, it was 3 days fasting, prayer and repentance. And the man don't listen. When you remember the lady, pastor lady will tell the man, say, yo, listen me now. God said, call the nation to 3 days fasting, prayer, and repentance. The nation needs to turn. And remember that lady there? She turned her body in her pandemic. She turned. She said the nation needs to turn. Andrew tell the lady, say, God make a vaccine. He said, mighty God, this a man. We made the man say that. Say, yo, he man really seriously tell the woman that got that. And she want pastor, you know? Amen. Let's continue. By or before 2027 is not a pipe dream, ladies and gentlemen.
Not if Jamaica is to be changed, because we know Jamaica is being changed. Jamaica is being transformed. And by or before 2027, we will see a new Jamaica emerging. Not completely new, obviously, but there will be major turning points. One of them, finally, we will be led by a righteous Prime Minister. And it might seem like a pipe dream. I'm smiling because those of us who are able to see in the realm of the spirit, we have some interesting developments coming this year that will trigger changes politically, which will take many by surprise, because there are those who think that they are around forever and they can stay as long as they want. We shall see what we shall see. That's all I'm going to say. We shall see what we shall see. So apart from the intensification of judgment, which will come in different ways, not just natural disasters, but God will also use external intervention in the affairs of Jamaica. I'm going to say it one more time. God will use external interference in the affairs of Jamaica in order to set things right. Since we have leaders who think nobody like them, and they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices.
Fully done. Emotional damage.
They have put themselves in power through corrupt practices. Leaders that think there is nothing like them. Mighty God. I love that word. I love that prophecy. When we tell you what happened September 3rd. Ladies and gentlemen, it's June 22nd, Paul Buchanan. One of the stone them we have a turn. My that is the area, Ghana. Woo! Watch God work, ladies and gentlemen. Watch God work.
Think nobody like them to set things right. Since we have leaders who think nobody like them, and they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices, we have a system of election where persons are to be duly elected, and they corrupt the system. So
I know me says so the man says so thus saith the Lord. They have corrupted the electoral system. They have won the election through corrupt practices. God will remove them because they feel like them have everything locked, Jamaica. What me say? Me say, hey, I tell myself I feel like I got to church today. No, sir. I feel like I got to go to church today. No, look a joke about that. Yes, man. When we say I got to church today, we must have a shoe. Them guys trying up the shoes. You understand? Me have one pants press already. You understand? Me can press a little shirt. Me feel like I got church today. Me feel like I got church today, Jamaica. Yes, man. This is beautiful. These videos are, this is not a new video, you know. The one we played before is a new video, like a day ago or so. When we talk about the FLA. But this video about the pipe dream is not a new video. This was, let me check the date on that video. Let me check the date. This was the 27th of January. This was the 27th of January. The man declared from the year start, thus saith the Lord. By or before 2027, Jamaica will see a new leader, righteous leader for the very first time. And the man explained to you how Andrew Owen's government went into power through corrupting the electoral process. Thus saith the Lord, not my word. So all of you labor rights out there that is barking and hissing, the hungry belly labor right there, you better change your alliance and stop worship Andrew here. Choose wisely. Oh, because if you don't see him no business about you, by now, some of you now wake up come here about it. But if you don't see him now choose Jamaicans, he might choose Jamaica, the land mass itself. You can't stay there. You remember good.
Let's continue.
Nobody like them. And they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices. We have a system of election where persons are to be duly elected and they corrupt the system. So what God is going to do is going to use other means of displacing them. Watch and you will see. External intervention in addition to continued disasters of different types. So we shall see what we shall see. This is going to be a pivotal year which will pave the way for what will manifest in 2027. So we continue to pray the process through. Not if Jamaica is to
Jamaica be encouraged. You see these activities. We are going through the judgment now. You understand? We are going through the judgment because we disobedient to God. We are going through it, man. It's not dangerous. You understand? It's not dangerous. It's not pretty. God wrath. It's God wrath, man. Because all of the things, all of the men and women of God that God has sent to want to know about this brother here, when they're in a leadership. I want to ignore them, want to cuss them out, want to talk bad things about him, profit them, want to tell lie on them on the internet, the whole I want in a trouble. All I want to when they on TikTok, no found they on TikTok, we are disrespect the man, my God. The whole I want in a trouble. All I want in a trouble. You understand, man? We are talking about say them Andrew over man and one bag of and man. Hey, me tell you something. Whole I want in a trouble. It no matter which part of the world you know. God is gonna reach out and touch. Oh no. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. I feel encouraged, ladies and gentlemen. My spirit is lifted. You understand? This thing with the FLA is very, very serious. When you see the man of God come out and talk about the FLA, if you get a clean sweep, praying the process through for the FLA, get a clean sweep. You know, say, hey, if them in a trouble over there, man, them man they over the FLA, they in a serious trouble. Fire, they are must steal and them think a cool breeze Jamaica. Fire, they are must steal and them think a cool breeze. That is it. What you say? Herman said tears full me eye. But me say me I have joy in my spirit. Nothing to cry about, but me understand. We express the emotion differently. I have joy in my spirit. This is a teachable moment that I'm going to go through right now. Honestly. You cannot make this up. I want to show you. So ladies and gentlemen, good day. It's your brother BOLO TBV and are we in this space, right? Now, our today put out this article June 5th. Today is June 17th. And this article, I believe, was prompted by the pressure of Oceanwide that put out an article about Mark Golding 2024 statutory declaration. I think maybe a month before that or some weeks before that, Oceanwide again came out and said, asked Mark Golding about it, and he said, listen, in terms of that, I don't know what it is, but I surmise that what might have happened is that, the Integrity Commission is short-staffed, so it's taking them longer. What's up, RD is taking them longer to actually process all the work, all the investigations that they have to do. Right? So Oceanwide asked, what going on at our press? Oceanwide asked Mark Golding about that on press conference. And I have nothing to do with that, And Mark Golding answered them, I'm trying to find back that actual press conference. At our press, if you have it, let me know. I want to find a piece of clip there when Chevron, whatever I want to name, asked Mark Golding about his statutory declaration at the PMP press conference. Then Oceanwide recently put out an article say Young Jamaica asked Mark Golding about the Integrity Commission
say he needs to come tell us why he's not certified in the 2024. What is going on with that? Then now, June 5th, now, this hour today, Mark Golding must give full explanation about why his statutory declaration has not been certified. The audacity, the unmitigated gall, all I need to apologize. All of the social media pundit them need to apologize to the integrity boss, Mark Jefferson Golding. And let me tell you why I don't see the same pressure for Andrew Owen still not being certified in the last 4 to 5 years. I don't see it. But Mark Golding that has been certified, has a track record of being certified. Here you guys come with a title like this, that Mark Golding must, we're not even going to that article, but let's not show you the heading of the article. I don't think it's a long article either. Let me read it. Let me read it. See it? Oh my God, but listen to them. Listen to it.
Young Jamaica, the youth arm of the governing Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, is calling on opposition leader and president of the People's National Party, PNP, Mark Golding, to provide the Jamaican people with a full and transparent explanation regarding the status of his 2024 statutory declaration, which, to date, has not been certified by the Integrity Commission. In April of this year, when questioned during a media briefing about the absence of certification, Golding blamed alleged staffing issues at the Integrity Commission for the Commission not publishing certification of his 2024 statutory declarations. Young Jamaica finds this explanation unsatisfactory and insufficient to account for the prolonged delay in the certification process.
Fully done.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk. What can go so? Hey, who mess is this? Oh, man, is this?
Young Jamaica said Mark Golding's explanation is not satisfactory or sufficient.
Hey, who mess is this? Oh, man, is this?
Process. Young Jamaica rejects that explanation for the 2-year delay proffered by Golding as implausible and fanciful. The Integrity Commission is
implausible. You don't need to come out to apologize to Mark Golding. No, the germs. You don't need to come apologize to the integrity boss immediately. I am demanding an apology now. And if you can sooner, it's sooner.
mandated by law to publish notices confirming the certification of the statutory declarations submitted by both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. It is a matter of public record that Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness has challenged aspects of the Integrity Commission's handling of his statutory declarations through the courts. That matter remains before the judiciary and is therefore subject to the sub judice principle. However, no such legal proceedings have been cited by Golding as an explanation for the outstanding certification of his declarations. Accordingly, Young Jamaica reiterates its call for Golding to provide a full account of the circumstances surrounding this matter and to address the concerns that have arisen in the interest of transparency and public accountability.
These people are desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. You know what I'm saying? Desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. They are getting their ass whooped so much by the failures of the Jamaica Labour Party that they put out an article to try and come against Mark Golding. And then what happened? A few moments later, Golding family earnings dipped more than $30 million in 2024. IC report shows. How you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Ocean wide, Jamaica Young Arm, or whatever you want name, how you feel? Golding's family earnings
Tip more than $30 million in 2024. Mighty God, the man a lose money, Jamaica. Mark Golding is losing money. You know what this tells me? Everything that Mark Golding said about being a politician and his principles is 100%. Let me tell you why. Because the man said, in principle, he says, there's no way that you can be a politician. In principle, for him, and still actively running your businesses. He says being a politician and working for the people and being in service of the people is a full-time job. You see, all of you comrades out there question Mark Golding, let this be the last blouse and skirt day. I have to know that right now. Me not tolerate it. Anyway, me hear it, me I address it. I am not tolerating you guys telling me that Mark Golding is not committed to what he's doing. Me I go burn you out. Me not be so own be any comrade. Tell the words about us that. Any comrade we are challenge Mark Golding commitment to his work. The man is not the leader of the country, no. The man is the opposition. And as the opposition, he's committed to doing the work for the people. So I don't want to hear nobody open up their mouth and talk to Mark Golding this and Mark Golding that. Mark Golding knows exactly what the hell he's doing because he is a professional and an expert. His approach towards the Jamaica Labour Party, it a mad them. You don't realize that. You don't realize that Mark Golding has done them. It's not about the rah-rah and the show. It's the things that the man do behind the scenes. The man is very sharp and smart and meticulous. And he's going up against a giant that has so many people and corrupt people behind them. There's a group of people that don't want Andrew Honest to come out of power. And they will, the man is saying, now surrender Jamaica to the people. You don't hear. Open up on the brain. Let's get into the article, ladies and gentlemen, because this is important. When you listen to this, we're showing how Mark what $30 million the man knows. $30 million. Alright? More than 30 million the article say, not 30 million. My apologies, I have to be accurate. More than 30 million. Let's continue.
Sports. The Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income. The Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income, assets, and liabilities of opposition leader Mark Golding, his spouse, and children for 2024 in today's edition of the Sunday Gleaner. The declaration, which covers January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, was duly certified by the IC and was published in the Jamaica Gazette on May 26, 2026, as required by law. The income and assets of prime...
You know, before I go further, you know what was hypocritical about the statement by Ocean White? Mark Golding he's not the Prime Minister. He does not have access to any public funds as an MP. So why would his statutory declaration be a concern to them? That was what bothered me, you know. And I forgot to say it because it was such rubbish. When I heard it on Mystic Sensation, I was going to call in and say, but Mystic, Mark Golding is not the Prime Minister. He does not control public funds. So if there's a delay in the statutory declaration, why is that bigger than anything that is happening with the Prime Minister? Why are they calling out Mark Golding? It's a distraction. So I just brushed it off. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said, a few moments later, not even 1 week after they put out the article, here comes our Mark Golding certification. Mighty God, how embarrassing.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness have remained uncertified since 2021. The country's single anti-corruption body has reported a sharp decrease in the total income of the Golding family to 39.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2024, when compared with 2023's earnings of 70.7 million Jamaican dollars. A breakdown of the total income for 2024 showed a salary of 25.2 million Jamaican dollars, plus securities income of a little more than 2 million Jamaican dollars. It also showed other income of 12.6 million Jamaican dollars, which fell from 36.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2023. The family also had $279,007 in securities income in 2024, a reduction from the $324,013 in 2023. Under the current legislative regime, lawmakers, public officials earning 12 million Jamaican dollars or more per annum, and other designated government workers are required to file annual statutory declarations with the IC.
There's another thing I need to mention. Mark Golding does not take his full salary. Mark Golding takes 20% of his salary. The 300 or 200% of the government, the JLP government give, that Mark Golding and the People's National Party could not stop because they are not the majority. Mark Golding has protested against that by himself, not as an entire entity or party. Everybody else do what they want to do, but he's saying, listen, I can't work with this because these people need their raise and they're not getting it. So Mark Golding has decided that every month he takes out a certain portion of his salary to give to different charities that is needed. Meanwhile, him still lose $30 million in 2024. Mighty God. What a guy. They tell us that today is Mark Golding International. You think I joke. Mark it down. June 7th, 2026. For me, every June 7th, I will mark down this day and celebrate Mark Golding. As a leader. As an integrity boss. Okay? Let's continue.
I see. In the case of the Prime Minister and opposition leader, the law says their declarations must be gazetted and published for the scrutiny of members of the public. The total Jamaican assets of the Golding family dipped from 165.6 million Jamaican dollars in 2023 when compared with 142.1 million Jamaican dollars the following year. The family's Jamaican assets comprise securities amounting to 113.8 million Jamaican dollars, a marginal increase over the 111.2 million Jamaican dollars reported the previous year. Savings accounts of 654,589 Jamaican dollars and 99 cents, declining from 946,440 Jamaican dollars and 68 cents in 2023. Current accounts showed a balance of 2.2 million Jamaican dollars, approximately 1 million Jamaican dollars less than the sum recorded in 2023, and other personal property was 1.15 million Jamaican dollars. Additionally, the Golding family had Jamaican assets, including receivables of 7.5 million Jamaican dollars, automobiles valued at 10.8 million Jamaican dollars, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of 6 million Jamaican dollars. At the same time, the total assets held in U.S. denominated currency by the Golding family amounted to $908,907 US, representing a reduction when compared with $995,874 US in 2023. The Golding's U.S. dollar denominated assets comprise savings of $76,245 US, securities amounting to $379,667 US, real estate valuing $140,000 US, purchase price automobiles $86,572 US, current accounts $3,459 US, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of $222,953 US. In terms of liabilities, Golding and his family have other accounts payable of 2.7 million Jamaican dollars, as well as 6,890 US dollars. The Integrity Commission hereby certifies that the statutory declaration submitted by the above-named declarant has been examined. Based on the examination, which does not constitute an audit, it appears that the declaration has been duly completed in accordance with the provisions of the Act, the anti-corruption body noted. Meanwhile, the IC had conducted an investigation to determine whether the Prime Minister owned assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings and whether he had made false statements in his statutory declarations by way of omissions, which would be a breach of the law. In September 2024, it referred its investigation report to the Financial Investigations Division, FD, and Tax Administration Jamaica, TJ, as further probe was necessary to resolve the question of illicit enrichment. The Commission said there can be no finality in the certification of wholeness assets for 2019 to 2022 without further investigation. IC Director of Investigation, DI, Kevin Stevenson made the referral to the FID and THJ over concerns about the funding and operations of companies linked to the Prime Minister. The findings of the DI and #39S investigation raised significant questions around the income-generating capacity of the referenced companies relative to the funds which have been identified in their accounts, the report said. In February, the Sunday Gleaner reported that attorneys for the Prime Minister had requested an update from the FID about its investigation into his statutory declarations. Almost a year has elapsed since the reference of this report to your office, and therefore, in the circumstances, I request that your office provide an update to my client and the Integrity Commission. The Prime Minister's attorneys wrote in the August 2025 letter to head of the FID, Dennis Chung. After confirming to the Sunday Gleaner that it received correspondence from attorneys representing Wholeness inquiring about a probe relating to their client, the FID said. A written response was provided directing them to seek the relevant information from the Integrity Commission, as any investigative matters concerning their client rest with that body. In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports that questioned his statutory declarations and financial dealings. However, the court rejected Wholeness' bid to compel the IC to certify his 2022 and 2023 declarations or recommend exoneration.
So, while the integrity boss can go through the process and answer the questions to the Integrity Commission and show everything and give them the details and become certified, Mark Bolin, Sir, the Right Honorable Mark Bolin, when he can do that, what Andrew Wellness does is take the Integrity Commission to court and tell the court to reject the actual findings of the Integrity Commission and certify him. Andrew Wellness wanted the court to certify, right? See that? In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports as question his statutory declaration. However, the court rejected his bill to compel IC to certify his 2022 and 2023. He wanted the court to compel the Integrity Commission to certify him. What can go so? Meanwhile, the Integrity boss is sitting pretty while being orchestratedly attacked by JLP media to distract us from the fact that the government did not only spend 2% of 1.44 billion, to distract us from the FLA report, the damning FLA report, dead people buying ammunition, systems being manipulated, and then evidence being conveniently unavailable for investigation. Private people, right? Come on now. But we're gonna go on Twitter to see if Ocean Wide has any integrity in them enough to make sure that they put out a story and give Mark Golding the honor he deserves. Just like how them did put out, and I'm expecting Jamaica to come apologize to the man talking about he must answer this and answer that. How in the hell would Mark Golding be able to answer a report that has not come out? Right? The report has to come out to say he's uncertified before he can take action. And then they put out this stupid article talking about no legal action has been cited by Golding. How do you put a legal action forward for a document that you haven't seen? It's the same thing with the FLA. They couldn't carry the Integrity Commission to court until the report was tabled. They couldn't carry them to court. All them are going to do, they haven't seen the report first. But the report was honest and fair, so they cannot take them to court. Simple. Andrew Holness is just using delay tactics. Right? That's all. Carrying the Integrity Commission to court, all these litigation, money, delay, drag it through the courts. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of something. God is dropping the dominoes them. You see, June 22nd, Paul Buchanan will be in court. And that seat for Andrew Holness is coming into question. And if the courts do the right thing, we're going to see a re-election for that seat in particular. And Andrew Holness, at that point, will not be the Prime Minister of Jamaica if it works out that way. Okay? You remember good? So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Alright? I don't want to make sure that I don't have any other thing to share that this reaction in terms of this particular part of it. Yes? Let me just make sure. Like the video. Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support. The like button is free, you heard? Jamaica, listen to this from Dr. Nathan Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a brilliant idea in preparation for these monster storms that's coming. Listen to this.
Madam Speaker, the first recommendation I place before the House in this is the establishment of a permanent agriculture and fisheries disaster recovery fund. Such a fund should not be created after every hurricane, flood or drought. It should not depend on emergency appeals or delayed budget allocations after livelihoods have been destroyed. It should be a standing national fund, financed annually and ready to be activated immediately when disaster strikes. Jamaica is vulnerable to hurricanes, floods, droughts, and other climate-related events. These risks are predictable. Our response system should therefore be proactive, not reactive. A permanent fund would allow government to move from crisis management to preparedness. It would provide farmers and fishers with confidence that support will be available through a clear, transparent mechanism whenever disaster causes significant losses. The fund should serve 5 core purposes: providing emergency assistance to affected producers, replacing critical productive assets, supporting temporary livelihoods where incomes have been disrupted, accelerating replanting and restocking, and helping producers rebuild in ways that are more resilient to future disasters. Importantly, recovery must be linked to production. The objective is not simply to compensate losses, but to help farmers return to their fields and fishers return to the sea as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, every disaster teaches the same lesson. Delayed recovery increases hardship, weakens food security, and slows economic growth. A permanent recovery fund would help ensure that assistance is timely, predictable, and focused on restoring livelihoods. If we know the disaster will come, then preparedness is not an option. It is a responsibility. Madam Speaker, for the For the fund to succeed, it must be transparent, efficient, and trusted by the people it is designed to serve. It cannot become another program defined by delay, uncertainty, or discretion. It must operate according to clear rules, clear timelines, and clear accountability. Farmers and fishers should know who qualifies, what losses are covered, what support is available, and how assistance can be accessed. Once a disaster is declared and the fund is activated, application should be processed through a simple and accessible system supported by RADA, Fisheries Authority, and parish-level recovery teams. Most importantly, recovery must be timely. Damage assessment should begin immediately. Emergency assistance should reach affected producers within weeks, and regular public reports should provide transparency on beneficiaries, funding, and progress. The fund should also be supported by parish-level agricultural and fisheries recovery teams established before disaster occurs. Their role would be to assess damage, verify losses, coordinate assistance, and ensure that support reaches those most in need quickly and fairly. Madam Speaker, preparedness is not simply about forecasting storms. It is about having systems in place to protect livelihoods, restore production, and help people recover with dignity when disaster strikes. The obvious question is how such a fund would be financed. The answer is that it should not depend on a single source of funding. A permanent agriculture and fishery disaster recovery fund should be supported through a blended model that combines annual government allocations, climate finance, insurance mechanism, development partner support, and private sector partnership. Madam Speaker, a responsible nation does not wait until livelihoods are destroyed before searching for funding. It prepares in advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the GenSec is on to something. I hope that the Jamaican Labour Party steal this idea and implement it quickly, you know, for the benefit of the Jamaican people, you know, because honestly, we are left to bear with the hurricane season now upon us. And I tell you, I know some fishermen, some professionals, and you know, it's rough. It's rough, ladies and gentlemen. This is really, really good. I like this idea. This was well thought through. Hey, shout out to the GenSec, man. Y'all thought the GenSec was sleeping. Listening to the people, ladies and gentlemen. Formulating ideas, sound ideas. And this is an extremely sound idea.
Equally important, Madam Speaker, is accountability. The fund should be independently audited, report annually to Parliament, and publish recovery reports after major disasters, detailing how funds were allocated, who benefited, and what outcomes were achieved.
Yes, this is not NARA. You hear, Andrew? This is not NARA. This is not an, you know, listen, you're probably not going to like this one, but this is how it's supposed to be implemented. Accountability. Because we know someone not like accountability, you know. Yes.
The Jamaican people should not have to guess how disaster funds are being spent. Transparency must be built into the system from the beginning. I propose the establishment of an oversight body as well, comprising of representatives of government, opposition, farmers and fishers organizations, and other relevant stakeholders to strengthen public confidence and ensure fair administration. Madam Speaker, the issue before us is not whether resources can be found. The issue is whether we are prepared to build permanent systems that ensure those resources reach the people who need them the most when they need them the most. This is not simply an agricultural priority. It is a national responsibility and one that should unite us across party lines. Madam Speaker, disaster recovery is essential, but recovery alone cannot be our strategy. We must place equal emphasis on reducing vulnerability before disaster strikes. Climate change is no longer a future concern. It is a present reality. Farmers are facing longer droughts, more intense hurricanes, irregular rainfall, flooding, heat stress, and increased pest pressures. Fishers are confronting changing marine conditions and increasingly dangerous seas. The question is whether we are doing enough to help them adapt. Serious resilience program must include expanded irrigation, water harvesting system, protected agriculture, drought-resistant crops, improved drainage, hurricane-resistant infrastructure, coastal protection, and modern early warning systems.
So, this part of the speech show me a highlight because I really want to hear from the people. Listening to Dr. Dayton Campbell's suggestion about that fund. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. I personally think it's an excellent one. And the more I think about it, the more I'm liking it. I'm actually loving it. Let me know what you think.
Okay, so harbor maneuver, and I'm alone on the boat. I'm gonna hold the boat to the pier here with the thrusters going continuously. Not much space in the front, maybe half a meter and less than a meter in the back, and a safe launch. It is quite incredible what this system does. It's for sure without the system I wouldn't do it. Not with a boat of this caliber. It's practical and safe, but it also makes you a little proud when you make harbor maneuvers. So it is really a good feeling.
Score big with the Bird Shack Hat-Trick Meal. 3 pieces of chicken, wedges, and a drink. Try it in original crispy, Cajun spicy, or barbecue. Order in-store or online today. BirdShackUA.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Last night on June 6th, going into June 7th, into Sunday, I was live, and I remember asking the question, why is it that NWC, when power goes in 2026, people can't have water? And I said to myself, I was even looking at the Maroons and how they have a solar energy system up there. Auntie Tiny, what's up? They have a solar energy system up there that them just installed. I don't know if you guys know, but I saw it on Instagram, right? And I'm like, yo, why the NWC is not investing in those types of things? Well, the People's National Party, in not only a statement but in an article, and I'm going to go over both of them. Listen to this, Mr. Ian Hales. This is responsibility. He's the shadow minister for that portfolio, yeah? I believe. Opposition spokesperson on water. Yes.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
This is Ian Hales, Member of Parliament for Western Westmoreland and the opposition spokesperson on water. Jamaica, we have a crisis. The recent island-wide power outage has left thousands of our fellow citizens without access to water, and this government must answer for it. Across this country, the National Water Commission treatment plants have shut down because they remain almost entirely dependent on the Jamaica Public Service grid. We saw this same devastation in Western Jamaica during Hurricane Melissa, and yet when the minister had the opportunity to act during the budget presentation, he offered this nation absolutely nothing new. It is the same old, ordinary Jamaican.
That's important. So minister, when Mati Samuda never offered any solution where this is concerned. Make that make sense. I'm telling you, Sylvanet, backwards. Ladies and gentlemen, if you appreciate this platform, bless up the Cash App, bless up the Zelle, bless up the Super Chat, bless up the gifts, just bless up. Right? I said this last night, bro, but I didn't know that Mati Samuda didn't even have any plans. So now this answers my question from last night. Do they have any plans? Is there any system to say, all right, we're going to do this and we're going to execute it at this time to make sure that they have this, some solar energy type of thing? When JPS shut that, the money is supposed to still run water, bro.
in 2026. What's up, easy fix, Brad Big Up? This is ridiculous. Paulette says many more disasters, disappointments, deceptions, more alien transported to the country. Only God can help. Surely only God can help deliver us from the snare of the foul and from the noise of pestilence. Mighty God. Let's continue.
Americans are paying the price daily. This is not a minor oversight. This is a governance crisis, one that threatens public health, our tourism sector, and the daily lives of the people in communities across the island. I am therefore calling on this government to immediately implement a policy shift, moving critical infrastructure onto solar and advanced renewable technology.
I remember NARA is here and they didn't mention anything about putting in solar for the NWC. So they can't come and tell us that, yes, you know, this was a part of our plan. It would be a bold-faced lie, ladies and gentlemen. It would be a bold-faced lie. He didn't mention none of that in his speech. And NARA was in conceptualization at the time. So they could have had, what do you call it? You know, they could have had some type of dialogue about it behind the scenes, yes? My goodness.
And deploying generators now to our tourism corridors, our residents, communities, and our most heavily populated areas also. We cannot continue to hold this nation hostage to a single point of failure. The people of Jamaica deserves better, and this opposition will not rest until they get it. This government needs to table a comprehensive energy resilience plan for the water sector within the current parliamentary session. This is Ian Hales, opposition spokesperson on water.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out.
The opposition says the island-wide power outage and its impact on National Water Commission and
The following is a release from the People's National
left thousands across the country without access to water. Highlight the need for the government to embrace solar technology to power water facilities to help keep the country running during disasters. The Jamaica Public Service, JPS, has reported that a series of significant lightning activities near critical power plants triggered a cascading effect that plunged the entire country into darkness for several hours from Friday into early Saturday. Yesterday, the NWC reported that approximately 65,000 customers remained without water supply as a result of the outage and said it was working towards full restoration. Opposition spokesperson on water, Ian Hales, in a statement on Sunday, argued that the NWC remains dangerously dependent on the JPS national grid and that the government needs to undertake an urgent and decisive policy shift. Across this country, thousands of Jamaicans are without water because this government has refused to make the shift to solar technology. We witnessed the same devastation in Western Jamaica during Hurricane Melissa, and yet the minister stood before this nation during the budget presentation and offered absolutely nothing new. It is the same old, nearly 100% dependency on the power grid, and ordinary Jamaicans are paying the price, asserted Hales. The failure to act, Hales argued, is not merely an oversight, but a governance crisis that threatens public health, tourism, and the daily lives of citizens in heavily populated communities nationwide. I am calling on this government to immediately implement a policy position that moves critical NWC infrastructure onto solar and advanced renewable technology. We cannot continue to hold this nation hostage to a single point of failure. Generators must be deployed now to critical areas, our tourism corridors, as well as our largest population centers and residential communities. The people of Jamaica deserve better, and this opposition will not rest until they get it. Hales is demanding that the government table a comprehensive energy resilience plan for the water sector within the current parliamentary session. Follow the Gleaner on X for
So, oh I tell you, Jamaica, I just want you to walk with me for a second. Sometimes in preparation, you hope for the best, but you have to prepare for the entirely worst. Imagine we are affected by war more directly. Imagine if our power company that appears to be this fragile is attacked. You know, so they're not getting the water, right? In on the pipe, right? That's it. Based off how it's set up. So Jamaica, in terms of water security, is completely vulnerable to attacks. According to them, you know, a little lightning hitting up, and it caused a cascade effect or a domino effect for the entire island. What if somebody can generate an artificial lightning? The attack way, like EMP technology, I don't know. I'm not no tech guru, but you watch the movies. Suppose somebody attack, ladies and gentlemen, in an even worse fashion, be more permanent, where we are out of light for a long time. Well, if that happens, rest assured that the way how Jamaica is set up, we ain't got no defense, bro. We ain't got no defense. No defense whatsoever. We will be left vulnerable, we will be in the dark, and we will have no water in our pipes. If that should happen. Now NARA is here. And what is the first project that they say they're going to use NARA for? Are they fixing that issue? You know, with solar, acquiring some solar technology to make sure that water is in people's pipes, even if the light is out? Are they building state-of-the-art shelters, not schools, built for purpose, climate resilient category 5 and higher shelters? At least 5 major ones in the island, right? Which can be used for other purposes, like, I don't know, maybe to host events, you know, creative events, you know, whatever. Football games, whatever. Do they have any plans for that? Food security is another issue, right? Has the government sought to really take on hydroponic farming on a higher level for food security and mass production? Did you guys listen to Dr. Nathan Campbell's speech? The food importation bill is past double now. It's going to double and a half when you compare to 2016. So in an age where water crisis is at the top, water crisis appears to be what is going to be based on international projections. Water crisis is going to be the next pandemic, you know. Where is Jamaica in preparation for that? How do you view this government's leadership, ladies and gentlemen? Mighty God. Hey man, let me know what you guys think in the comment section, yo. I remember the woman of God telling me from last year. She said, Bolo, stock up on water. Unforgettable truth, big up. She said, Bolo, stock up on water. It's very important. Janet, big up. Carmen, big up. She said, stock up on water. Do as much water as you can stock up on stock up on water. All it takes is for JPS to go down and water, it's over with. No more water in your pipe. You would think that in 2026, the man them would have. And these are not rocket science. When you look at other countries in the world, man, Bridget, that's a real Chief Curry, Who remember the machine that Chief Curry get? The atmospheric machine. That machine is self-reliant. It already have everything for it. The machine literally takes the atmosphere and turns it into water. Because there's water in the atmosphere. It's a very incredible technology. Right? All of the places where Jamaica don't have water running there. You're telling me that the government of Jamaica couldn't reach out to that same creator. I think he's an army man too, that created the technology. And one thing about army persons that are engineers, the fact that they work in certain terrain, it is very important for them to know survival skills and build the type of technology to be self-sustaining in that type of environment. So their brain is wired differently. What would it take for Andrew Wallace's government to reach out to that man? Right? And procure some of those atmospheric machines strategically. And place them strategically all around the island where persons really having water issues. And it's pretty far up in the hills. And the atmospheric machine, as a matter of fact, let me find the video. Let me show you what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. With this atmospheric machine, see? Shout out to the Maroons. Check this out.
What if I told you that this water came from thin air? Sounds like science fiction, right? With atmospheric water generators, or AWGs, we're making it real. We're using advanced technology to pull humidity from the air and turn it into clean, safe drinking water. No pipes, no wells, no contaminants, just water. And here's the best part. You can help make this innovation available to people who need it most.
One thing with them, they love the music on their video, we can't cover some of them video cards, But I'm trying to find where they actually installed that same machine up at the Akonko, because they had a whole ceremony. Big old machine in Jamaica, up at Akonko, Big old machine, water atmosphere. It takes the air, the water from the atmosphere and generate it in the machine. Pure, drinkable water. You understand? And the Maroons them have one of that. Even if they got it through diplomatic, circles, the chief, his influence, you have to give him credit for that. What is Andrew doing? Why Andrew not reach out to them people here? Get a similar thing like this. Multiply them all around the island. If they really care about the Jamaican people then. These are questions. Right? How bauxite mining? No. Where's the video, man? Oh my God.
I think this is it. See it here? I think I hit this.
Hello, Jamaica, and hello, the Maroons of Jamaica. Hello, Chief Curry, Ambassador Onuel, and hello, Jeff and Leah Funderburg. Jeff, I would like to thank you for trekking all the way out there. Chief Curry, I would like to thank you for believing in the technology and purchasing it for your people. And Ambassador Onuel, I would like to thank you for your support, and I greatly appreciate what you're doing because you're going to help ensure that Jamaica always has a never-ending source of water. I've been working with this technology for many years, and I'm very pleased to provide this technology to the people, the Maroon people of Jamaica, and to the entire nation of Jamaica. I thank you for purchasing this machine because you're going to help all the people around there because now everyone will understand that you're never going to run out of water. This is a great honor for me, and it's a great honor for the technology and all the hard work that everyone's put in here to do this. Apollo Mondesir, Colin Hertzler, the technicians and the engineers who helped build this technology, Dexter Moon, who stood with me for many years to get to this point, and everybody else who's helped along the way. You are the first in the island chain to purchase one of these machines, and we're very grateful for it because now we can always, that mission that I have is to save a life, and now you're giving me that opportunity to help give you a technology that'll take you well into the future and support the people that definitely need it.
Release the stress. In your arms I feel stronger. So I share you.
The Maroon Nation is the first in the entire Caribbean to take steps towards water security through atmospheric energy. Atmospheric. Jamaica, you don't even understand it. You me feel a way, brother. What is the excuse of the government to see Chief Curry take this lead immediately when this was posted? This was March 8, 2025 in a Jesus name. Immediately when this made the news, if I was a prudent leader, I would have reached out to the Moses Foundation and I would have said, how can I purchase these machines in bulk? Give me a discount. What kind of deal are you going to give me? Mighty God. There's more, ladies and gentlemen. There's more.
Old pirates, yes, they rob.
You got the wrong job. You didn't work for it. Oh, man.
I'm going to come here a celebration, folks. So everyone kind of like, yay.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. All right, I got one more for you.
Oh, wait, this one.
Okay, I got another one. All right. Charge you everyone who gets
We got to take a moment, Denise.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. One more for me. 1, 2. Clean water on 3. 3.
Clean water!
Excellent. One last one.
And now we need, this is the cuts. Okay. Just press the picture, the red one, with the little flower.
Gotcha.
Hey, everybody pretend like that.
All right, 1, 2.
Hold on, the dog's trying to get a shot.
Oh my God. Clean water on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Clean water!
Excellent.
We'll claim your phone.
Right, oh, man. I saw what the Chinese had, I saw what other countries had, and I had an idea behind it. Before I even got to the place where I could build the machine, I filed the patent, and I actually had the patent issued. So my mind was actually telling me to go the right direction to get this done. And the end result of that is this machine right here, which I built for the United States Army to prove a point.
So, ladies and gentlemen, and the details about the machine really want to hear because the machine actually pump a certain amount of gallon of water every hour. You know. It's very efficient. You know. Very efficient. You understand? Trust me.
Is our new 20-panel Mesa array. This product is designed to fold up and fit into a shipping container. With High Life Solar and the Moses West Foundation, we're collaborating to send 2 arrays and an atmospheric water generator to Jamaica. The water generator will produce 200 gallons of drinking water a day, running 24.
Bingo! 200 gallons of drinking water a day. The cleanest water, Jamaica. Atmospheric water, the man in the mountains. The man in have to pay water bill. The man in have a solar panel, them we work to generate the water. Let me tell you something, man. Oh no, can't chat to blows and spare Chief Curry, you know? Labor rights. The man in have a better leader than Andrew Wallace. Me say it already, I'm never say it again. Can you imagine if this man was the Prime Minister of Jamaica? These are innovative, brilliant purchases. Meanwhile, JPS light shut off and we gone to hell, no water. And as long as it shut off, we're still in a hell. So imagine if it was a prolonged shut off. Then love what you're doing, sweetheart. Man, listen, boy, I
24/7 completely off grid. You can see here the system folds up and slides into a container. In the event of a hurricane, the unit can be safely stored and then redeployed, producing power and fresh water. And here it is, buttoned up and ready to go.
So, you know, obviously you're getting the atmospheric water. It's producing that amount of water a day. You can store water from it. In the event of a hurricane, the actual power of the unit that actually generates and makes the engine go for the machinery. You can just store it and put it up in case of a hurricane. And when it's done, you take it out back, water again. Talk to me nice now. Talk to me nice.
Here is our new 20-panel Mesa array.
Man, listen. So, let me see. There's another video.
Hey everybody, it's Dan from SolarSet. This is our 20-panel Mesa array, 13.76 kilowatts coming out of this thing. It's about 20 feet long, 20 panels. This will go into a shipping container and power an AWG from Moses West Foundation. And with the help of High Life Solar, we're getting this down to Jamaica here in June. But wanted to show you what we're up to and how it works. So these panels flip down, as do the ones up top. And we've got a couple of sets of wheels that we're going to mount on either end so it can move easily in and out of the container. So we're looking forward to getting it down to Jamaica.
Shout out to Chief Curry, man. Brilliant. 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 Absolutely brilliant, sir. Absolutely brilliant. I'm telling you.
Absolutely brilliant. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. Damn, man, we are really, it's sad, bro. Man, I feel some type of way, bro. I feel some type of way. Because these people in government really take us for fools. The technology is out there. They have the resources to get them. And what are the excuses for not securing the people where having clean water is concerned? Atmospheric water, fam, pulled from directly from the atmosphere, not contaminated any way, shape, or form. Talk about having alkaline sources of water. Shout out to Chief Curry, man. Lord, Father God, I still wait patiently on you. I still wait patiently on you, Father God. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about BOLO TBV, and we're here in the space once again. I want to welcome each and every one of you, all my newcomers. I want to say a big shout out to all of our moderators, a huge shout out to the persons that are, day one followers. Shout out to the new ones, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the ones that's been here from the moment I came talking about topics politically here in Jamaica. You know, I've found some loyal people. I found some people that really believe in the platform. I want to say shout out to my colleagues as well. You know what I mean? That we share in the vision, in some capacity of what type of leadership we want here in Jamaica. However, recently, a very important event, a very shocking event happened. I call it an event because to me, it appears as if it was staged, ladies and gentlemen. The details of it, there's a lot of different narrative floating around, but I don't have any problem with any narrative. I believe the conversation should be had because we're not getting any explanation that makes sense from the relevant authorities. And I'm talking about the Jamaica blackout situation, ladies and gentlemen, right? We have heard that lightning hit and hit what? The entire grid went. So, I was listening to Andre Stevens, and his argument was that, it's not one grid. Well, it is one grid because I looked it up on Google, and Google says it's a grid. But there are 50 plus substations here in Jamaica. So, given that it's 50 plus substations, the argument about lightning hitting doesn't make a lot of sense. I have a video that is out where Head Boy has a theory about a radar system being installed on all of the north coast on that side of the island that's closer to Cuba, right? I have seen persons comment in my comment section of my videos that lives in East Portland saying that they heard a strange noise in that area, in the waters, in the ocean. I don't know how true it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the people them say. I don't live in East Portland. I'm not confirming anything. I'm just showing you all of the different things out there. So, Head Boy is saying that it might very well be what he was asking the whole time. Are they setting up some type of radar system to go against the Cubans when they actually go against them? No. Why that argument has validity, right, is when you look at other operations that the government has done, right? In terms of Venezuela, weren't they in Trinidad? The USA weren't they in Trinidad? One of the warships in Trinidad shortly before some type of attack happened in Venezuela, where the Venezuelan president was snatched up. So it will be outside of the realm of possibility for that to be true. However, in this particular video, 119, the vlogger, he has a very interesting theory, ladies and gentlemen. And I have to say, his theory that he's about to mention, it was part of my thought process, but not in the detail in which he said. But I am going to play what he said, and then I'm going to remind you of what I said and then give my commentary. Again, please remember to like the video, share the video, subscribe, become a member of the platform, donate, super chat, donation link is pinned, all that good stuff. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
A drone from Cuba flew over Upper Camp and released what you call an incendiary device, setting one of the barracks on fire. Cuba also infiltrated the systems of the Jamaica Public Service and lock off the entire grid. No make no dopey fool, no. Cuba did all of that because Cuba is very, 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 very upset with Jamaica. We let our warship come at Jamaica, come and intimidate Cuba. And Cuba see Jamaica as cooperating with America. And so it is very serious.
Emotional damage. I'm dead.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you heard some of the details. According to him, Cuba let out something cause Upper Camp for the on fire, and then something to cause the entire grid to shut down. Does Cuba have these capabilities? I don't know. Did Cuba do it? I don't know. This is 119 speaking. However, ladies and gentlemen, in one of my videos, I think the first time when all of this happened and I came on that late night right here with the light shining right here, for those that are on that live stream, I said, could it be that Cuba attacked the country because of the warship that's here? I did ask that question. Could it be that Cuba was the one that is responsible for this? I did ask that question. You understand? I did. I really did. Do I believe? I don't know. I'm 50-50. I was just throwing it out there at the time as a question. But according to 119, he got sources. Let's listen in. He got sources, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen more.
More serious than anyone I want to think. Because if America should attack Cuba, Cuba will attack Jamaica. We are all sitting ducks right now. And 119 is here for telling us that there were already tensions with Cuba from we send back the nurses and the doctor them because Cuba come out and say we are move like we are America puppets. And when 119 talk, 119 has credibility because 119 is the only one ready telling you this. Nobody not telling you this. It's only me 119, the broken news boss, coming to tell you that there's a piece of tension between Jamaica and America now. The broken news boss.
Elevate your career with the London School of Business and Finance. We offer a global MBA with 5 specializations, a Master's in Finance and Investment, and a Master of Science Strategic Marketing. LSBF is a trusted institution with a 4.8-star rating on Trustpilot and a vibrant network of students originating from 150 plus countries. Learning is tailored to your schedule, and all programs are available 100% online. Choose LSBF, where education goes beyond borders. Find out more at lsbf.org.uk.
I just wanted to.
Hey man, everybody got their own style, man. 119 is a funny thing. Somebody said, I don't believe Cuba can barely feed itself. No, listen. Cuba, feeding yourself is one thing. Having technological capabilities, that's a whole different thing. All right, you can already have the technology or whatever. I'm not saying Cuba did it. I'm not saying they didn't do it. I'm saying he's funny because he's saying that he's the one that he's the blogger that broke the whole situation with tension with Cuba. No, that's not true. He does not listen. There's a lot of us out here that actually was talking about that. That is clear based off of the statements that Cuba made on their openly when that situation was happening. It's clear that the Cuban government is looking at the Jamaican government like, they said it out loud. We read it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he's a good promoter though. The way he does his thing is like he has this dramatic. I don't know if I think he's a comedian, so that would make sense. I think he's a comedian by profession. So yeah, let's continue.
He's here for break the news too, no? And break it down for no. And before I proceed, serving a free no chip tea in every commentaries. Lovely night. HIP to SURE. Me say, Friday night, me cook me nice, lovely fish dinner. Me never know when me can't afford snapper and parrot and anything. That trout me cook. And some people say trout no taste good. And when me done with it, man, oh
hey,
God. Anything they say no taste good when me cook it tastes delicious.
Hey, y'all forget
me say me do a piece of steam trout fish there, man, call them cheap. Me can't afford to hear fish them.
Come on now.
Nice. And as me put on my plate, on the table, and take up my fork, boop, light gone. Complete darkness. Me couldn't even get to enjoy me nice dinner of trout fish. It's in hot meat, man. Cause you know when you are eating a dark, the food not so nice again. Even when you have little light, the food not nice again. It's eating hot meat. And me I tell you say, who no see the island-wide blackout and the fire up at JDF, not take it light. Me 119 on sit down right here, so. I am going to tell you exactly what happened. Don't make them tell you no foolishness about no lightning strike and no this and that. Nothing like that. It is Cuba, ladies and gentlemen. Cuba just got 300 drones from Russia and Iran. I'm going to show you everything what I say. I prove it to you. Cuba just get 300 drones from Russia and Iran. And one of them drone there. Cuba sent come. The people of Nannyville saw the drone circulating. Take it from me, the broken news boss 119. And it's an international thing. The island-wide blackout was widely covered internationally. We look at Jamaica, make the news big time. All of the international outlet them. As far as Nigeria, Malaysia, India, everywhere we there. We are making headlines. See that? ABC News. This ABC News republished the AP, the Associated. Let's say that thing a big. Nigeria Channels Television published an AFP-based report focusing on the nationwide nature of the outage and government demands for answers. But see, international newspaper is not just TV.
No, I don't know. I don't know if Russia gave them anything, but it wouldn't be outside the realm because Russia and Cuba really have a good relationship. And I believe statements were made by Putin in regards to the United States to leave Cuba alone pretty much. So. Let's continue.
See the international newspapers and website Free Malaysia Today covered the outage through international wire reporting. MCI Business, this there, I think Malaysia, this there too. How about this there again? I remember. All BBC cover it, you know. A big sitting, master. Big sitting. I am telling you that is just the start. It is just the beginning. Because government go get to involve in a one piece of precate. Like they never hear say rat no business in a puss fight. And who this no go get to involve in that? Why when America want to send the warship, they never tell them no? And everybody knows that it is not no goodwill, not no this, that. Everybody knows.
Yo, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not saying Cuba did it or they didn't do it. I don't know even know if they're capable of doing it. Maybe what they saw, because he's saying that people saw a drone in the air, and the drone war is a real war, like they got drones to do all type of stuff, right? So the drone war is a real war, right? The drone war is a real war, ladies and gentlemen, right? So I don't know if they're capable of doing that. I don't know if Russia gave them any type of equipment like that. US obviously have drones, obviously. US have all type of war type technology. Could it be that they saw a drone, but it could have been a US drone? Possible. Because I'm not trying to discount if persons had seen what they said they seen, right? Let's come to that.
It is intimidation to Cuba.
A U.S. aircraft carrier just docked in Kingston Harbor. They're calling it a friendship visit. But Jamaica has seen this before. In the 1970s, the CIA flooded Jamaica with weapons, destabilized Michael Manley's government, and backed a political faction that tore the country apart. All in the name of friendship. The USS Nimitz arrived as part of Southern Seas 2026, a so-called goodwill deployment across the Caribbean. But let's be honest, the U.S. doesn't park one of the most powerful warships on Earth in your harbor because they like you. They do it because they want you to remember who's watching. Jamaica declared independence in 1962, but economic dependency, military presence, and political interference never left. The Cold War playbook didn't disappear. It just got rebranded. When a superpower docks a warship in a small island nation, that's not friendship, that's a reminder. Jamaica has always resisted outside control, from the Maroons to Manly, from Morant Bay to today. So the next time someone calls this a goodwill visit, ask yourself, goodwill for who?
And it's not that any America attack Cuba, Cuba will attack Jamaica. Because Cuba has attacked Jamaica already. And America not attack them yet. It's just a warning shot them I give it. I come talk about the fire. Apparently the fire started itself at JDF. Because while the JPS can offer an excuse, then conjure up an excuse, they come up with something about lightning, want to blame God. Who don't know what JDF are blame? Look like they want to blame. They want to blame the building that catch a fire, says the building fault. And we want to listen to this good and properly. Because they're trying to come up with all kind of different excuse and explanation. But see the Gleaner telling us now? This is the Gleaner telling us. The headline said JDF urges patience as probe begins into Upper Camp Barracks fire. And I need not a probe. Not a probe is needed. It says the barracks building that was raised on Friday at Upper Camp, the headquarters of the Jamaica military, was flagged by soldiers as a serious fire hazard, sources have revealed. And when they say it was flagged, it don't mean to them go and raise one flag. Because somehow, we have to break down everything with some people, Somehow don't understand, but nobody thinks that you don't understand, everybody understand. It just means, them point out sitting, them see sitting, and say, yes, this is sitting. That's how the flag mean, yes, sir.
Alright, now I'm going to check out the rest of the video scene. But before I go, one of his arguments that he made, ladies and gentlemen, was in regards to some drones that Cuba has. So I went and looked it up, right? And it says here that, so my question was, did Russia give Cuba war drones? And it says yes, USA intelligence revealed that Cuba procured over 300 military attack drones from Russia and Iran since 2023.
Emotional damage.
me not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way, yeah.
According to U.S. intelligence, it revealed that Cuba has procured over 300 military attack drones from Russia and Iran since 2023. Alright? Now, ladies and gentlemen, you see these drones? The reason why they are dangerous is because they are hard to pick up on the radar if they don't want them to pick it up. If they fly the drones properly, nobody now pick up a drone in Jamaica. That's why these drones are dangerous. They have stealth-like capabilities. Mighty God. Classified intelligence and reporting indicated the following about this development. The inventory shipment included over 300 drones of varying capabilities acquired to strengthen Cuba's defense posture. Tactical knowledge. The procurement follows reports that as many as 5,000 Cuban soldiers have fought in Russia war in Ukraine. These veterans have passed first-hand knowledge of modern drone warfare back to Cuba armed forces. Ooh. U.S. tension, leaks, files, and U.S. intelligence have raised alarms in Washington, with reports suggesting Cuban officials discuss contingency plans involving drones for potential use against U.S. naval vessels, the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, and Key West, Florida. Cuba response. Havana has not denied possessing the drones, but maintains they are strictly for defense. Remember that again. Havana has not denied possessing the drones, but maintains they are strictly for defense. Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez accused the USA of fabricating these threats to justify economic sanctions and potential military aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I need to say anything else. Mr. 119. Hey, I don't know if you have any real intelligence of what happened, but your argument is strong, sir. It's a possibility. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Wow. 300 plus drones with various capabilities. But Cuban statement is that we're not denying that we have the drones, but it's for defense. And saying that that's something that USA will do. Say they have intelligence that they want to do this because they really want them to give them a reason to attack Cuba. They want Cuba to give them a reason to attack Cuba. So it's possible that they would say, they would fabricate it. I'm not saying they did, I'm saying it's possible. This is warfare, ladies and gentlemen. You heard? So, excuse me, let me know what y'all think, man. Like and share the video. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother BOLO TBV, and I had no intention of addressing this in any capacity, but this seems to be bigger than what I thought, you know. I thought it was just a one-off thing with King Brown Lawrence and this lady in the video. But for those who didn't see it and, you know, is not aware, King Brown Lawrence is a councillor of the Jamaica Labour Party in the St. Ann area. her name has popped up into the rural raid case. Yeah, some damning stuff, ladies and gentlemen, where that is concerned. However, let's look at the video. Check this out.
You will let me cross my face. Sorry, excuse. Sorry. She's over this other office. Miss, you can repeat what you just said. Yes. I'm here, you know, to be people feel oh, I want it. Yes. No, I don't know her. She come, she gonna lick me across my face and teeth. I didn't need her.
She come and push the phone up in her face and tell her believe me or there's no and she pick from me and walk around and and she will phone up and what?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, from my examination of that video, right? And this is just my examination. I don't really care for the individuals. I don't know them. She was videoing the lady. My advice to her would be, if you guys have an altercation, walk away. Right? If you guys have a verbal issue, walk away. Further context is going to be given based off the other conversations that I'm going to play where this is concerned. But pay attention to the fact that she walked her down in the office, was videoing her. I'm not saying what the lady did was right. It appears as if she hit the phone out of her hand. It sounded like there was a scuffle. I could see somebody holding back the lady. I couldn't see Kimber Lawrence until she actually picked up the phone, because the phone was behind some type of desk. But you could hear furniture moving. You could hear furniture moving. So yeah, very interesting. See, this angle right here, you could see the lady's shirt in the white, you know, back against the decks. It appears as if somebody was holding her back. She said, "Let me go." Let me play this last part where you hear the lady say this a while ago. Listen to this.
She come and push the phone up in her face and tell her believe me or there's no and she pick from me and walk around and she will phone up and what?
Now you can see that appears to be Kimber Lawrence looking for her phone to take it up. And that's important. But the girl said that Kimber Lawrence walked her down and was videoing her. So the lady was walking away. That is going to be a good defense for her if this should go to court, you know, because in the video, what we can see is the lady walking away. They're going to say, you know, it's going to appear as if Kimber Lawrence was the one that was, you know, provoking the situation. It can be easily pointed in that direction. But I'm no lawyer. Let's go to the voice notes, ladies and gentlemen. First one is this.
Up down and she talk to Mr. Morris. Me no thief. Me integrity strong. I'm in a slack. I'm in a fucky. I'm sitting on it. So me I say, no man. It's not a joke. This is serious.
No, sir, this is serious for you. Sorry about that a while ago. I never know saying that. I never listen to everything. No, sir. No.
She walk down and she talk to Mr. Morris. Me no thief. Me integrity strong. I'm in a slack. I'm in a fucky. I'm sitting on.
So, based off her account, it appears as if the lady was throwing shots at her character. Me no thief, me no slack, me no effie. And that's another thing we have to pay attention to give context to the situation based off listening to the rest of the actual video or audio, right? Let's get to this part.
And you will see the camera.
Wait, hold on there. Go on again. Go listen. Go continue listen.
Yes. So me say, hold on. Cause them a go say Akim wrong. Me say, repeat what you say and take up my phone. And you will see the rest from there. But this going to reach so far, say Kim do this, Kim do that, Kim said.
But Kim. In the video, you said the young lady say she will lick you across your face. You know say it a while ago, Kim. Dead? You said the young lady say she will lick you in your face. You talk everything else, but you left out the part the outside. So did the lady say it or she never say it? Kim? Did the young lady say?
No, that's a good question. He's asking a good question. What's up, Joanne? Did the lady say it or didn't she say it? Because she made a deal about that in the first video of the incident. Like she said she had a lick in her face. So did she say it, or is it that you were videoing her to make a case against her? Because people do that, right? People become the one that is not the aggressor real quick when they start the video. But behind that, and I'm not saying that that's what happened, but I'm saying in real life, these types of situations occur like this. That's why you really have to be careful and you have to be wise in how you move. You get me? Especially men, when versus, you and a woman in argument, whether she's a spouse or not, trust me. If you know how America is and some of the cases that you see in court over there, it's wild, ladies and gentlemen. It's wild. And other parts of the world as well. Let's continue.
It? Or she never say it. You say she say you are a thief. She know if you like you. She know loose like you. And all these things. But you left out the part where you say she said she will look in your face because me hear that. Let me continue.
The first grab me grab her after she lick out the phone and me see saying feeble. Me brace back. Because me learn to control myself. But it now go.
So hold on, Miss Kimbrough Lawrence. You're admitting that she hold on, let me play that again. That is interesting. Wait a minute.
Let me continue.
It's me tell you something. The first grab me grab her after she lick out the phone and me see saying feeble. Me brace.
So your account of the situation, Miss Kimbrough Lawrence, is that she slapped the phone out of your hand and you grabbed her. So she is wrong to slap the phone out of your hand. You grabbed her and you see she feeble, so you brace back and control yourself. So basically you're saying you could have really put some pain on her then, like you are about that life. Hey.
Yes, back. Because I learn to control myself. But it now go end well. Super. Mr. Mary.
Miss Kimbrough Lawrence, could you clarify the statements about it not ending well? Is that a threat? We need clarity. What do you mean it's not going to end well? I mean, if she's indeed guilty, if you go to court and it's, assault, what do you mean end well? I don't understand. What do you mean? These are questions.
Suppose we make the young girl have a knife and stab you. But you can't see two people fight and the whole box mad. You don't saw nothing go, sir. And furthermore, sir, me name the fight.
So in one instance, Miss Kimbrough Lawrence, you're admitting that the two of you were fighting. And then you caught yourself and said, by the way, we weren't fighting. Okay. Interesting. Let's continue.
The Kim one me know, me in the fight, we not fi behave on herself, cause I was smiling. All she did and she did, shh. I was smiling. If you notice, I was smiling, cause, oh God, all she did, I was smiling. But, my smile, my smiles.
I have to tell you, Miss Kim Brown Lawrence, this video, if I was a judge, it would not be an argument that could help you in a case if I was a judge. The non-smiling comment in the court of public opinion, it appears as if you have a problem with your temper based off what you're saying. This is what I'm reading from what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. It appears as if you have a temper, and really and truly you were controlling your temper at the time. And you also admitted that you could really put hurt on this girl because she feeble, but you chose not to. But now you're saying it's not going to end well. Let's play that back. Let's play that.
She saying feeble, my brace back, because I learn to control myself, but it not go end well. And super, and Mr. Morris.
It's not going to end well. These are the words of Kim Brown Lawrence. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Is spreading news that every man FR at the Roads and Works Department. The person say,
how dare you put
the real reason that you...
How dare you?
At
if man learn
post to add princess on your screen. Kim is the person say somebody went to Odisha and tell Odisha say,
what did you learn from the
person say somebody went to Odisha and tell Odisha say, Kim is spreading news that every man FR at the Roads and Works Department. The person say a meeting was held at the council room at the parish council, at the Roads and Works meeting. After the meeting and everything, Odisha went to Kim, confronting her and saying things regarding the hearsay, right? Then Odisha said to Kim, she go lick her in her face. Kim walk her down, and we can see how the fight started after that, right? So the person is saying, that is what I came my daughter's birthday today. Me miss that? I came.
So this is hearsay via text that this content creator Popeye got, right? Exclusive media news. So apparently whoever sent this to him allegedly was there, and allegedly their account of it is that Kim Brown Lawrence was pretty much allegedly saying some terrible things about the lady's character. And based off what Kim Lawrence is saying, it sounds like it correlates, because remember she was saying she had no teeth and she not effie. You know what I mean? So it's like when you hear the allegation now, the allegation would make sense because of that verbal confrontation right there. Let's continue.
Your daughter is celebrating her birthday today. Happy birthday to her. Nayoka, message me read. Comment me read. Happy birthday to your daughter, Aikima. Happy birthday. So, the person is saying, what started the fight is that Odisha go to Kim and tell Kim, say, spread news for me. Say, every man in the Roads and Works Department, me a F. Now, after the meeting, the person saying that starts the argument.
Emotional
damage. The person went on. After the fight, Saad Campbell, that is the superintendent for the Roads and Works, took Kim to the parking lot, took Odisha to the parking lot, and Kim Brown was running behind her to lick her back.
No, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if that happened for real. It's an allegation. But based off the video that we just listened to with Kim Brown Lawrence, I can see that happening. Because she said it's not going to end well. You know? Hey. Woo! She really be seeming like she's the one to get back at the person. Like she have to, you know those type of people where if you hit them, they have to hit you back. Else they're not going to feel good. Kim Brown Lawrence come after me like that type of person. Yo, let's continue.
We workers grabbed Kim and took her into the planning department so that Odisha can drive out. Because Kim, the person is saying that Kim had a stone in her hand. After
I'm dead. What can go so? What can go so? What the hell? Oh my God! No way!
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support. The like button is free.
Who went on? After the fight, Saad Campbell, that the superintendent for the roads and work, took Kim to the parking lot, took Odisha to the parking lot, and Kim Brown was running behind her to lick her back. We workers grabbed Kim and took her into the planning department so that Odisha can drive out. Because Kim, the person is saying that Kim had a stone in her hand. After Odisha drove out, Kim came from the office and drove to the Roads and Works department. And Odisha was not there. So she came back to the office and asking for Odisha. She said Kim...
So hold on, so Kim Brown Lawrence, it is alleged that you run down Khadijah with one stone in her hand and she drive off because people them hold it down, and after that you still go to where she work? Damn. Allegedly. Queen, what's up, Queen?
I'm in every office, including the CEO, looking for Odisha. He or she drove to the Roads and Works department and in the department so that Odisha can drive out. Because Kim, the person is saying that Kim had a stone in her hand. After Odisha drove out, Kim came from the office and drove to the Roads and Works department. And Odisha was not there. So she came back to the office and asking for Odisha. She said Kim storming every office, including the CEO, looking for Odisha. He or she, I don't know if it's a male or female, send me the message. The person said Kim cuss and the compound loud enough so that every staff came out of them office. Odisha, the person went on to say, Odisha is very problematic because every time she come to a meeting, she and somebody have to catch up, right?
So Odisha have a track record. According to this person, ladies and gentlemen, Odisha have a track record. So could this be the root cause why she and Kim can't take tea? Kim don't like she because, you know, according to what I say, mighty God, she have a personality. Let's continue, ladies.
The person say, Odisha, so here is how the yam part coming at the argument now, you see? The person is saying that Odisha said to Kim not to take out her yam problem on her because of the hearsay that Odisha heard. That them say Kim is spreading rumor about her, about she being effed by every man at the Roads and Works department. So Odisha went to confront Kim and saying she must keep her yam problems to herself. Now the yam problem the person is saying Odisha was talking about is yam as in yamed. So when you hear she say keep your yam business, it's like should I was say Kim a call her yamed because every man in the department a FR. Right? So the person ended by saying there is also a round table talk at work that Odisha is with a certain high ranking member. in the department. And few other guys from the department is involved with her. And she said, the person is saying that is round table talk. So, that's the part where Kim left out. The person said,
Mighty God, Jamaica, this is so bada. But wait, there's more. So allegedly, this lady, you know, she likes to explore, you know, multiple men. Unfortunately, in this society and time, that has become the norm. Women call it being adventurous, not being tied down. You know, loose with the goose, so to speak. Anyway, that appears to be what has caused this verbal spat that turned into a physical one. Let's continue.
I would love to see the outcome of this. I would.
Kim, are you send a voice note here? Listen this.
Yeah, Madam CEO, I would love to see the outcome of this. I was assaulted. Right now, I think I have brain damage. I was assaulted and I'm going to go to the doctor and get a medical report because I was assaulted.
So Kim.
Hey, boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Boy, ain't no 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 fucking way, boy.
What can go so?
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
This keep alert. I'm sorry. This is very unprofessional, but this shit is very. Let me tell you why this is funny. On one end, I'm hearing you out of your mouth, you know, saying, well, this will not end well, and, you know, giving the impression that, you know, you're this tough person. And then you said something that was very important. You said, when she slapped the phone out of your hand, and you grabbed her, you said she was feeble. So you were admitting that you literally can do harm to this girl if you wanted to. Now you're telling us that let's play that again, bro. Wait a minute. The context matters, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Isaac Buchanan. Yo, context matters.
And I'm going to go to the doctor and get a medical report because the outcome of this. I was assaulted. Right now, I think I have brain damage.
I'm dead.
That is funny, honey. That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
Hey, Miss Kimber online. So what kind of brain damage you're talking about? You mean the type where you're so angry because you can't get to put your hands on the person? Or did she hit the phone out of your hand and it hit so hard that it shake your hand and start to shake up your brain, so now you have brain damage? Yeah, get that out of here.
All of them. It matter if you Diddy or whoever you is, TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
Stop lying. Stop lying.
Stop lying. Stop.
Stop it. Get some help.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
I was assaulted and I'm going to go to the doctor and get a medical report because I was assaulted. So let me see the end result of this. This young lady that walks out of meeting when she wants and does as she pleases. Let us see. I can't.
And this voice note really solidifies the argument about her having a problem with her and about what the other people said about her pretty much having her way and always in some type of confrontation with other people. So because she has her way, I don't know about the rumors, I can't verify that, but you having a brain damage from her hitting the phone out of your hand, according to the other alleged witnesses, you ran towards her with a stone when she was leaving. I don't know, it's a lot of allegation, but if I was a betting man, ladies and gentlemen, this don't sound about Kimberly Lawrence's version. I'm sorry.
I can't believe it. Right now I'm driving, I can't even see straight.
Man, why are you behind the wheel driving? On your phone, sending a voice note, obviously, and you can't see straight? How much violations is that? How much violations is that? How much road code violations is that? I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm a neutral. This is between you guys. But man, as a commentator, this is some wild stuff coming from you, Miss Kimberly. I'm sorry.
I got beat up. I cannot accept this. I just cannot accept this. Oh my God, all my hand feel broke. No, I can't accept this.
So you have brain damage, according to you. You're visually impaired, and your hand seems broken, and you're driving? Yo, what is going? Yo, whose girls is this, bro?
Hey, whose mans is this? Oh, mans is this?
So Kim, how who say that? Kim, how who say so? Lord have mercy, could you know?
Yo, I'm done, bro. I'm done. This is some wild stuff, man. Let me know what y'all think, man. Yo, let me know what y'all think about this Kimberly Lawrence situation. Hey, I went through all the things that are out there, and based off my assessment, Kimberly Lawrence, I find you.
Get out there! That nigga is get out there!
Yeah, what I say, my opinion don't mean a hill of beans. If you're gonna take it to the court, then take it to the court. Yeah, but this is some funny stuff, man. This is embarrassing. Anyway, let me know what y'all think, man. Like the video, share the video, and keep it to yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, you know that last Friday gone, Jamaica had an all-island blackout, and there's been many theories as to what actually occurred. But, I like to hear from the men of God in these times, and of course, I'm going to share what the man of God has to say. I have not listened to this at all. This is a 5-minute and 33-second clip. Let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Like and share this video. Do not keep it to yourself. These are very important videos. The videos that I go over with the apostles are the most important videos, ladies and gentlemen. All of the other stuff is politics. But this is the foundation of which we all should be concerned. When you're hearing the message from the throne room of God, through the men and women of God. Yes? Let's continue.
A strong signal was sent. Let me say that one more time. We have to realize that a strong signal was sent. Let me say that one more time. A strong signal was sent to the island of Jamaica. that the eagle can take Jamaica with one swoop. Right? One swoop. SWOOP. One swoop. Just like an eagle swoops down. Yes. One blow. And the eagle can take Jamaica. The eagle is concerned, and I'm speaking using prophetic language, so you have to read between the lines. Eagle is concerned about the inroads that have been made by the dragon in the eagle's backyard. And so a strong signal was sent to the island of Jamaica that the eagle does not have to set foot, literally, on Jamaican soil to take Jamaica. That the eagle can remotely shut down the island and then take the island without firing one shot. Is that clear? And so a clear warning and a clear signal has been sent to Jamaica to get her house in order. There are certain things that Jamaica must cease and desist from doing, where the dragon is concerned, and also where corrupt leaders are concerned. The eagle is making it known that the eagle has its eyes on Jamaica, and will not allow the dragon to advance any further in Jamaica, because the Caribbean is the eagle's backyard. Having said that, as I said yesterday, let me just quickly say the United States, I'm not putting them on a pedestal. The United States is a backslid nation. Let me make it clear. And God is also warning the United States that she had better repent, because she is playing the role of Babylon. And as you read Revelation chapter 18, Babylon will be judged. But at the same time, as I said yesterday, I'm going to say it again, that in the same way, from time immemorial, that God has used the enemies of Israel to judge Israel. Notice, the enemies. And if a nation is the enemy of Israel, it means that that nation is an enemy of God. And yet God used the enemies of Israel to judge Israel. So he has done and will continue to do. So the fact that God will allow the Chaldeans, for example, or the Babylonians, or the Amalekites, or the Midianites, or the Jebusites, right, or the Hivites, or the Perizzites, and so on, right, or the Amorites, and so on, to judge his people does not mean that God is on the side of these enemy nations, but that is God for you. There are times God will directly judge with his own hand, and there are other times he will use others. He will use pestilence, he will use plagues, he will use phenomena such as volcanoes, earthquakes, flooding, drought, and so on. He will use grasshoppers or locusts. He will use hornets to judge a people. So the fact that God would use the eagle to hold up a big stick over Jamaica, and even to slap Jamaica with the big stick, not a big slap, but a little touch, doesn't mean that the eagle is in good stead with God. But that's the sovereignty of God. And so corrupt leaders, including politicians, had better beware, because it's a clear signal that is being sent to the island of Jamaica. At one go, Jamaica can be plunged into darkness where we can't see, because all the vital technologies are shut down. And then the main defense, the epicenter of main defense, upper camp, can also be immobilized at one go. So Jamaica is fooling herself thinking that, oh, we are sovereign and we are this, we are that. Jamaica is not sovereign. You think you are sovereign, Jamaica, but you are not. And I now will point you to Isaiah 26. If you want to be sovereign, Jamaica, and I'm speaking to the government, I'm speaking to the Prime Minister, et al. If you want Jamaica to be sovereign, bow before God. We have to realize that a strong signal was sent. Let me say that one more time. A strong signal was sent to the island of Jamaica that the eagle can take Jamaica with one swoop.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who the dragon is, wanna watch karate movie? And you see them have their festival with the dragon? You know who the eagle is. United States, obviously. Who is the enemy of the dragon? Who is the enemy of the eagle? A clear signal. We have heard the rhetoric about this being USA backyard. So based off what the prophetic word is saying is that this was all the United States, ladies and gentlemen, thus said the Lord, sending a signal to Jamaica. So all of the government officials them were corrupt. And Julius when I puff out in chest and talk about this is a sovereign nation and guerrilla warfare when it came on to the Maroons. When you're supposed to start wetting the pants, you know, man. When you're supposed to start wetting the pants. This is directly aligned, you know, with the prophetic word of external forces, you know. I think I should play that and remind you guys. Yes, because context matters, innit? Yes, I think I need to remind you all of what is to come, man, in this particular year of 2026. It's not a pipe dream, ladies and gentlemen. A clear signal was sent. We tell us that God is working, and you hear what the man said? And that is so interesting. God will send the enemy of his people to teach them a lesson. Mighty God. God will send his enemy of his people to teach them a lesson because them stray away from him. That's like, listen, the only reason why you are protected, remember it's me. I'm the one blocking them from hurting you. I know you're disrespecting me. I remove my hands. I remove my edge of protection. I know you are vulnerable. It's to remind you of who is the boss, who is in control, and who is worthy to be praised. Jamaica, it don't get more clearer than this. It don't get more clearer than this. Let me play this one, external forces.
And we thank God we are seeing more and more church leaders speaking up about the 3 days. We are seeing an increase in that, and we're happy because initially it was the impression that, oh, it is Shuttleworth's idea. Poor me. Huh? Me? My idea? Not my idea. So more and more as I'm seeing others, men and women of God, waking up to the reality and also daring to listen. They are now coming forward and said it's 3 days. Yes, it is. And the Lord had made that clear some years now. And we will continue to say it because that's what the Lord requires. Not some little prayer breakfast here and prayer breakfast there, or person saying, oh, we're going to be wearing black and we march. No, that's not what is required. What is required is that the nation of Jamaica must be locked down for 3 days. That is what is required. And then, as a nation, we will move the heart and the hand of God to extend mercy and to shift things and reset things in this island of Jamaica. Failing that, we will continue to see conditions deteriorating in Jamaica through different types of adversities, including cataclysmic ones. And also, what is now looming is external intervention into the affairs of this nation, which will lead to forced resignation of political leaders, stepping down, yes, and also some of them being arrested publicly. That is looming, and I'm speaking prophetically as the Lord is showing, which would also tie into the prophecy of ruffling of feathers, plucking out of feathers, and clipping of wings. Yes. So if we don't repent, these are a number of things that are in the offing, and we will just see them unveiling or unfolding right before our very eyes.
I'm going to play one more, ladies and gentlemen, for this reaction that I will be posting. I hope that you guys like and share the video, man. I don't have a problem with persons watching the live, you know, man. The video will be posted anyway, so other persons can actually see it and share that particular portion instead of the entire live to people. Listen to this.
Not if Jamaica is to be changed, because we know Jamaica is being changed. Jamaica is being transformed. And by or before 2027, we will see a new Jamaica emerging. Not completely new, obviously, but there will be major turning points. One of them, finally, we will be led by a righteous Prime Minister. And it might seem like a pipe dream. I'm smiling because those of us who are able to see in the realm of the Spirit, we have some interesting developments coming this year that will trigger changes politically, which will take many by surprise, because there are those who think that they are around forever and they can stay as long as they want. We shall see what we shall see. That's all I'm going to say. We shall see what we shall see. So apart from the intensification of judgment, which will come in different ways, not just natural disasters, but God will also use external intervention in the affairs of Jamaica. I'm going to say it one more time. God will use external interference in the affairs of Jamaica in order to set things right. Since we have leaders who think nobody like them, and they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices, we have a system of election where persons are to be duly elected, and they corrupt the system. So what God is going to do is going to use other means of displacing them. Watch and you will see. External intervention.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we say the election was stolen, that's as thus saith the Lord. Here, they use corrupt means to corrupt that process and steal the election, thus saith the Lord. Not my word. So when you hear me say it confidently, it's coming from the throne room of God. Let's continue.
In addition to continued displacing them, watch and you. We have a system of election where persons are to be duly elected, and they corrupt the system. So what God is going to do is going to use other means of displacing them. Watch and you will see. External intervention in addition to continued disasters of different types. So we shall see what we shall see. This is going to be a pivotal year which will pave the way for what will manifest in 2027. So we continue to pray the process through. Not if Jamaica is to be changed, because we know Jamaica is being changed. Jamaica is being transformed. And by or before 2027, we will see a new Jamaica emerging. Not completely new, obviously, but there will be major turning points. One of them, finally, we will be led by a righteous Prime Minister.
Finally, we will be led by a righteous Prime Minister. I am giving you a warning. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. Friday night blackout was a clear prophetic warning of things to come. The eagle exercised its power to let Jamaica know that it's displeased and we can take you at any time. So, Cuba is there and they're in the crosshairs. But will Jamaica be next to be in the crosshairs of the eagle? I would not be surprised. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother BOLO TBV and I want to examine. It says here that public apology from young Jamaica for misleading attack on Mark Bully. Hey, that's a middle over. Yo, let's hear what she have to say, man.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
The People's National Party Youth Organization is calling on Young Jamaica and the Jamaica Labour Party's Communications Task Force to issue an immediate and public apology for the dissemination of a reckless, baseless, and malicious statement concerning opposition leader Mark Golding's 2024 statutory declaration. The PNPYO is deeply disturbed that this misinformation was sent to the media and disseminated to the wider public without even the basic level of research, verification, or due diligence being conducted. The PNPYO further notes that the certification by the Integrity Commission of opposition leader Mark Golding's 2024 statutory declaration was published in the Jamaica Gazette on May 26, 2026, more than a week before Young Jamaica's defamatory press release was issued. The Jamaica Gazette is the official state newspaper and a journal of record for the government of Jamaica and serves as the official medium through which such information is published to the public. Even the most basic level of due diligence would have revealed the facts before Young Jamaica chose to issue its statement.
So I did not know that. Before Young Jamaica came out and put out the article, Mark Golding statutory declaration was gazetted. No man, sue them, Mr. Markichi. If they don't come out and publicly apologize, sue the hell out of them. Them out of that. Make an example out of them, Markichi. I know they have a lot on your plate, but I know you can find a top lawyer them where you know for just deal with the case. No man, them stink man, them out of order man. Let's continue.
Public is therefore entitled to ask whether this was simply negligence or a deliberate attempt to tarnish the reputation of the leader of the opposition. We are proud to be led by a leader such as Mark Golding MP, whose statutory declarations have been certified by the Integrity Commission every year since he became a Member of Parliament in 2017, including for the year ending December 31, 2024. The Prime Minister and the Minister with responsibility for information have repeatedly pledged to fight misinformation and correct falsehoods when they arise. This is their opportunity to prove that those commitments are more than talking points. If an apology to the leader of the opposition is not forthcoming, it will speak volumes about how seriously the JLP and its affiliates.
Hey, Miss Say, you see you. That's why she get the big box, ladies and gentlemen. Dana Morris Dixon, we're calling you out. Dana Morris Dixon, that pledged to fight misinformation. We are calling you out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not following and not subscribing, please do so right now. Dana Morris Dixon, Minister of Education and Responsibility for information in whatever capacity you are. We are calling you out. If you guys don't swallow your pride and fix Young Jamaica business and make them come out and loudly apologize to Mark Golding for spreading mischief and misinformation in regards to his statutory declaration without doing any real research. And these things are a regular thing from them too, you know. And I can find out, you know. Over the years, they have been operating in this capacity. Right? So now, seeing as the JLP want to tell us that they are the standard of information and they are the only ones we should listen to. Well, we're not going to let this go. We are not going to let this go. So we need to apologize to the integrity boss. The man even lose money in a 2024, $30+ million. And what alarms me is that the man is not the prime minister. So I don't understand why you guys are so zealously attacking his statutory declaration when he has a track record of being certified, but your leader for the last almost 5 years is not certified at all. And if you should go into the details of the report, it's quite damning. Right? And this is why the People's National Party was asking for his resignation, for him to be removed and do the principle thing. But because you guys don't have any principle, right? I know we know that you don't have any principle based off your actions from then till now, right? We still is going to call on. We're going to call on you to have some shame, have some dignity, have some self-respect, and apologize to the leader of the opposition. The Right Honorable, the Most Honorable Mark Jefferson Golding, out of order. Let's continue.
Truly take transparency, accountability, and honest public discourse. As young leaders, we have to hold ourselves to a high standard and strive to operate above the fray at all times. It is unfortunate that young Jamaica chooses to engage in this kind of political tomfoolery, while they and the G2K remain largely missing from policy discourse and advocacy on the myriad issues affecting Jamaica's youth. The PNPYO is calling on
Hey, what does the young arm or the young jail people, what the fuck? They are so quiet when it comes to key policies and legislations and what is actually happening in the country. They seem to be an organization of puppets that only move when the Prime Minister tells them to move and only talk when the Prime Minister tells them to talk. Where's your independent voice? Where is it? Very, very sad. A call of action. Have some dignity about yourself, man. Do better, man. Do better. Let's continue.
young Jamaica to apply the same standards of accountability to its own leadership. While Mr. Golding has been certified annually since 2017, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has remained uncertified since 2021. They need to explain why their Prime Minister's statutory declarations were made from
He needs some milk.
The youth of Jamaica deserve better. The country deserves better. An apology and correction of the record are not only warranted, they are necessary.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP.
Big shout out. Sorry about that. When it actually go to that part of the music, that's what happened. So big shout out to her on that, and then we play this again for the reaction purposes from the page.
Or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP. The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
Mr. Golding has once again demonstrated that accountability is something to be embraced. We are now calling on young Jamaica to show the Jamaican people that their stated commitment to integrity extends beyond partisan politics, and to demand from the Prime Minister the same transparency they so eagerly sought from the leader of the opposition.
Visit our website at PNP.
That's very, very clear. Now, I want to play this. JLP is a disgrace. Look at this. The JLP senators voted no to help in Hurricane Melissa victims rebuild. Senator Floyd Morris, opposition spokesperson on housing, proposed amendments to NHT bill that would have ring-fenced NHT funds only to rebuild homes destroyed in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James, limited further annual NHT extractions to 2 years ending March 2028 instead of 5 more years to 2031. Government senators voted both amendments down. Again, over 20,000 homes destroyed, 70,000 Jamaicans still under tarpaulin. The government had the chance to act. They chose not to. Mighty God. For all the people in St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Westmoreland, and all the other areas that are displaced, homeless, I want you guys to remember this moment. The moment that the Jamaica Labour Party government that says they are caring government decided to vote no to this particular amendment. Let's listen. Let's listen, ladies and gentlemen.
Amendments that I am Morris. I have some amendments that I am proposing, and in two, I would want to see us delete 2C, 2D, and 2E because
delete 2C,
yes,
2D, and
E.
Yes.
So that we would support for 2 years, which would end in 2028. And then I am going to be proposing a new 3.
Clause 3?
Yes.
No, don't get there yet then.
No, it's consequent. It's consequent on this.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm adding a new section 3, which would read, these funds should be specifically used to build houses for citizens who have been affected by Hurricane Melissa in the affected parishes. And the existing 3 would become 4, and therein we would change the date to March 2028. Those are the amendments that I'm proposing.
Thank you very much. So the members would have heard the proposed amendment to clause 2. All in favor of the amendments proposed by Senator Morris? Aye. Thank you very much. So 1 minute. So the noes have it. Divide?
Yes.
Yeah, are you serious, Senator Morris?
Yeah.
A divide?
Yeah.
Yes. Madam Clerk?
This is a proposal to build
Madam
house
Clerk?
to the people who are...
Senator Brown, please.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Morris?
I have...
So there you have it. The Jamaica Labour Party representatives did not hesitate to say no to helping 20,000 people that are displaced, that their house was destroyed, 70,000 Jamaicans that are still under tarpaulin. I just want that to sink in for the people out there that want to say that this is a good government and this is a caring government. Their actions speak for themselves. 100%. Alright? Fully. Actions speak louder than don't tell me that you care about me while stabbing me in the neck with a sharp knife. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that you care and I need water to drink, but you refuse to give me a bottle when you have 100 cases in front of you. Don't tell me that you care about me and I'm dying for hunger and you have apples and oranges and all types of organic things in your disposal to give me for me to get sustenance, but you refuse to give it to me. Don't tell me you care about me. Their actions speak volumes, and I want you, the Jamaican people, to remember this moment in time. You know? Don't forget it. You know? Don't let this be a 9-day one. You know? These are the types of things you hold a government to an organization for life. Because PMP and JLP and no P at all is in those 70,000 people. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
People's National Party Media Unit.
I'm calling on the Minister of Finance to explain why the government withdrew $500 million from the Financial Services Commission, which has caused a significant deterioration in its financial position, while the FSC is increasing the fees it charges to insurance companies. These increased fees will simply be passed on by the insurance companies to the end consumer, who will be burdened with higher premiums to insure their homes and their cars. These increased costs come at a time when consumers are burdened with weekly gas price increases and have seen the cost of food increase due to the government's own tax package. The minister must explain this decision, which has resulted in a deterioration in the FSC's financial position while imposing more costs on the Jamaican consumer.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank God for the People's National Party, right? Or I would not know this unless I read it in the newspaper. So these people draw down 500 million from FSC, as regulator seeks, and the FSC in turn is seeking to charge the insurance companies more. Obviously, the insurance companies are going to charge their customers more. So you, the regular citizen, you remember when they said no new taxes? Oh, they are finding ways to bleed you guys of money. The government is finding ways of bleeding you, the regular citizens' money. Meanwhile, their family members that own and very wealthy is going to benefit from NARA significantly. Oh, we're going to get involved. We're going to get into that. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. That's the next topic. We're going to get into that. That's what we're going to get into. Mighty God. You know, like I share this video, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, our leader, Mark Golding, the integrity boss, put out a video in regards to NARA. Let's listen what he has to say. And then I'm going to dive into more where NARA is concerned, all right? Let's listen to this.
Greetings. Today I want to say something about NARA, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, which was passed as legislation in both houses of Parliament a couple of weeks ago. The opposition had opposed the legislation in its current form, as we made very clear, not because we're against trying to expedite projects and national development, but because this entity is being set up. She's going to have control over the spending of billions and billions of dollars of resources. But the way in which it was being set up lacked basic norms about accountability. So the only person that the legislation contemplates expressly is a CEO who's appointed by the Prime Minister as a minister responsible for NARA, and there's no board of directors in place to provide oversight over the decisions and operations of the entity itself. This is a public body being created by statute with no public board. It's an aberration, and we think it's a major flaw in the design of this legislation, given the importance of the functions and the level of resources over which NARA will have control. It's unfortunate that the Prime Minister has recently been saying things that the entities within our society that have raised concerns about that issue and other issues, because there are other issues affecting this legislation, are somehow motivated by some adverse or malicious intent, as if they are politically motivated in pointing out the weaknesses in the legislation. The reality is that the NARA legislation is problematic in its current form and needs to be amended. A board needs to be appointed. This committee that they're seeking to establish, which they call JAMAICA, is not mentioned in the legislation. The legislation doesn't even facilitate the sharing of information with JAMAICA by NARA. The powers that are given to NARA and to the minister, who's the PM, to issue directions to public bodies that are responsible for regulating projects, stepping in to take over the decision-making process and vary it, as the government may see fit at a given point in time, with no transparency around those decisions, no need to publish them. The reports aren't being sent to Parliament to be invigilated by a committee of the whole House, as is done for Bank of Jamaica now. These are structural flaws that should be corrected. But it's very unfortunate when you see a Prime Minister impugning motives, negative motives, to persons who are standing up as citizens of the country on a matter of grave concern and raising their voices to see improvements to the legislation. It's a red flag that something is fundamentally wrong with what is happening. And that is what I wanted to share with you today.
So you might ask, what is Mark Bully talking about? Florence, it is really real, Florence. It's really real. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. It's really real. The Jamaica Labour Party organization is an absolute disgrace. I'm not talking about partially a disgrace. I'm talking about an absolute 100% back of the class, nepotism, cronyism, political, not political, economical vultures. I mean, every single negative, everything to do with holding down poor people. That is the Jamaica Labour Party. And I have no apology to give. I am speaking 100% facts based off their own actions, ladies and gentlemen. So you heard Mark Bowling talk about NARA. There's some interesting things about NARA, ladies and gentlemen. Some very interesting things I have to tell you. It's the connections. I read an article the other day on this platform. It has to do with the CEO. It is alleged, ladies and gentlemen, that the CEO is Andrew Wallace's cousin. Now, it is not alleged that the CEO is married to the Hensel daughter. What's her name? Justin Hensel. I have Jason Hensel that is connected to Treasure Beach, that is connected to the tourism minister, that is connected to Fly Green, that is a part of the Treasure Beach. Then there's another brother there that is a part of the same Treasure Beach body in terms of the football team. And it's alleged that he is being molded to go up against Zulika Jess. All of the comrades there in St. Elizabeth, understand that you are in a battle for your sovereignty, for your freedom, for your land, and for your growth in any capacity where wealth is concerned. You are in a fight for your life. And Zulika Jess, God did not make any mistake that Zulika Jess was put. I mean, a big, massive shout out to Mark Bowling. A huge, massive shout out to God for giving Mark Bowling the wisdom to put Zulika Jess in position. God is just orchestrating, ladies and gentlemen. And we're praying for the protection of Zulika Jess, because her as a lawyer and also as an MP, aka Fire Muma, is going to be a stalwart in standing up for the people of St. Elizabeth, giving her expertise as a lawyer. Because I'm telling you, a lot of court cases is going to drop it up. You understand? A lot of court cases is going to drop. When you look at the connection between the Hensels and then the CEO is married to the daughter, then hold on. He's the CEO of NARA, and NARA is putting out all of these contracts. You ever hear something called pillow talk? What would stop him outside of Andrew Wallace from directing contracts towards his wife's family? And we're going to ask the question because it needs to be asked. What would stop him, ladies and gentlemen, from directing funds to his wife's family? They have clearly showed their intention of expansion, right? I want to say this to the people of Jamaica. Why are you guys so comfortable? Why are you guys so comfortable? I am I don't understand how you guys just sit down. You're in the belly of the beast in terms of in St. Elizabeth. When Andrew Honest went on the helicopter, Andrew Honest didn't stop in Westmoreland and he made some cacamone excuse about him couldn't find nowhere to land. But he declared St. Elizabeth ground zero. Very interesting. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? And this is not an argument that I formulated. I want to shout out my colleagues that are out there, the Trey Burns, the Andre Stevens, you understand? The Wayne Lonesons, the Anissa Bell Roses, right? And one of our newly independent ones, Ishmael, a brother of Partner TV, you understand? For his deep dive analysis, right? And also Alvaro, big up Alvaro and TikTok. Alvaro has been on it. Alvaro has been on it, ladies and gentlemen. So I am asking the question, what in God's green earth would stop them? And as a matter of fact, they have shown intent, ladies and I want to play something for you. They have shown us clear intent that they indeed plan to do big things in St. Elizabeth and Treasure Beach. Recently, the Prime Minister was talking about moving the people from parity because they won't be able to live there. I want to ask the question, ladies and gentlemen. If the people are not able to live at parity, how comes they can be able to invest in that area? Yes. What is happening here? How comes they are able to invest in the area to the point where they have these big grand plans? So, you guys don't have enough money where Nara is concerned to make sure that the people stay in the positions that they are. It's not prudent for you to spend our money on us. But it's prudent for you to spend our money on some private investor for them to further their wealth. But not to protect the people of Jamaica in terms of this is where they live. Right? But you see, I am upset, but at the same time I'm contented, ladies and gentlemen. Because the declaration from the man of God, thus saith the Lord, is that anything they build, God is going to mash it down. He's going to mash it up. Anything they build, God is going to mash it up because they are being strategic in displacing the poorer class of Jamaica so their wealthy friends and families can get rich. Thus saith the Lord. They're being strategic. Let's listen to this.
Shouldn't leave aviation before I talk about Lionel Densham, because I know that it is a matter of local interest. And whilst I cannot give you all the details on that today,
we are sure you can't give us all the details today, but you have it. Let's continue.
I certainly have been inspired by my conversation with Jason this morning.
In Jason Hensel, you are inspired by his conversations. I wish I was a fly on the wall when they had that conversation. What did Jason do? Did Jason tell you that, hey, listen, we're all going to make some good money? Is that what Jason told you? The small group of you, listen, we're all going to make some good money. This is going to be amazing. Rubbing your fingers. I'm just asking. I wish I was a fly on the wall when they had that conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Celine, how are you doing? Listen, rain is falling, cats and dogs like this Portland.
And the potential for it, and is to give me some data, which he has. And I definitely move that forward. And Minister Green and myself will help to channel that, because Aviation is at the heart of tourism, as you know. They don't swim to Jamaica, right? And 97% of the transport of the world is by air. So aviation is critical to us. So back to the point now of how NARA is going to insert itself into the new tourism that we're talking about.
So Jason Hensel, his family owned church at Beach, you know, St. Elizabeth. How NARA is going to insert itself. And then the husband of his sister is the CEO of NARA. What a family business. Some unknown Libra. What a family business we have uncovered, ladies and gentlemen. What a bangarang. This is a field. This is a manure. This is a area of filth that is ripe for corruption. If you should plant the seed of corruption in this field, it shall grow like a tall tree. What a bangarang. Just look at the dots. His sister married to Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson is allegedly Andrew Wallace's cousin. The tourism minister applied green, active in a St. Elizabeth. The people in a party being displaced and removed. And then some type of tourism development is happening. Mighty God. Ladies and gentlemen, if you realize under this government, everywhere where there's the coastline and there's beaches, they are locking it off. Locking it off. All over the island. And that's not hearsay. All over the island. The amount of court cases in East Portland. See, with Darren Vaz and his family, them have property rights. So I'm going to one time I'm seeing him way back in idea. From him poach him and his wife and them. Them time them never listen to politics. Right? I went there once and I saw them. And I went to the Goat Island and everything. You see him? That was the closest I ever got to Darren Vaz. You understand? That same area there with Blue Lagoon there? Yes. The people them now can't access it. A big problem. That's why they do want him wife win again because it's vast land. Jamaica, are you seeing the connections? All these friends of the government and family members, and where the other money is going that we have to go pay back. But they voted in Parliament to not make the NHT money where we contribute mandatorily to help the people who are homeless. What a wicked, evil, bastard government. Huh? Talking about their caring government. And people come on in a, so I have no tolerance for no labor right in the comment section. It is too blatant and too clear. They don't even care about Uno. Uno is nobody. If you not get one, well, I don't know how much them are paying if you come online to come chat foolishness. If you not get 100 US a week, Uno still not getting no money. These people are controlling billions and trillions of dollars towards their friends for them to stay wealthy while you get crumbs to sell out your own people and misguide them. Right? Direct them into hell for them to not own anything, only a few owning it. That's what capitalism is, you know? A few being wealthy and standing on the backs of the poor. Someone look like a worse than the JLP MP them. Someone worse than the JLP MP them. Worse. You have no soul. You is total sellouts. You led by money. Nobody now pay me to do this. Nobody now say, Bolo, go ahead, put this narrative out there. I look at the information and I think for myself. And I am grieving, ladies and gentlemen, to see that these people are clearly showing you their intent. And there's no outrage. Where's the independent journalists? We're on the next one too. We stay quiet. You guys don't see any problem with Hensels. I'm married to Mr. Anderson being a close friend or a cousin of Andrew Owens. And then Andrew create Nara that give him all of these sweeping power to challenge all and overturn all of the regulated authorities that is in Jamaica. And oh, by the way, they will not go to prison because they are indemnified. Mighty God. When is the Jamaican people going to wake up and rise up? Yo, man, tell you, man.
Because it is creating the infrastructure that is required.
I was extremely pleased.
To insert itself into the new. So aviation is critical to us. So back to the point now of how NARA is going to insert itself into the new tourism that we're talking about. Because it is creating the infrastructure that is required.
I was extremely pleased that Minister Bartlett mentioned.
That is Jason Hensel, the brother of Justin Hensel, the wife of Anthony Anderson, CEO